Welcome to another day of Valorant. This is Valorant Champions Tour Pacific, and we are on day 2 of week 7. We are inching closer and closer to the playoffs where only 6 teams can make it through. And at the desk with me today, I'm Victoria. We've got Quack. We've got Will.
Shoot, we're doing this live? Like, oh man, okay,
Yeah.
got it. All right, woo.
We're so ready.
Okay.
This is our practice to become pros when we're done with broadcasting. One day, we'll have our own team.
Yeah,
We'll call it Biased Custards.
Biased Custards. Okay, I like that actually.
Is that our premier team name?
Yeah, that's our premier
That's
team name from
the
here on
team
out.
name
Yeah, once
for
the
all
season
the
ends.
Actual
Yeah.
premier rolls out, yes.
For the
There
Pacific
you go.
broadcasters. Yeah.
I love that.
Biased Custards. So welcome, guys. We're going to see a matchup, well, 2 matchups today. We're going to see our Q go against Global Esports in the very first matchup. But before we get to any of that, let's look at the standings so far. Yesterday was a pretty exciting day with
Well,
two
it's quick,
two
right?
matches of 2-0s.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't here yesterday. I was
You
doing
were so
something
jealous.
else. Yeah, I was doing something else, and I was like,
You're
well, you know what? They're
celebrating
probably
birthday.
still barely starting match 2. I'll get to watch the full event. You guys were like nearly done. I was like, what happened yesterday? Went back and watched the VODs, and it was pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
I mean, throughout the entire evening.
But it was also good games, and Will was texting us in the chat like, guys, those games are so good. I wish I was here. But
Yeah, you wish you were. It was great.
I mean, it shakes up the standings. Then this is exactly what we're seeing. You know, Paper Rex actually moving up now with 5 wins on the board, so that means they're 2nd place. And then this could also change depending on how one of our later matches will go, because T1 could win 5 games as well. But at the very least, for Talon, that's a lot of growth. You know, they got their 2nd win, and it wasn't just any win. It was against Genji.
Yeah, and in a 2-0 fashion as well. And I think that's, I mean, I know yesterday even Achilles was saying on the desk, why did it take so long for Talon to get back into this form? Because that's what we all witnessed at lock-in and what we were all hoping for. But it's good that they're finally here, even if it's, a couple weeks later than we expected.
Yeah. No, it's great. I mean, yesterday they were it was like the upside down. It was the exact opposite of where they were, Talon versus Genji. And, Genji has dropped down. Paper Rex is now in 2nd place. We'll see, they're going to face off later again at some point, and that may shake things up once again with Paper Rex and Genji. But let's talk about yesterday's first game with Genji and Talon. And again, like you guys were saying, Talon was fantastical. They were great. They were soaring yesterday. The first game was a really, I have to say, it was very strongly in Talon's favor. There was no point where we kind of doubted Talon's win.
Not at all. In fact, I think Fracture was one of those maps where we started to see a lot of growth from all the teams. Genji, in fact, as well, because Meteor on the Raze is starting to do a lot better. But Talon just overall had better teamwork, better coordination, and better calls at sometimes also, because they knew exactly when to push and pull and how to tug at Genji's strings.
Yeah, and I think overall as well, I mean, Talon also just seemed to have been online just a bit quicker. Obviously, that helps. But on top of that, like you said, just having a really good read on Genji, whereas Genji almost started to look a little bit stubborn in some of the ways that they were trying to kind of finish out certain rounds, where they were just trying to force their same ideas, the same style of fights. Which Talon had clearly studied well enough. And I know, actually, I think it was early today, Coach Bile from Genji just actually putting it out there saying, you know what, the repeated losses, it's actually my fault. You know what, I don't think we've been really evolving enough. The players are still putting in the work. Obviously, individually, they're skilled. But I think we have to really try to step up a whole nother level.
Yeah, I mean, Meteor still had a really, really cool ace yesterday. It was awesome with the blades, but I think, that speaks volumes. For the coach to step up like that and to own that and be responsible for it, it really says a lot to this team and how they'll actually move forward. And hopefully we'll see better colors from them in the future matches. But at the very least, looking at these statistics, Talon, they also have been improving a lot. Zeus, I think, has been putting in some work. But the players themselves, so coordinated these days. And the first kill to round win conversion says it all.
Yeah, I mean, massive, right? And then just the fact that they're obviously just a bit quicker on those first kills that they're getting as well, as we can tell. I mean, you don't want to read into stats too much, but when it's 80% conversion, that means that if you're getting the first kill, you're winning the round. And the way that some of the players like Garnus was playing yesterday, I mean, you were reaping in a lot of those first kills.
Yeah.
Incredibly fast.
Absolutely. I mean, summary of that game, awesome.
Well, if you're a Talon
Just
fan.
awesome.
And if you're Talon.
Yeah. Biased Custards. Anyway, speaking of biasness, after that we had a Paper X versus Zeta game where all of us actually did predict Paper X except for Achilles. And you know, it's a bit sad because we do want to make sure that Zeta, in a way, like we do want to see Zeta play in Tokyo.
Yeah, everyone
for
wants
Masters.
to see that. Yeah.
But at the same time, like Paper X is, it's hard. How do you predict this against Paper X?
You can't prepare against it. You can see that Zeta actually really did try. They had some protocols and some positions in place because they knew how aggressive Paper X would get. But even then, at times you just can't stop the W Gaming squad. You just can't do anything against something that just dives at you with a shorty in front of your face. And even with all the protocols, all the pressure that you have as this really structured, really rehearsed and practiced Japanese team, you can't do anything against just these 5 dudes, these 5 boys who just love to have fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the biggest thing about Paper Rex, right? A team like that, and I guess even in that previous match, Talon, when they're starting to have fun, when they're enjoying their own tempo and their speed, it's really hard to stop that. And quite frankly, I think, you know, I think this is kind of one of those matchups where Paper Rex is just kind of built to take down Zeta, right? Zeta was known for a very slow and steady style. Obviously, they're improving and growing and evolving, but this is, I just don't see this matchup for a long time for Zeta to be able to overcome that. They might still be able to now start to beat some other teams, but Paper Rex, that speed, it's still going to take a little bit longer for Zeta to catch up.
I mean, history wouldn't say that because, you know, Zeta has, like what Achilles was saying yesterday, Zeta normally beats Paper X so far in Reykjavik and so on and so forth. We don't really count the show match. But that said, it's still very much true because that is how Zeta played, I think, during the cast with Tasteless, actually. We kept talking about it. Zeta would just leave rounds till like the 10th second before they actually went in and really tried to get the spike down. And by that point, you know, against a team like Paper Rex, who really knows how to annoy the heck out of you, just like peeking out at times, finding some kills, and then pulling back.
Yes.
You're so paranoid. You're so just lost in some of these rounds that it's difficult to recover.
They were full on playing mind games at some point on Ascent. I don't know if I remember at mid. It was near the end of that round already. Something is sort of toying with them, baiting them a bit. And they missed the 2 people standing in market. And a lot of this kind of stuff happened to Depp. And it's always Depp first who went down.
Well,
and then after that, it just crumbles. Yeah, but Paper X was on fire. They did W Gaming, but I think more than just W Gaming, they actually got all of their shots. And they looked so coordinated yesterday. Like that full team play, they were just definitely like on the same wavelength, which was really fun to see. Forsaken was also on Initiator, bringing Fade in for the first time.
And with an Odin.
With an Odin.
Really owning it. Really owning the whole role on Ascent, right? And saying, well, this is what everyone does when they pick up an Initiator, right? Is they bring up the Odin and they just spam, they just ping and spam and get free kills. Oh, this is great. Forsaken learning a whole different side of Valorant yesterday and enjoying it to the fullest.
And it was a very enjoyable game to watch. You know, yesterday was a fun day, very short but fun day. And today, I think we're going to have another long streak of crazy games.
I think it's going to be a long day today.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I think so too. We'll dig into that more. For those of you who are wondering about finals, because we are getting closer to finals, it's happening the very last weekend of May. And for those of you who want to attend live, because we've been getting a lot of visitors from all over the world coming to the Pacific Stadium, which is great. We're moving to a different venue, Jeoncheon Stadium. Am I saying that right, Will?
Jeoncheon Stadium, yes. Yeah.
And it's huge. I mean, I've looked at pictures on Google. I've never actually been there, but it looks massive. And then you guys can actually buy your tickets on the 8th and 9th of May. That's tomorrow. And I heard, you know, these sell out really fast, so you might want to camp for those tickets.
Especially because it's the weekend, so, you know, a lot of the fans, I assume, from both Southeast Asia and Japan probably also trying to find a way to visit. Because that stadium is still within Seoul, right? So if you come by, you'll have, you know, plenty of other things to do, and then you've got a match on May 27th, the lower finals, and then the 28th, both of those being best of 5 as well. So plenty of just high-quality Valorant waiting for you. So the tickets go live tomorrow and then the day after for each match, so you'll be able to check those out. Just remember, for those who are trying to buy them globally, to go into the global part of the Interpark website. So it's globalinterpark.com, because otherwise you would need a Korean account.
Yeah, there's a Korean site. I remember seeing that before. So yeah, globalinterpark.com. There's also an influencer matchup on the 27th of May. I have no idea who's playing that.
Oh, is Biased Custards playing in that match?
I hope so.
That's where our debut.
I would love to. Why aren't we playing it?
The players will be casting over our game.
I want that to
nice.
happen.
Yeah, I want Forsaken to cast my gameplay. That's what I
Yes.
want.
He's just gonna be shaking his head the
With
entire
Will
time.
as Yoru.
There
Yeah.
you go. Yeah, I get to get my Yoru judged by Forsaken. Nothing better than that.
Yeah, and I think PaperX will definitely be showing some bind at some point anyway, and we can show them our bind power.
Yeah.
Team Bias Custards, named by Achilleos. Yeah, so let's speaking of games, we're so ready. Are you ready, Bias Custards?
Okay.
Hayward Gamers!
Yeah.
Yes, that's
It's
right!
time, it's
Another
time.
Hayward
Hayward
Gamers!
Get
Gamers.
ready.
I love it. I love it.
All right. And today, we're not going to do the map thing. We're going to do more utility charades. You had a little preview
Ooh,
of this
okay.
last week,
All
and
right.
I won't sabotage you this time. I'll
Okay.
actually try to guess.
All right,
He's ranked up to like gold, platinum. I'm like new iron.
Yeah,
bronze
you're
player
you're
today.
new to this. Okay, so for those of you who are
I'm
at
ready to get
home,
sweaty.
we're gonna let you play along too. So we're not actually gonna show you what
Ooh.
the card is. So you guys are also going to have to guess because it's I want you guys to appreciate the acting.
Well,
and
that's a
sound
lot more
effects going
pressure on Quack and me now then, because now we get judged by the viewers as well
Oh,
on whether they can
God.
get it correct or not.
Look, I don't want to be the one getting all the heat by myself. So you guys get to play home too. Definitely type it in the chat.
All right.
So what they're gonna show a card. Who wants to go first? Who wants to act it out first?
I guess new guy.
You
will
wanna
go
rock,
first,
Oh,
or-
paper,
you want to go
scissors?
first? All right.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
Um,
So I will show it to Quack.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then I'll
And
act it
then,
out.
some of them I think still say sound effects, right?
Yes.
So if it says sound effects, you can add sound effects, but if not, you gotta go no sound.
Yeah, and you gotta act it out.
I'm gonna keep you to that. I'm gonna keep you to that.
All right.
All right.
All right.
How do I
I'm-
do I have to stand up? No. I don't.
You don't have to,
No.
but some of them it might be easier. All right. Are we ready?
All right.
All right,
okay.
ready?
I'm so
All
excited.
right. We're gonna begin in 3, 2,
Can't see it through
1, go.
Oh God. Oh, no sound.
No sound.
Brim, smokes.
No sound.
Sorry. It's hard to do without.
It's not brimstone.
And then like.
Yeah, brimstone smokes. Oh, orbital strike.
Yeah.
Ah,
All right, orbital
okay.
strike. All right, that's Brim's
Sorry.
ultimate.
That was like the
I keep
saddest
doing
orbital strike.
sounds.
It's more like boom. Or
Well, you
without
see,
that.
it's hard
okay,
to do
okay,
without-
okay,
Wait,
okay, okay.
no,
Oh,
no,
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 I didn't see. I didn't see.
You
I
still got
didn't see.
90
I
seconds.
didn't see. I didn't see.
Still got 90 seconds.
Oh, give me a corpse. Give
Yeah,
me a
Give me.
corpse.
Oh, okay. I'll count that. Nero theft from Cypher. All right. Cypher's ultimate.
Oh.
Sound aloud.
This is perfect.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh my God, you sound like your own wingman, the quack wingman.
That's so good, actually. That was good. Wingman. All right, that's
Thank
3.
you. Oh.
No sound.
He practices wingman at home.
Good thing. And then like.
No sound.
Oh, Sky.
Mm?
Yeah.
Tasmanian tiger, by the way,
Oh.
it's not a dog.
It's not a
Guys.
dog.
It's
Yeah,
a
she's
Tasmanian
correct.
tiger. It's an
It's-
extinct Australian animal. All right.
She got it.
Okay. Now this one.
Oh. Okay.
Sound aloud.
Sound aloud.
Oh,
So
that's
good.
cute. That's Viper and
What's
her little
I have a
poison
necklace
thing.
for
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you have a necklace?
Oh,
for the
yeah,
snake?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right. We still got
Or
40
it's
seconds.
the
seconds.
toxin necklace.
Oh.
No
Okay.
sound. No sound.
Got this. Oh wait, no sound.
Man, Quack's so bad at the no sound part.
Liticayo! It's Neon's ult!
I keep making sounds.
Oh, she's
I
good
am
with the
so
quotes.
sorry.
my fist!
Yeah, you're good with the quotes. All right.
Oh.
No sound. No sound. This is hard without sound.
Yeah, dude.
This is hard without sound.
I got, this and then.
When you
sorry.
play too much Valorant and you're a wrist player.
And then like.
No sound.
Oh, is that the mosh pit?
Nope.
Nope. Can I pass this?
Okay,
No,
You can
actually-
pass,
wanna
you can
pass?
Oh yeah, that's
All
that's hard.
Oh, and we're out of time.
All right.
What was it?
The one he passed was.
Oh!
That one's tough.
Ragged
How
Man.
would you
His
have done
ult.
that? I can't figure it out. I have to do it sound because it's like.
And then, I mean, what you did was correct. It's just one by one,
I'd
right?
be like, well,
This looks like a weird
Yeah.
dance move.
Yeah.
what's
All
what you were
right.
saying?
And then
like,
the last one we
bad
didn't get
words.
to was curveball. That
Which
would have
would've
been.
Oh,
as
that would've been
well.
easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah.
you got most of them.
How
I
many
think
is
they
that?
counted
Got
it.
6 points.
6 points.
Not
Thank
bad,
you.
not bad. All right,
Right.
let's see if Will can
Beginners.
keep up.
All right.
Okay. Oh, look
Okay.
at him. He's warming up.
I'm
You gotta do
warming up.
the
I'm warming
wrist
up.
stretches.
I gotta
Wrist stretches.
I gotta get ready for my high EDPI. You know what I mean? my 1600
It's over
EDPI.
9,000
All right.
EDPI.
Okay. All right, I'm ready.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Got 2 minutes on the clock.
Okay.
All right. And begin.
And start.
Okay.
Sounds loud.
Is it his ult?
No, no, no. Oh, I forget what.
What's
I
her
forget what
voice
the
line?
motion is.
Oh, is it the Sky's ult?
Yes, Sky's ult. Seekers.
Hey, she
The
got it.
cabbages!
The cabbages. Thank you.
All right, next.
More cabbages!
Oh, all right. I'm gonna stand for this one. Oh my.
Oh,
my
he's standing.
Mike.
This is serious.
All right.
Oh
No
my
sound.
gosh. Is that a Omen's?
No.
Oh, Chambers? TP?
Yes,
Yeah.
TP. The
Okay.
rendezvous. Thank you.
She got it. All right. next.
Rendezvous. That's
Sound
right.
allowed.
Oh.
Oh, Cypher's tripwire.
Yes.
She got it. Okay.
You're pretty good.
All right,
Nick's
next.
good at guessing. Okay.
No sound.
No sound.
Okay.
This is gonna be weird.
I'm curious what this is.
Okay.
Oh my god. What is that?
Oh, Gecko's
Yeah!
ult.
Yes, thank you. I had to
Good
get the jump
job.
in.
That's so.
All right, next one.
Oh, what is that? Is it Dizzy?
No. Yeah.
Oh,
that's cool.
Jet's updraft.
Thank
Yeah!
you. Yeah, I had to add the last part. I had to
I
add
love
the
that you're
last part.
jumping. You're so committed to this.
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. This one. I got this.
Mm.
Something's
sound.
so smelly. Like you're in a bad bathroom.
No.
Is it Viper?
Come on.
Like you did this
Do
last.
that.
Oh, Yuru.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yours
Uh,
ultimate.
His
That
ult.
tear.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah,
All right.
the-
Okay,
No
7
sound.
seconds.
Last one. You got this.
Is this another Hawk out?
Close. Go on, just try it.
Oh, the Aldro.
Yeah,
Aldro, thank
It's
you.
so
got it.
cute.
No,
Why
we gotta
is it
count
so
that.
cute?
We gotta count
Yes,
that.
you gotta count that.
The
You
Aldro's
got
slow.
so much
The
today.
Aldro's slow.
Dude.
It doesn't
I
go
was down to the
fast.
last paper. Dude.
What was the last one?
So
A
weird.
res.
Oh,
Oh,
that
would've been-
Classic Summon FC.
Oh man, when you couldn't get your ultimate, I got really nervous for a second. I was like, "This is as good
I
as it
thought she
gets."
was trolling
It's
you.
always the one. No, it's always the one when he does a mask.
mask, yeah.
And I'm so distracted. And like it
love
looks
the
like you're in a
Aldro.
smelly room.
I want Aldro. It sounds good.
Yeah, I wish I could have done sounds for that.
Your drone's so cute. Why is
Oh,
it so
man.
cute?
This is great.
Apparently, I
love this
make
game.
good inanimate objects, like
Yeah.
the turret last time, and now the Aldro.
It's so you do. I love your commitment. You're like
Thank you.
updrafting and real
Thank
like
you.
His
real
little
life.
teleport where he goes from here.
Yeah, you like snapped his finger and he
Hey,
jumped.
that's as accurate as it gets for nerfed chamber. All right, it doesn't go very far.
True.
I didn't even know count it as a, he's hardly played anymore. He's never played anymore. But you win with 7 points. You
Thank
got 6
you.
points.
Thank you. Thank
Round
you.
of
I
applause
can see-
for
Thank
both
you.
of these guys.
Oh, we got a nice little banner. I like it. I like
Yeah.
it.
You
Congrats,
guys did
Will.
great today. Good job.
I like it.
Great job. All right, we're going to go on a commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the very first matchup for today, so don't go away. We'll be right back in a minute.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we got Will and Quack. We got our custard team here, where we played some excellent charades. Yeah, so we're going to go into the first matchup of today. We have RRQ and Global Esports. Now, both of these teams have had a strong showing at various points. RRQ is one of the rare teams. One of the two teams actually took a map off of DRX.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ obviously showing great improvement, especially the fact that they took Haven off of DRX. I think that's what wowed a lot of people, just the level of prep they had in trying to counteract DRX's strengths, obviously led by Flipstrider as the IGL, and then his kind of duo X-Pharaoh, right, as the two veterans on this team.
I think with Ewok as well as their coach, I mean, they prepped so much for that. They took the one map off. It shows so much preparation on this map of Haven, and shows that they have the counter strats that when they prepare and execute to perfection can take down even giants like DRX. But you know, today I think it's one of those matches where it's such a it's almost like a rivalry if you think about it. It's another one of these like Southeast Asia versus South Asia games.
Yeah, actually, now that you bring it up, when we had the chance to talk to some of the members of RRQ, I remember Coach Ewok saying one of the teams that he absolutely wants to beat is Global Esports, because they're these two teams that have had to get over this language barrier, right?
Yep.
And they're one of the more global teams here that haven't been together for a long time, so they have to go through the whole deal with learning comms in English, right, so that they can all comm together and then get to that place. Now, I think both teams are starting to show what they can look like when they hit that potential, but RRQ not quite consistent enough just yet. We haven't had that many weeks where we can confidently say, okay, this is the new RRQ.
Yeah.
I think so, because when you think about a team like Global Esports and with SK Rossi plus Lightning Fast coming in, you've seen how these guys frag out. You've seen how incredibly sharp they can be and how aggressive SK Rossi gets sometimes. And it's not just blind aggression either. He knows how to pull back. He knows how to land shots and hold positions. It's really strong, and it's something that consistently puts Global in big numbers. I mean, a lot of these rounds is led by SK Rossi getting like 13 first kills last week when they played against Gen G.
Yeah.
You know, that's a big number. And we're talking about their first round kill to win conversion as well. That's something to think about. But at the same time, I think today is going to be one of those big mental battles, right, Will?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, I think this is the battle between Aaron, the IGL, and Flipstrider. We'll talk more about that in detail, of course, later on. But as Quack was saying, I mean, the counter-strike, the prep that each team has done, which is, I think, how they're able to challenge the giants like DRX, right? Even Global Esports taking DRX to their first challenge in that, several overtimes on Split, obviously off the back of the incredible kill record from Monyet. But I think something else that I've noted is some fans saying, it's great to hear SK Rossi in some of the comms videos that Global Esports puts out, and how confident he is to ask for support, right? How active he is on the comms, which I think just once again goes to show that maybe Global Esports just a bit more comfortable in the comm department right now compared to RRQ.
I kind of have to agree.
That's right. I mean, even before Rossi and Lightning got into Korea, they, like you said, they showed a really strong showing against DRX in the earlier weeks without them.
Yes.
And that even though, let's pull up the scoreline and the team standing so far, actually. So even though it was a 2-0 DRX, we watched that game. That was pretty crazy. And then when Rossi and Lightning came into town, they started getting their first wins, their first like full match wins, and they're looking really strong. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, global esports, I think, again, in the beginning of Pacific, a lot of people saying, the best team to never win, and then they started to get their wins, especially once SK Rossi and Lightning Fast came into Korea. On the other side, RRQ, I mean, they started to show some rejuvenation, and then the reason I say they're not consistent enough just yet is because of that loss to T1, right? I mean, the loss to DRX, that's not a surprise. The fact that they even took one map is impressive, but the loss to T1, they started to make the same mistakes. They actually got counter-stratted in the sense that T1 was so well prepared for Elmimore's lurks, and once that fell through, RRQ started to kind of devolve back into their panic mode that we saw in the first couple weeks.
Right, and then, we start to see things fall apart with the structure and everything, and that's why it's another thing that's so important to think about. But at the same time, it's just such an important match between these two teams, because if you think about it, both of them right now are tied up at 2 wins, 4 losses. Both of them are at 7th place in our standings. 7th is just 1 shy of playoffs, and that's why it's so important for them to actually win. Whoever wins actually increases their chances of making it to playoffs, so, just maybe a bit. Of course, you would have to take like Team Secret or T1 to actually fall out of that 6th place, perhaps. But still, if you lose today, your chances of making it to playoffs like greatly diminishes, and that's going to be something.
And in RRQ, the next 2 weeks, they're facing off Talon and
yeah, they absolutely need this win.
Yeah,
it's
going to be uphill battle constantly for them. But I think both of you guys made a really great point. This is going to be a crazy matchup. Like, we'll talk about predictions later, but it's going to be a bit of a toss-up. So we got Flip and Aaron here, and I like how they're both kind of their doppelganger. Like,
yeah,
number 1.
Yeah, Flip's saying I'm number 1. Aaron's saying I'm number 1.
No,
there's
I'm
a little bit of there's a little difference in energy in the picture here. But again, we talked about it. I think it's really about the battle here, the mid-rounding, the prep that they've done. Obviously, that extends to the coaches as well. And then whichever players are able to really get online early. But a big part of that, whether it's them getting kills or the positioning they have, that's how both Flip and Aaron like to call around their own positioning until that they're able to gather amongst their teammates. And the big question is how much can you really pressure the opponent so that they have to change their patterns early on in each map?
Yeah, I mean, that's a slight difference, right? Because you have these two teams who can counter-strat really well. You have these two teams with great coaches, Eraser and Ewok, and they do a lot of prep for each of them. But in these games, it's the IGLs, Aaron and Flips, who do the calling. It's these guys who actually make the most influence in the middle of a match, in the middle of a round. And they have to be the ones to kind of adapt to each other, because you could stick to the same strat, but if you don't really change it around, someone starts to figure you out, that's game over, man.
Yeah. With that, let's talk about our predictions. One is not like the others.
Oh, it's me. I'm not like the others.
It is you.
Look at that.
Well,
So it's like for you, it doesn't matter who you predict. Everyone gets mad at you.
Okay, so I get to defend myself a little bit.
Defend yourself.
Well, so here's the thing. We were talking about this backstage as well. I do think this game can get very close. However, if both of them come well prepped, as they always have, if both of them have good mid-round calling, I have to say, I think Global Esports has just looked a bit more consistent in their overall average mechanics, the individual mechanics, right? All 5 players just tend to be online just a bit quicker than the members of RRQ. And at that point, yeah, if you have the same amount of prep, it's going to come down to the aim duels at the end. And I got to raise Global Esports' hand in that sense just a tad bit.
Honestly, I think that's a very fair and accurate point. Global Esports, when it comes to their
raw
raw aim.
I mean, they're number 1 in pistols, right?
Exactly.
There's a reason.
Exactly. And when Rossi's feeling it, it's a little scary.
Yes.
So why did you pick RRQ over Global Esports, the betrayer of Global Esports?
Come on. I'm getting labeled with this
the team traitor.
All right, we'll talk about this in a bit.
but-
We'll talk about this in a bit. We're going to go to the stage in a bit. And then you're going to defend why you have decided to betray Global
You'll get a
Esports.
short chance.
Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off because the players are ready for their walkout, and then you can talk about why you didn't pick Global Esports. But I'm excited to see their walkout. These two teams got so much energy,
Yes.
like personally on stage, and I think we're going to see some explosive, fun as heck plays. with that, we are going to go to the stage now and see Global Esports versus RRQ. This is VCT Pacific, and Week 7, we're seeing the matchup between South Asia's RRQ and Global Esports. Now, Quack, it's your time to explain why you didn't choose Mon yet, and instead you chose RRQ as your prediction.
I mean, hold up. First of all, these two, they're good friends. It was hilarious to watch them slap each other.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a slap fight, and that's what this prediction really is, you know, because I think I have to agree with Will. Global does look better in terms of just raw aim and just consistency, but thinking about the trends, thinking about the potential of RRQ, these guys have been just stronger underdogs, and with the win that they got from DRX, just the one map, I kind of really liked it. I hope to see that they have more counter strats against Global in this scene. Oh my gosh, get that!
EJ.
Oh, EJ!
I love it. EJ's also got a lot of personality. I mean, he's just a little jokester. I love talking to him whenever you have a chance. Same thing with Rossi, of course. I mean, he's just really loving the fact that he's here.
He loves his PJ pants.
He does like his PJ pants. And now Emin just
Emin, are you
looking a
okay?
bit confused. Oh, he's purposely...
Whoops, sorry.
Oh, by the way, I think this is also worth pointing out. Emin, now here for the first map, obviously they've been selectively subbing in Emin on only certain maps as that extra initiator. So curious to see what that means for the map picks and bans, and of course which agent he'll be picking up as well.
That's going to be very interesting. But of course, like we were talking about, the mental battle, and these two are the ones taking lead in that discussion. Ewok and Eraser. Oh! It's a hug! It's not just a bro fist anymore.
Oh, it's so
I
wholesome.
love it.
I love it. That's
All
why it was so hard to predict that.
Well, now that they've hugged it down, battle to the death here. RRQ versus
Oh,
Global
man.
Esports.
This is goodbye, Ewok.
Friends outside, but enemies in game.
I mean, that's what it's got to be, right? I mean, if you're preparing, especially, again, in a match like today for both teams, it would mean a lot in terms of keeping their chances alive for the playoffs, more so for RRQ, who we mentioned earlier on the desk. They have a harder road left ahead of them.
That's right. Again, I mean, both these guys tied 7-7, and only one of them really gets to continue to climb. I really wonder what this draft map pick will say, because that's going to matter a lot.
I love watching South Asia teams and Southeast Asian teams because they will always do something a little bit different. Yeah, and I'm hoping to see a lot of that today. And
I'm curious, I mean, with Emin here, I'm curious, maybe does that mean, you know, we might go to like a first map split, you know, maybe something a little crazy. So I'm curious to see what that would...
Pick Bind! Just pick Bind somebody,
I mean,
please!
Yeah, Bind. We haven't seen it here.
Keep the propeller hat and then just fly through the teleporter.
Or through the little hole on B site.
Oh yeah, with your hat.
That new little change, but all right, we're starting things off.
That's a good start.
Okay, no 3 sites. All right, I like it. I mean, I think especially Global giving a lot of respect, right? Yeah, a lot of respect to the Haven
RQ was scary on it.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. Yep, Emin did play the last time when they played against T1. He came in as that KO for RRQ's Fracture, so that's going to be the pickup there.
don't know how I feel about Fracture, though, because it does look a little bit chaotic at times. And remember, that's the one where they lost to T1 really heavily with Munchkin. But I do like Pearl. It's, again, one of those maps where I think it favors Global a little bit more just because they look a little bit more rehearsed. But I think it also allows for RQ to go in some deep lurks.
Guys,
bind!
Oh,
we've
there we
got
go.
a bind!
All right.
We've got a bind in the House of Pacific.
Take away the predictions. All we're predicting is we hope it goes to map 3. Yes, yeah.
Map 3, map 3.
Map 3.
I'm really curious, right, what the Pacific teams, you know, their interpretations are of the changes on Bind. I mean, we won't know until we finally get to see it. So it would be nice for us as viewers and, of course, as analysts and casters to be able to take a quick look. But, of course, for these teams, especially a team like RQ, again, who's fighting for that spot into the playoffs, I mean, trying to win at 2-0 is an absolute must.
Yeah, you want to make it decisive as well, but then again, you're never quite sure what's going to happen, so this agent composition will inform us just a little bit.
Okay, so quite a bit of a change on RRQ. I mean, they made a change
Wait.
last time for T1 as well, but...
Double duelist?
And then double Monette on the raise back. People have been asking for Monette to get back. Yeah, get back to the duelist. And now they're going Jet Raise. Oh, this is going to be a banger for sure. Because then on the other side, you have RRQ accepting, okay, we just got to go with kind of the meta picks here. You know, go for the double flashes, go for the Killjoy instead of something like a Cypher or the Viper that LB didn't look as used to. Oh, man, I'm curious how this one pans out.
This is going to be huge.
I think we're ready to get into the first game as these two battle for playoffs. And it's going to be absolute mayhem. I can't wait. The casters are going to talk us through it. And today we've got Valdez and Tasteless casting for us today on Fracture.
That is right. We might not even talk you through it. We might yell you through it.
Whoa.
It's going to be an insane match coming up here. I think this is a tough one to call. I think we probably will go to 3 maps. I think these teams are both top tier and have really improved over the weeks to come and seem to be in good form now.
Absolutely. I mean, both of these teams have showed that they are better than what they showed at the beginning of the league, of course. So very much looking forward to this match. Obviously, these two teams are very close with each other. A lot of the players, even the coaches, going back and forth. And, yeah, just excited to get into this one. Seeing the compositions, I like what Global Esports have brought out here. I like the little bit of flair, the double duelist. And if they can come out as sharp as they did last time around, they're going to be a really strong and scary team to take down, Tasteless. So here we are on Fracture.
Yeah, Valdez, RRQ versus Global Esports. We're going to go to the map Fracture to start this off. We had Rossi not on the team for the first couple weeks. He's finally now settled in here in Korea. And with his presence, he has done some incredible plays. We're definitely going to be watching how he performs here now. And look, RRQ, I was fortunate enough to actually have dinner with these guys just a few weeks ago, and they said they did feel a little uncomfortable on the stage in the very beginnings, but they've acclimated. They're feeling very confident now. They had a great series against DRX, and I look forward to seeing if maybe they can take Global Esports on.
Absolutely. Well, we're coming in here quick through the arcade right now as Global Esports trying to use that aggression, and immediately SK Rossi's going to take his head off.
First shot, first kill. Rossi with the headshot as Global Esports is going to pounce over here on the B side. Only 3 left for RQ as they're going to try to come in here with a retake. Flip gets 1. Texture's out of the picture.
Yeah, Flipshider not taking any damage either, but the spike is already planted, and Global Esports, a good time to mention they have the highest pistol win rate in all of VCT Pacific. We'll see if they can make it work now, or if I just cast or curse them as, he messes up the grenade! And they got it at half. I think RQ's going to be able to defuse this.
Yeah, I think they just stick it, and that's going to be it. A bold play there from RRQ as they put the first win on the board. One that did not really come down to the final gunfight, but maybe some sluggish moves there from Global Esports.
Yeah, you know, a little bit of caster curse action as well. You know, just throw a little chance over to RQ. But yeah, started off well for the side of Global Esports with that entry, but Evan just sticks it. Especially the fact that the peach shells they missed. I mean, that's a big deal. You're not going to be able to stop that defuse from coming in.
EJ with some great tunnel control back there as well. Global Esports here on map 2. They are going eco. Nobody's buying big this time around. They're going to quietly try to tiptoe over towards A, just past Dish. RRQ with a bit of an exterior position. They are going to send the bird in there and ping them, and that's going to signal to the rest of RRQ where exactly Global Esports is.
Yeah. You know, pretty typical one. They don't. Well, they do get the one blind, so Global Esports are actually going to wrap back around over here to bench and look to potentially enter B once again, but obviously not going to be too easy for them. But let's see what they got.
Again, a very quiet start as B is going to be the target. They're going to ease in over here, coming right underneath. And they're going to do a long, are they going to do a wraparound all the way towards A again? No, they're going to come up here to B. Just putting their sights down there.
Oh. Shot. Uh-oh. Here we go. Starting again.
Yeah, things a little shaky right now for RRQ. This is going to be pretty wild if they actually do lose this. Flip could try to pop through the door. It looks like he's just going to miss. As they're just going to go set up on A. Flip peeks. Monyet around that corner. Can't get the crosshair over there. And Global Esports gets another. Only 2 left now.
Oh, man, this is an insane round so far for Global Esports. On the eco, potentially going to win this one. I think Rossi was spotted, though. Alby Moore able to get one. Xpero gets the second. That's a third.
They keep it going. And it's just going to be Texture left over here trying to buy time. There is plenty of time on the spike here. And he gets it to half. Oh, and a missed spray shot there with the classic. A narrow victory. RQ gets 2 in a row.
Yeah, was a little bit painful for them, but they got there in the end. And that's going to feel pretty good. You'll note that they don't have too many credits now to go for their potential bonus round. Not going to feel too possible on that one. But yeah, Xpero with the Spectre, a lot of low health members on the side of Global Esports. They nearly made the eco play happen here in round 2, but it wasn't meant to be as RQ are solid through 2.
Yeah, excellent round there. Honestly, Global Esports very impressive despite losing that. This should be an easy bonus round, however, as RRQ, fairly starved, is going to come into this. And, you know, if they get plays like that, I'll tell you, man, a few Sheriff clicks to the head, and things start to look very different.
Yeah.
Can Elmi Moore get one more? Oh, ooh, close.
Pretty close, yeah. We saw this from 10 just yesterday. He was able to pull off some crazy stuff with the Sheriff. Even in a kind of losing position against PRX. Let's see what Elmi Moore's got. Definitely a better position for RQ this time around. Not going to land a second shot just yet.
All right, Rossi going to come forward here, trying to push. Gets one. Over to the side. Texture has him covered.
All right.
Ozzy with the wraparound. 3-stack over here in the hall. And he's going to try to flush him out. He does just that. Gunplay too good here for RRQ.
My ult's ready.
Yeah, just the stack and not landing the headshots. And Sparrow gets another as Vazzy just gonna sidestep that one. Does not care about the Brim ultimate. And it will be a round going the way of Global Esports. They do lose 3 of the rifles, but they are able to get on the board.
Every one of these rounds so far has been a bit of a bloodbath here. No flawlesses. It's been extremely close. Good play there by Global Esports, but an expected win in that bonus round.
Take a look at this, as some of the cleanouts here in A main were not that clean. Maybe I used the poor choice of words there, but Global Esports eventually do clear them out. And yeah, that Brim ult was kind of confusing, a little bit desperate, I suppose. Maybe trying to win the eco round for RQ. Don't think it was necessary for the side of Xpero, but that's just fine, as he is going to peek here on Dish, as there's another one from the other side.
Bit of a trade out there. We've got Flip trying to push up, but so far they've failed to actually curb any progress. Monyet got to come through here trying to get a nuke off. Shot fired and it does not connect. He'll wrap back around.
Spike planted.
And this is going to be a pretty hairy retake if they can actually pull it off.
Monyet trying to push here, low on health, trying to gain some information for his team as little Doggy backs up real quick. He's not having any of that.
Doggy with the dodge there on the paint shells. But so far, Global Esports, I mean, they've just been too good at controlling these angles. Emin makes a little bit of progress, but Rossi's going to be the final boss here on A.
Yeah, that's really the issue. Rossi here Half armor, he's got a Phantom though, and he's ready to go. And it looks like we will get a save from RRQ, not willing to push in 2v3 and get a late defuse off. So Global Esports should be able to tie it up 2-2.
And I guess the question now is, as we get further on into the half, how is Global Esports going to look? Are they going to keep stacking these wins together? They looked extremely strong in that last game. And a good save there for RRQ, trying to bring those rifles into the next round. We've got a Sheriff by here as well for Elmi Moore.
Yeah, can't blame them after what we saw earlier, at least on the first shot. The other one's a little bit not as clean, but you can get that first kill with the Sheriff. Anything is possible. It's continuing with the half armor bias here is Global Esports, even though they do have some credits under their belts after the last couple of rounds.
It's going to be a 3-2 split here. Pressure building onto A, but a heavy stack here for RRQ. We've seen them try to come through Dish a lot. EJ actually making it work here.
Yeah, the fault line getting so much value as Pain Sales just to try to buy some space, but it doesn't matter. He's going to be taken out.
Insane push there by Bozzy. Oh, flip. Looking like an aimbot. That was
There's
wild.
guy. He saw the second guy, so he's like, oh, I cleared the push, guys. A site's clear. Well, no, it wasn't. That's going to be a plant here. Elmi Moore will be able to upgrade his gun, though. Definitely a decent chance for RRQ on the retake.
I mean, this is doable for RRQ.
Smoke's down.
They're going to smoke this out. That should force the position for Global Esports to collapse slightly, allowing RRQ to advance a little bit further. And nobody's poked out just yet. And I don't think Global Esports is going to try to counter push. Texture just going to continue with a lurk, let the smoke run out, and it does.
But he is spotted. Bozzy is also low. He's going to get the one.
Oh, he
sees
saw
the
the
barrel.
Oh! That was sick.
Huge clutch.
I'm telling you, man, the guns in this game are too long.
You gotta get like sawed-off Phantoms,
That's right,
sawed-off Vandals. They just have terrible accuracy. Like nobody can hit anything.
Yeah.
Well,
Beautiful closer there, Bozzy. So clutch.
you saw even more than the barrel. You saw like his hands too.
Yeah.
And I guess, you know, it's hard to make that quick communication. Like, oh, I died from the corner, so he just wasn't looking the right way as he entered to try to retake in the 1v1, and can't really blame him for that one, obviously. So, nice little try from Xfero at the end, but Global Esports 3 rounds in a row, and sitting pretty after losing the pistol round to RRQ in a pretty close fashion.
RRQ calls for a timeout. They had a very good start, but it does seem like the half is beginning to run away from them. That last round there, I mean, that could have gone either way. It actually seemed like RRQ had the right setup. So I don't know if there's going to be a big talk about a strategic shift here, but we'll see if their behavior starts to change as we go into round 6. Still a delightfully close match. The question really is, can Global Esports keep comboing these wins? You know, the pistol round and the round 2, they're very different than when you start to get deep into a half and you really have a lot of utility. You've got your rifles out or operators out. You've got your ultis. That's where a stronger team can really express the skill difference.
Yeah, and we will be seeing some of that here as we have, you know, everybody's got rifles. We got 3 full armors on the side of RRQ. Somewhat rare to see that nowadays, as here comes SK Rossi looking for that entry, but Monyet's going to steal it away. Still a good entry here for Global Esports.
Have a funny little bump there from him. Beautifully done there by EJ, but Monyet gets him after that. Rossi here in the smoke. Actually just going to be... what? Oh.
Interesting idea.
Yeah.
I think he was going to die anyway, but nice to his ally as Global Esports are still cleaning him up here as
Friendly fire.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Global Esports has got this one. Emin, not going to be easy here. Does he opt to save? He might try to get one pick before he pulls out.
Yeah. Bozzy about to spot him, and he does get him with the Vandal spray from a decent range. So, at the end of the day, Global Esports hold on to 3 rifles. Now they're rich. They can do pretty much whatever they want.
They're loaded now. They've got some deep pockets, and it's going to be probably a Sheriff round. Maybe we'll see a Marshal, I'm not sure, coming out here. But overall, a great round there for Global Esports as they're continuing to combo these wins.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so hype. Look at that audience.
God.
I think there are more people in that shot than there are people in our studio right now.
The fans are out in force. I hope you guys are enjoying the winning nature so far for Global Esports. Hope they can keep it up for your sake.
The GE Army over there.
Yeah.
They got to be happy with a 4-week streak, excuse me, and possibly a 5th here. This is going to be a tough round for RRQ.
Well, Elmi Moore pretty consistent on the Sheriff headshot so far today. Rossi still trying to make some room for his team, being so aggressive, peeking into 2 people and a dog.
Wow, they try to flush him out. They're going to go for the push here. This is wild. Hold up a second. It's just texture left over.
And he's against Stingers, a Sheriff, and an upgrade now for Xfero, who's able to pick up a Phantom for himself.
I've seen this before with RRQ. Sometimes I feel like they're better with the weaker guns.
It's weird, I mean, they certainly have a lot of tricky strategies where they get very aggressive and like catch the enemy teams off guard when they're on eco rounds or like on half buys. So it's definitely, you can feel it whenever RRQ is playing that they do
30
look
seconds
pretty
left.
good in these eco-ish rounds.
Yeah, they're very good when cornered. Maybe not as strong in the straight-up play. It's so, you know, he can plant. I mean, A is a naked sight right now. He is going to go for that. They will hear the audio cue it out. We're going to see Flip try to sneak in here. I don't think we're going to see the lockdown used.
Yeah, definitely an option if they wanted to be super safe. But
all right. He's going to try to buy some time. Elmi Moore here with the Sheriff, man. He should just get the Sheriff every time.
We've seen this before where it's like, man, he's got more kills with the Sheriff than anything else. Don't pick up that Phantom. You don't need that.
Put that away.
Yeah.
Use the Sheriff instead.
Thrifty.
And so it's going to be a thrifty victory there for RRQ. Global Esports definitely caught off guard by that counterintuitive push over into spawn.
Take a look at the beginning. Elmi Moore opens it up. Onyek getting aggressive in the main, and then just, you know, they get the fault line through, I believe, and they're able to just push onto them very aggressively. RRQ fans out in force as well.
Yeah, viewing party over there in Jakarta. Got to be happy with that win there from RRQ. Let's see if they can perform as well in a rifle round here. We do have Rossi ready with the operator. It looks like he's going to be trying to get a pick over here at B. This is a 4-stack, by the way, at B. I mean, RRQ is ready to intercept this.
Yeah. Ready and waiting. Elmi Moore going to wait here at Generator as, there you go, the lockdown underneath in the sewers as a counter lockdown does come in from there, but Rossi's got an operator. He's not afraid to use it.
Got the lockdown Venn diagram here. Oh! Actually gets him.
Wait, both of them got one. That was...
Yeah.
You don't see that every day.
Not every day, no. So they haven't planted the spike yet. They're going to put this over here in the corner. Bozzy controlling from tunnel. Rossi staying in a retracted position. Oh.
And Emmons just running on the site now with the Phantom and Texture. He's got some health. Elmi Moore alone.
Not yet.
Oh, man.
Oh!
Well, that is a Global Esports round regardless.
Why did he push that?
I don't know.
I didn't understand the rationale. Don't you want to, I mean, I guess he's going to sit there and wait and run the clock, but
I guess it's like either you one-tap him and deny the rocket, or you're just going to get rocketed on the defuse.
Yeah, as long as your finger can find that mouse button, you're probably going to win that.
Unless you, like, hit the, you can watch it here again. He
go.
has to hit the immediate headshot. So he, like, hops out, but he even jumps as well, which, I mean,
Even
you're
if
not
you
going to
get
hit
the
a
immediate
headshot like
headshot, that rocket's going to be inbound.
Probably, yeah. As long as he can react on time, which is very easy, actually, with the showstopper. Interesting.
Quiet start here. We go into round 9. Creeping up towards A. RRQ with very good instinct. They actually had a 4-stack on A to start this off. They are going to send Flip back over here just to check. And they're going to... Oh! Does that get him? Yep. Can't get out in time.
He was putting down smokes, and even Emin gets kind of caught off guard there too. Did pick up 1 kill at least. But this should be, it's looking like a pretty solid Global Esports round now. EJ only on a frenzy.
Yeah, this is a rough one.
Okay.
Oh! Tell you, man, Elmi Moore is just getting these great shots. He is traded out. Rossi gets the kill. EJ is going to creep forward here. Certainly outgunned. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, able to clear out SK Rossi, but Flipschneider doesn't really have enough time, so he's just going to try to bait someone out with the door open and then run away. So Global Esports going up to 6-3 with a very aggressive entry onto A site, even with 3 people there on the stack for RRQ, still able to get in there relatively cleanly.
Yep, beautiful round there. Global Esports with double the lead right now, 6-3.
Yeah. As let's take a look at the replay here. As you see, SK Rossi's underneath. He is going to pick up a second kill, and watch this. He actually saw him go up against the wall, so every time Rossi does anything, it's like, okay.
I love it.
We are exploding here at the viewing party.
I love it, man. So sick. We go now into round 10, and this has been pretty tumultuous first half so far for RRQ. The best they can hope for is to tie this up. Rossi now on the move.
Yeah. Has Spectre too, just in case, as, man, he's really hitting his ally with that a lot today.
Yeah, there's been a lot of friendly fire with that.
Not yet. First time raise, well, at least for this tournament, obviously. As, okay, it's going to take a little bit of damage as they spot them over there in arcade, and it looks like Global Esports just want to back away.
Yeah, I think this is a good read. Hold on. Rossi might try to come forward anyways. Can he get a pick? Doesn't see anybody yet. And he gets pinged with that, but I don't think it's going to deter him. He's just going to climb right up. Oh! Whips the shot.
Yeah, the right click not quite there, as Evan's still under a lot of fire. Aaron able to win that duel, as even with the hellfire coming down from the skies, they get them out of tower, but still Global Esports in a good position.
Well, they're going to have to commit over here to A. Monyette's going to get that kill, and that's going to actually pull another RRQ player over here to the B side. It's going to be just the Killjoy utility to slow them down.
30 seconds left.
Aaron, I guess he was tanking?
Whoa!
More the spray, jeez!
My God! He's going to nab the spike, but he can't stop him from getting over there. The spike is going to be planted. Hold on a second. Yep, goes down.
Now it's only Monyette. He's going to get fault lined. There's a lot of trouble for him. 1v2.
Oh, beautiful round. That's going to be it. They will get the defuse. 4-3 now. Great execute. Great retake back over onto the site.
Yep. Starts with the Nano Swarm, which, by the way, on this patch you can see from farther away. I always like to mention that because it feels like such a tiny change, as a lot of people still getting hit by those and actually dying to them, as we did see in this round as Global Esports tried to rotate.
We're getting a lot of kills with utility here. That was maybe the most incredible moment here of the fight so far here. Hopping up over there and getting the double kill in a surprise peek.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to do that. You know, low on health, they're not going to expect you to get that aggressive, and certainly if you're ever caught off guard, if you can hit your shots, it's not going to matter how much health you have. Here comes Rossi again.
Rossi guns the dog down, hiding in the cloudburst, but the spray shots there too good, as we've got Global Esports thinned down to 3 players. Make that 2. Oh, make it none.
Wow.
Fast round.
Yeah, RQ just...
Last round.
It seemed, you know, like Global Esports did that push before, right? With SK Rossi out the door, straight into a smoke, and they're just like, no, I mean, we have double phantom, we're just going to spray you down. Easy peasy. Took a lot of wind out of the sails of Global Esports, pun intended. And RQ just saw it coming a mile away. They were able to handle this very nicely.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there, and then just perfect gunplay. Nicely done there by EJ. The game of catch-up is real. We're either going to end this first half with 6-6 or 5-7. So RRQ is still competitive, still viable so far in the series.
Yep. Well, slowing it down now. It's Global Esports. Last round here, so got to use everything. We got 3 ults against the 2. You would imagine that Global Esports should enter pretty quickly here with a Rolling Thunder and Showstopper combination.
All right, we're going to have a peek. A little dangerous when he does that with the spike in hand, but he does not get punished.
Scout destroyed.
And they're going to seesaw back up towards A, it looks like. There is a double stack over here. It's a good crossfire setup. What am I looking at? Beautifully
totally flashed.
Oh my god! What an insane round! All right, EJ's cleaning house. This is looking to be a 6-6 half here.
Yeah, the flash timing was actually perfect, and Monyet had no chance. After he had already blast packed in, there was just nowhere to go, and then even with the Hellfire, it doesn't matter. That is an ace for EJ.
Yeah, they gave it to him too.
Yep.
All right, EJ, this one's yours. They let him come through. He gets that final kill. We now go to the second half here, round 13. As it's dead even.
We won't lose.
Felt like Global Esports had a lot of momentum here in the middle of that first half, but you know that pause that Ewok called for, it definitely put those RRQ players in a very different winning mindset.
Yeah, that's a big one. We will have halftime now, and it's going to be interesting to see how the entries will go on the side of RRQ. Again, they're not running double duelists, so should be, in theory, a little bit more difficult. And, I mean, same could be said for the side of Global Esports. We'll see how their defense is.
It's been a very interesting series. Rossi definitely on point for the early part of that half. He did get a little bit too aggro. Not even really losing gunfights so much as just getting sprayed down inside smoke. So RQ with that instinct to kind of know probably where the opposing player is and get that execute.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a long series. I think we're going to map 3. And I bet this might be,
so.
With these two teams, this could be one where we're probably going to see one overtime as well. They seem to be very even.
Let's go 6-6 and then do it again. Run it back. And go 12 all. Straight in as, whoa. Look at that. The Global Esports logo with a bunch of player names, a bunch of words in many different languages.
Yep, I think it's all the languages of the players on that team. And I think anybody who thinks they can call this is crazy. It's been so close. But again, guys, if you ever want to come down to our studio, you are always welcome. We do provide materials as you enter so that you can make these fun signs and show your support for your favorite team.
That is a sign for Homalife Esports League of Legends team. Hi from Ireland.
Ireland, welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah, it's been wild how international the audience has been. And I mean, if you're going to come to Korea, man, truly this is part of the cultural experience, is going to an esports event. This is the one to come to.
Come on down. Always have a good time. By the way, there are a lot of Texture fans in the audience, including multiple signs that say, let's become a couple, let's get married. Texture pretty popular here in Korea. Yeah.
All right, we start now, round 13 here. Rossi here with the pistol. A push now down out from B. Whoa, what? All right, Monyet got the kill there. We totally didn't catch that one on camera.
How did he even manage that?
Oh.
That's crazy.
RRQ getting that plant. Oh my God!
Spike planted.
These shots!
Yeah, he's just too good with headshots.
Yeah.
Like the 1 taps, the 2 taps. He's just too good. EJ, he's going to take another route with a frenzy here to spray them both down as Monyet's alone, and he gets one. 22 health.
This looks so impossible. And they can just run the clock. Gonna try to bait him. They're too wise to do that. That does whiff.
Yeah, just buying time here as Monyet is just lost. I mean, there's nothing you can do. He's gonna go down. Flipsider will pick up the kill, and that is a second pistol round for RRQ against our best pistol teams statistically in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, great round there from RRQ to start things off. And it's going to be a very light round here for Global Esports, as they are going to completely and totally save. Tell me more, man. With these 1-taps, it is wild.
Yeah.
I'm almost only half joking about never give this guy a rifle. Like, if it's a sheriff or a ghost, he's so good. It's insane.
Yeah. Elmi Moore this time going for the full armor buy and just holding on to his ghost. And so, in theory, that is kind of what we're asking for. It's not the Sheriff, but he's going to have a lot of utility as well. So,
bit of a standoff over here. 4 stack up north of spawn. And, you know, this is a technique you'll see used a lot of times in a round 2 if you've lost the first round 1, is you just kind of flip a coin and guess, all right, if they're on A, well, maybe we can just overpower them.
yeah.
And in this case, RRQ, well, they flipped whatever side was not what Global Esports bet on because they're going to come into B for free. Well, hold on. They haven't come in just yet. I think they probably will move in when they confirm that tunnel is clear.
Yeah, they're just checking every single corner with their initiators and just making sure that nobody's here. And they will find that out now. They know they're not going to get stacked. Now, do Global Esports all just die to the spike or try?
Yeah, let's see what they do.
It's a difficult map to do it on. You would have to kind of make it through Flipshider here and maybe go into the sewers.
All right, so he's going to try to just sandbag the progress. Emin up here. Gets one.
Down you go.
All right,
One
well,
enemy
Well, this
remaining.
is actually not terrible, to be honest.
huh. Okay, just dies to the paint shells.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to hop off the rope, and that's the end of that one. The
So-
gunplay from RRQ is, like,
It's
insane
insane,
today.
man.
They're so good.
All right, so the bonus round here for Global Esports, with as close as this has been, I would imagine they have to win this round if they're going to come through and win in what's been such a delightfully close map 1 so far.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Emin and Flipshider buy here.
Time to explode.
Frenzy and a Stinger. Half armor. Trying to save as much as possible.
Oh my God! Come on, yet Superman's in. He trades out for 1. Rossi now going to come through here with a wraparound.
Yeah, the flank is real, but they know this is happening. Sexter's able to get one. Bazzi gets the other. As Emin's still here, he's going to be flashed. They knew it. As in the sewers, down goes Xpero, and Global Esports will be able to swiftly take them down, only losing a couple of rifles.
Yeah, good executes there from Global Esports as they're going to try to catch up. They had a pretty healthy looking couple of rounds once we got past the pistol position in the first half. Let's see if they can do it again and try to chain those wins together.
Emin actually just there to kind of catch him and get the kill with the frenzy, but it wasn't enough even with the gun upgrade to make too much out of it afterwards.
All right, slow start here. RRQ going to camp for a little bit, maybe hoping that, you know, Global Esports will try to do another push again and they can just intercept it. But Global Esports is mixing it up pretty nicely. They're being very quiet and very patient. And so this moment that RRQ holds its position isn't going to benefit them. It's just going to be less time to try to secure either the A site or the B site.
Yeah, I like RRQ taking it easy here, just slowing it down because, as you guys can tell, we saw this in the first half. They got behind a couple of rounds and the economy just got blown out of proportion. They were able to catch up afterwards, but they certainly want to win this one. As Texter waiting in Sands.
They're going to go back. 45 seconds remaining here, and the spike appears to be headed towards B. A triple stack ready on B as well. And, I mean, they're going to have to move very quickly here. If there's any way that we can see, you know, a progress hindered here, it's possible the spike doesn't get
30
planted.
seconds left.
Trailblazer comes through as not the best entry for the side of RRQ. There's a lot of utility used by Global to slow this down. Only 19 seconds.
He's flashed, goes behind the box. Gonna hide in plain sight.
B.
Oh!
Enemy
Oh! Gets that kill. Nicely done.
10 seconds left.
Elmi Moore, man.
Yeah. Elmi Moore may be playing better than everybody on both teams here, but it's not going to be enough here. And so that's going to be an 8th round win here. We're tied 8-8. Is he going to get the pick?
Do it.
Didn't happen.
Yeah. Elmi Moore, I mean, the way he's playing, I feel like he was going to go for it, but just going to take it slow. Hold on to that rifle.
So we've got a budget round here for RQ, but let's not forget, this is when they've played their best. It's when they have sheriffs in hand,
Yeah.
and they have to have perfect headshots. That's when they're able to deliver. Good usage there of the showstopper. Crowd going wild.
They're going insane in there. I mean, anytime Global Esports wins a round,
Well, it's
especially if SK Rossi gets a kill or two.
right. They're going to try to push up into A now. Killjoy utility is going to be the jungle they'll have to hack their way through. The Texture's lurking over here. He gets the first kill, but that's not the side they're coming in from. Whoa! Beautifully done. Pulls right back out. EJ gets Rossi on Texture there.
He's holding on to the showstopper, trying to clear out any defenders that are coming in. As the plant comes down, Monyet not able to pick anyone off, and now...
Barely gets out. Bazzi here with the wall banks. These shots not connecting. Monyet sees the first. Xfero solo on hit points here. One bullet and he's gone.
They're making this so close with frenzies and classics.
He sees the feet. That's going to be it. Gets the defuse in the last few seconds. Beautiful retake there from Global Esports. A pivotal moment that could have gone either way.
Yeah, I mean, it was so close in that round. Just a couple of ultimates used by RQ trying to clear out the site, and it nearly bought them a round win. I don't even know how EJ got that kill. Just insane stuff. Monyet able to short up a bit as Aaron does the cleanup, but
you can see that's an unfortunate spot to hide there when your legs are sticking out.
You got to shorten the legs, I think, as well,
That's
not
right.
just the gun barrels. Everybody's going to use hoverboards from
You got to
now
go
on.
into Astroform where you can float
Yeah,
and hide
exactly.
there where they never find you.
Yeah. So remember, RQ had a eco round in the last one. So I mean, they killed 4 people with basically not much else, other than some frenzies and utility. As we do have a tech pause here, we'll have to wait and see what this is about.
Yeah, we'll let you guys know when they get it sorted, and we're going to go right back into this game. Again, it's too close to call.
Yeah.
We are seeing RRQ in their best state when they're cornered. So I would imagine if Global Esports can stack a few more wins, they're going to chase them right back up there and even it out.
Yeah, just like last time, it went to 6-3, you remember, and then tied it up at 6-6. Elmi Moore is my BFF. Me
What
too.
enthusiastic fan. The other one, I think he's waiting for our next match here.
Oh, he's he's awake. The Korean casters are saying, "Wake up."
Yeah, that's so funny.
G fighting. If you lose, you're not going home. This is his first time at the studio.
Yeah, got a lot of first-timers here. Valorant has been blowing up here in Korea. Getting a lot of spectators in the audience. We've been seeing the watch parties in India and Indonesia, which have been both huge. And so while we're on this tech pause, we're going to be taking a look at the fans that have come out to enjoy the games.
Yeah. Jung In-ho is one of the Korean commentators as well, and that was like a poem basically written for him. Very long one. There's a sign that says, "I love Jung In-ho." Just adding to it. It's Korea's #1 analyst. There you go.
Gotta love it.
She made a sign for him.
A lot of support here from Global Esports. Truly the most global team we've got here. Players from all over the world.
True.
And, you know, RRQ was mentioning they were very interested in trying to compete with this team because RRQ, half Indonesian, half Filipino team. So these teams have cast a wide and international net, and they really want to prove that they are the better one.
Just another Texture fan. Oh, speaking of which, here are 3 more.
Yep, there it is. Support for Texture there.
I've waited a long time for a man like you, is what this sign says. I wonder how he feels about all the love.
This has been such a great series so far. Hopefully this tech pause gets sorted. Doesn't seem to be on the end of RQ. From the stage where we're at, I can see RRQ down there, and I don't see any refs or tech people that are consulting with him. So I assume the issue is probably over here with Global Esports. If they do, if production does inform us, we'll let you guys know what that is. But right now, we're not clear. And it looks like it was some kind of an audio issue, just been told here.
Yeah, pretty important when you're playing Valorant, right? You want to make sure you hear the footsteps.
I think out of all the esports there is, tactical shooter probably sound is the most important. So as soon as they get that fixed, we'll be back into this. Again, I really feel like in this first map, we're going to be going to overtime.
I think it's pretty likely,
Yeah.
Yeah, would assume so. As production's searching for every single fan sign
That's right.
in the audience, even the ones that just say Global Esports win.
Yeah. This is, we're going to run out of signs here. We're getting a lot of shots of the audience.
Yeah, I think that, you know, part of the reason why there are so many Global Esports fans here in Korea is because obviously Texture and Bazi, longtime pro gamers from Korea, and the support is out in droves for not only them, of course, but with the focus on them and their team.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of love. I was fortunate enough to cast the first 2 years of Valorant here in Korea, and Texture was a superstar. So obviously this is a big pickup here for Global Esports.
Yeah.
Those are the jet blades. Look at that.
Is that Jet's face in the middle there? Like, what's going on with that?
I think it's the player's face. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this sign says, I didn't come here to watch the players. I came for Jung In Ho, the Korean commentator.
Yeah, gotta love that.
Seeing a trend here.
So it looks like they have sorted the audio issue out. We're going to be hopping into this once both teams confirm that they're ready. We'll be back into this as an update if you're just now joining us. This is game one in the best of three with RRQ versus Global Esports. It's so close. Right now, RRQ 8 to Global Esports is 9.
Yeah, it really could go anybody's way. I mean, especially RRQ shoring it back up any single time they get behind. As we are going to potentially have a timeout as well.
Yeah. Okay, so I think the tech pause may be done. Timeout start. I feel like this is the first time we would have a timeout. Yeah, so we went from tech pause to timeout. This is a first for me, guys. Normally you see a timeout after a team loses a round.
Okay, so I guess it's RRQ's timeout. I think that was a little bit of a whoopsie. Doesn't look like Global has called any timeouts. So RRQ will call their second.
Yeah. Both teams have been playing extremely well. And there's been many, many rounds where it's just come down to like, you know, 2 players versus 2 players or 1 player versus 1 player, and it could go either way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So RRQ is going to use this timeout now and try to figure out, you know, what screws did they need to tighten? What dials did they need to turn in order to eke out those extra wins?
Yeah, Ewok did a great job of that last timeout in the first half, so hopefully they can do it once again as the timeout is now over, and hopefully now we can resume the Valoranting.
All right, back to it. So we go into round 18. Global Esports with just the smallest lead.
Yeah.
RRQ, it is going to be a rifle round for them. Rossi with the operator going to look for a pick.
One already crossed over, and now he's in a lot of trouble here, actually.
Oh, yeah, an overextension for sure. And RRQ dropped to immediately. That operator out of the picture.
It's just a really smart play from RRQ. They get the fault line down. They stop the aggressive hopping, and now Bazi is caught by the Rolling Thunder here. He's not able to get away from that one.
Okay, so we get that spike planted. And we got to see how Global Esports is going to try to do a retake. They're going to let this Killjoy utility burn out.
Kind of a cute corner here for Elmimore. Just hoping they run through the smoke. It's not going to happen unless Aaron does it.
There.
Okay, so he's going to chuck a nade in here. And Munyet gets one, so he starts it.
Yep. Got to run it now.
Yeah, with the molly, it just, you know, buys more time. Always frustrating to deal with.
Player standing.
Munyet gets another. Munyet, the last one left.
One enemy
Gonna
remaining.
blast back
Oh.
over. What? Oh, bumps his.
He's just like hunting him down. It's like a horror movie right now. Monyet is the monster. He's
He's
just
coming
running
for
at
him.
him. He's just running at the guy. And
Wild, man.
Yeah.
9-9. Great round there.
money.
An unfortunate moment there, Rossi. We saw the very start of that. Looking for a shot with the operator. Had to make a split-second decision. Tried to hide in the cloud burst with the shorty and then pop out. Failed. And that's really what allowed RQ to then spill into the site.
Yeah.
Get the plant, get the win. So let's watch Rossi again. He's with the operator once more.
Don't
Obviously,
overthink
it's very
it.
expensive, so he's going to need to make this work.
Right there.
Yeah, perhaps hoping he can pick up a couple of picks and then just go into a Blade Storm round potentially to catch back up. As, you know, he's a great player. I feel like he is not quite having the same impact that we saw from last week. But let's see if he can potentially get some picks here with the operator. No, gonna miss that shot.
Yeah, it looked like he almost had it, but it does not connect. So he's going to hop further back here. He's going to be the first line of defense.
Spot him.
But they're not going to commit. RRQ decides to seesaw back over to B. B is going to be an easy take here.
Yeah. As it stands, looks like only Bazzi is slowly making his way over. And, I mean, he's back in spawn as the rotation is coming out from Aaron and Monyet. Gonna catch EJ off guard and get Flipshider as,
Down B.
there were three of them. Didn't expect the third time.
Yep, bit of a trade out there. Spike has been dropped, but it's not going to be stopped. He is going to be able to nab it. We don't have a whole lot of time left here, so they are going
30
to come
seconds
on to
left.
B. And again, B is undefended for the time being. Rossi looking, sees the barrel of the gun, and pings it.
It's gonna knock him out, but can't knock him out of the corner.
Oh, good shot there. Bozzy clears it.
Player standing.
Tell me more.
All right, just Rossi. Can he clutch this moment?
Oh!
Oh, great setup there for RRQ. And that's going to be the second operator in a row that is lost.
Yeah, and if I'm the coach here, immediate, slamming my fists on that timeout button because Global Esports got themselves in a really good spot here. I mean, they get the stop on the plant. They're delaying so much time, but then Elmimore gets this, and then he spots that there's one more guy. Somehow they know he's in there, and he's calling Hellfire, and that's the end of him.
Yeah, they just flushed him right out. So we're back to it. My favorite song, the timeout song. So Global Esports is going to call this timeout. There's not much left here. We're in the twilight of map 1, and RQ is taking a lead.
Yeah.
And, it's unfortunate, with Rossi being the star player, he's not able to get those essential operator picks. When you've got a Jet, you're able to get into positions with the operator that other players just can't because you can go deep, get a kill, and then escape back out and set up a new position. And I love the praying Pepe here.
Full trust 6, Pharaoh the GOAT. I mean, that ultimate was surely goated.
Yeah, definitely goated. But yeah, Rossi not getting these picks he needs to get.
Yeah, he's having a rough start here today, and we know he can provide more. So hopefully he can shore that up a little bit.
So, round 20 now. Very important one here. And I do really feel like we're going to go into overtime here. It's been such a back and forth. Again, this is going to be an extremely difficult round here for Global Esports. We've seen RQ. When they're behind, when they're cornered, they're very strong. How is Global Esports going to play when RQ is ahead?
Yeah, now that RQ got the lead, I guess they lost some power then. Not able to quite play with the same amount of vigor. And as I say that, EJ's going to get the first blood somewhere on the map here. Looks like over at the rope.
All right, they don't commit just yet, but it looks like they are going to be going for the B site push. Tell me more ready. He's going to slip
God.
just over box. He gets the first kill.
Our spike placement.
Oh, he's in the middle of setting up utility, and he gets the second. Huge play here for RRQ.
And they hit the plant, so they can just buy whatever they want. Global Esports now backed against the wall. Will they be able to do the same thing RRQ did to them in the first half? It's pretty rough. RRQ have been dominating the last couple of rounds. Very interesting, but EJ maybe just trying to check over the smoke, and it kind of worked.
He peeked over to see if anybody was sitting down there.
Let's go. I love you, Park Jong. Let's go, bro.
All right, so we've got Rossi with the
Find
operator
the weak
again.
point and break it.
Can he actually get some kills with it?
Yeah.
So far, his operator performance has been lackluster in the second half.
His Blades Arm as well, just in case.
Bomb buddy out.
See how this one is going to go. Global Esports should be favored in this round with the amount of ultimates they have. As I say that, he's going to get sprayed down mid-showstopper.
Got body left on the high ground there. EJ with the showstopper ready, looking for a target. He's got to find one. He will! And it's a trade out.
Oh, man.
Oh, hold on, Bozzy with the clutch.
Yeah, RQ maybe trying to rush a little bit into the A site just a bit. I mean, they should be able to get this plant down, but maybe didn't have to lose as many members. And now
Oh, my
Bozzy's
God.
just holding here alongside of his Brimstone buddy.
All right, Flash comes out.
Enemy remaining.
Emin gets one. Another Flash. Emin with no HP. He is picked off there in the end with the classic. It's 11 to 10. They did it.
They did do it.
I learned something.
They do not have. Okay, they use I think 2 of their ultimates there. As man, that was close. Aaron ran out of all of his bullets. He had to pull out the classic to kill the 5 health Emin, who nearly sprayed him down through the box. Like such a close round, but just barely. Global Esports is able to hold on tight. I think you're right about the overtime, Tasteless.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting it. All right, this time a push into B, but not a quick one. They're going to slowly edge up here. Global Esports had the right idea, just on the wrong side of the map, is they're going to comb up into A, and with A being dead quiet, B is going to be the obvious location, so we're going to need to see Global Esports probably win with a retake here. Lockdown comes in here, which, you know, they're not going to get a lot of value out of it since, you know, nobody from Global Esports is here, but it's still a great idea.
Yeah, I kind of like the play. They know the lockdown is available, so they just clear out the rest, maybe trying to hope to 3v1 while the lockdown, you know, they can't go in anyway, so they're just trying to get some value while they know that lockdown's going to come down. It's pretty predictable, as now they have Defender lockdown, but it doesn't cover the site.
Okay, the smokes come down. First blood in this round. EJ takes Munyet out. RRQ starting to stack those kills, but Rossi's back.
Rossi is back, and so is Aaron. They are coming back huge as the Molly, though. Gonna stop the defuse, and it's Sparrow.
Sparrow gonna run up into a different position.
He's
Game of
bought
hide
enough
and
time.
seek. I don't know that Global Esports is gonna have enough time, and it doesn't even matter as the last kill is there. RRQ with the 12th win.
Man, that one fan in the crowd with the sign for Xfero is going to be ecstatic after a round like that.
He was a time traveler. He
After
saw what we
Rossi
did.
and Aaron are able to get on in here. Look at this play from Rossi. He's getting very aggressive, picks off 2. Aaron gets another 2. It feels so done and dusted. But at the end of the day, Xfero gets 1 molly kill, 1 sewer kill, and 1 just waiting while there's not enough time on the spike to defuse, not even getting it to half. And now RRQ, match point.
In this round, it is going to be Global Esports trying to just fight back for that overtime. RQ hungry to shut this down. And they're going to be coming up to B. It's just Killjoy utility and Texture at a pretty wide angle. And so Texture unable to prevent the seizure of the B site. It's going to be a plant, and it's going to be all about Global Esports trying to recover this position and defuse that spike.
All right, here we go. Rolling Thunder trying to make it in. EJ's not able to get out. Aman, no, is out here in the smoke. They don't cover main, and he picks off the first kill.
Rossi, knives drawn. Can he get the play he needs here? He comes in, doesn't see anybody, and it's too late. Blindsided there. Just 2 left over. The lurk in the smoke.
Aaron's waiting for it, can't hit the spray! And Bossy goes down, and RRQ will take it 13-10. No overtime required.
Big plays there from RRQ. They've won the first map. The question is, can they win the second or third? Global Esports was really able to keep up, but in the end, great executes from RRQ. Also winning very important moments where they were probably not supposed to win as far as guns go.
Yeah.
Great shots with the Sheriffs, great eco rounds, and so they right now have that 1-0 lead.
Yeah, the eco strategies, the pushes, they have the entries onto the site, all extremely clean. The gunplay looked better for RRQ as RRQ GOATS is true here for the first map. Monyet actually had the highest ACS of anybody, though, but he was alone, and right below him was EJ, Elmimore, and Emin. All three of them just stacked on the side of RRQ. And that doesn't even include Xfero, who had so many clutches on this map.
Yeah, what a great map to start this off. I do feel like we probably are going to have 3 maps here. It's going to be Pearl here for map number 2. And let's see, I mean, that's going to be the pick there for Global Esports.
Yeah. Especially when a map is this close, your map pick could be the decider, right? So I kind of agree with you that
if you just have a couple of plays on that map that can allow you to garner those wins.
Yeah. Maybe Global Esports win the next one 13-10 or something, and we go straight into binds. Although, really got to hand it to RRQ. I mean, they showed their stuff. They pulled it out on their map pick, and it wasn't a stomp by any means, but they definitely looked like the better team for the majority of the rounds. And that was enough to net them the victory, so pretty good stuff.
Very impressive stuff. We did have these moments back there from Rossi where it did not seem like he was able to deliver. You know, we've had these weekends where Rossi is getting every operator shot, Blade Storms come out and everybody dies. This time around, whether it was the operator or the shorty or Jet's ulti, he was not able to make anything connect.
Some of the signs, man, that one's like, if you lose this one, Texture, you have to marry me. And she's like, there's no ring on my finger. And she like swings her fingers around. Like they're getting really, really creative with the sign stage.
Yeah.
As just fighting for Texture's heart. As maybe that's what Global Esports need in the second map instead.
Yeah, RRQ, they came in here, and we had the lowest expectations for them, to be honest. We weren't really sure how this team was going to perform. And the first couple of weekends, they didn't really perform that well. But now that's changing. They're really delivering against some of the strongest teams, and Global Esports is no exception.
Yeah, RRQ, Talon, even Global Esports as well. Teams that started off slow and are now really showing their full form. So it's really cool to see how the league is developing and these newer teams coming into the mix and really giving it their all and giving us great maps like that.
My big takeaway as we've gone deep into this tournament is that all these regions have very strong teams. Everybody's viable. Even the teams that are at the very bottom of the stack as far as results have made for some really entertaining and technical games in each of the maps they played on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, that was map number 1. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back for Pearl for map number 2. That aggression. And though Elmimore able to get one, Xfero gets the second. That's a
come forward here, trying to push,
landing the headshots. Xfero gets a sidestep that one. Does not care about. He is also low. He's going to get the one.
Oh,
Sees the barrel. Ozzy about to spot him, and he does come in. We're on the site now with the Phantom and Texture. Load.
Oh, they're going to have to commit over here to A.
Guess he was tanking.
Oh, get down to 3 players. Make that 2.
Oh, to go, and then even with the Hellfire doesn't heal. That plant, 2 taps. It's too good. He's
oh my God!
Classic.
He sees the beat. That's gonna an overextension for sure. Fox, he gets the first kill. Oh, he's in the middle of setting up utility, and he's
back, and so is Aaron. They are coming back huge as the Molly, though. Let's stop the confusion.
I don't know that Global Esports is gonna have enough time.
Hey, you're watching VCT Pacific here in Seoul, South Korea, and we just finished Game 1 of Match 1 RRQ, taking down the first win on Fracture. And it was was quite close, as we suspected it would be.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely a nail-biter all the way to the end. A couple clutches on both sides as well. But at the end of the day, RRQ, even though they had that slower start, they seem to just be able to adapt just a bit quicker, especially off of both of their timeouts throughout this map.
Yeah, hold up. I mean, I don't think it was just a slow start. RRQ actually beat Global with pistol wins this time. That is a huge thing.
Yeah, I mean, Global, they were ranked 1 in pistol wins so far. Coming into this match, I wonder how these two will add on to that and maybe even in map 2. But RRQ showing that they're no pushover in that department. Yeah,
I mean, they picked this map for a very strong reason, and it shows in the clear preparation that they have. I think in a lot of the positioning, they actually knew how to counter against this. I don't know if they expected the double duelist, but they certainly knew how to position themselves around SK Rossi's tailwind sometimes.
Yeah, and
seeing Monyet on Raze was still, I think
it's worth pointing that out just because RRQ did win. We're going to be breaking down some of RRQ's positioning and the way they played out this map. And I just want to give that shout out to Monyet real quick before we forget about it, because it's you can't forget this, right? He did his job as at Raze. I mean, even in first kills, right? He's got 6 first kills, the most on that team, 25 and 20 KD as well. I mean, some people saying, was there a Raze diff on either side? I would say no, both of them doing the job they needed to, but RRQ, just the way they were playing as a team, coming together just a bit better than Global Esports. And I'll be honest, I mean, SK Rossi not able to hit his shots today, right? Was getting picked off a lot. He actually goes down like 1 and 7 to flips in a 1v1 scenario, right? So if you're getting picked off by that second line of defense or attack that many times, it's going to be a rough time.
That's right. Now, you mentioned timeouts, and I think, today's a good day to talk about timeouts and how it's really used as part of an overall strategy.
Yeah, let's talk about RRQ had both of them. I want to talk about the first one. So first of all, we're going to look at round 4. Now, the focus is actually more on Global Esports, but take a look at what happens. Global Esports, they're pushing through A dish and through drop. They even use the orbital strike. We can even see the laser coming down from the sky there. And that happens on round 4. And then they're eventually able to get through, and they'll be able to get the spike plant. Then we go to round 5. And once again, the spike goes up to the north side of the map. And meanwhile, we see RRQ trying to combat this by having their own fault line and an own 3v3 setup, but it's not enough. I mean, Flips hits some crazy shots, but at the end of the day, that means a main was open, so the site is opened up. Then we see a timeout coming in from RRQ. Obviously, both coaches trying to talk about what they did, and RRQ makes a great adjustment. They now put their Killjoy setup on dish, but Global says, we read right through your timeout. Nobody goes to dish. It's a 5-man push through main, and this change in setup, trying to rely on Killjoy's utility to react to it, is now nullified, and Global, sure, EJ trying to hold the line with a showstopper, but it's not going to be enough. They still eventually break through the site again, and this was just part of that kind of 4-round streak that Global was able to make happen here in the first half.
Yeah, it was, a really cool observation. You noted something similar happening yesterday as well. Now, Quack, we saw some really spectacular kills by our RRQ. EJ in particular really bouncing off, maybe literally bouncing off of the Sky util.
I think in a lot of these rounds, it's really smart plays from both sides, but also you need the players to really execute these to perfection. And in a lot of this was EJ landing his shots. Supported by Emin and LB Moore as well, they were able to combo with the utility, actually blinding Monyet in the first one, and then allowing for EJ to go in for that final ace at the very moment, putting EJ in a lot of frags, but also Xpharaoh clutching out in a lot of these rounds, I think, really allowed for RQ to find that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, we can just jump right into that as well, because we saw it in the highlight package near the end. But, we come down to round 22. The lockdown was used by RRQ. Obviously, Global very well prepared for it. And we actually finally start to see SK Rossi get warmed up in this round, right? It took a little while. And as you see Global Esports go for their own retake with their own lockdown, they basically put a lockdown in a position where they know where they need to strike. They can expect one to be in that little corner in tower, and then the rest have to be towards main. EJ's still holding strong, but look at Rossi. He's able to dash by the first opponent, make sure he can win that duel, and it looks like it's going Global's way, but first the Molly, and then Xpharaoh, just understanding exactly where everyone's left. He goes for the spam through the smoke and immediately repositions because he knows time is in his favor. And this round, if Global won this one, momentum could have very well swung back where maybe it goes to overtime or Global might be able to close it out with Rossi now getting warmed up. but Xfero shuts it down just in time.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a very critical round, you know, that RRQ ended up taking away with the clutch moment between the two brims. I always like watching the two brimmy,
Two
brimmies.
The brimmies with the simmies going
with the
against each other.
I mean, there were so many rounds, like the orbital strike they exchange with each other as well. Like,
yeah, both of them are very, I think, proactive with
Yeah.
their aim and their utility as well
Yeah.
in this match.
Now we got to talk about our key player. We actually, you know, we took a little while to decide because RRQ was just looking strong, but we decided to go with Flips. Tell us why.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is his numbers don't seem that high, right? On the scoreboard, he was actually on the bottom end. However, he has 19 assists, the most on this team. On top of that, he's the IGL and he's playing Breach. I would say that he's fulfilled his role perfectly. I mean, a lot of these that we saw, it's off of his flashes, his fault lines, and of course the reads that he has in those mid-round calls that Quack and I mentioned before the match.
yeah, it's a lot of these plays, and like we talked about it, right? The mental battle between the two teams, and I think Flips just came out a little bit more prepared on this map, and that's why they picked it. But it doesn't end here, and this is something that I want to keep thinking about as well, because they're moving on to Pearl next, and Flips, although this was a great assist, this was great mid-rounding and a lot of calling from the IGL of RRQ, it's not all over. You know, I think Arian still had a pretty good performance as well.
Yeah. It is going to be really interesting going into Pearl. This is Global Esports pick, as you mentioned, and, you know, they've had a pretty strong showing on Pearl before. Are we going to go to map 3, you think? How are you feeling? You were originally predicting Global Esports, so how do you feeling now?
Well, so I will say this. I don't think it's all entirely on SK Rossi, but it did take him a while to get warmed up. I think also RRQ having good reads on, you know, how does Rossi like to play with his operator, right? He doesn't overheat as much, but he still does take a very aggressive position. I mean, we saw some of the plays that Flips was doing, the way he sets up his fault line in a way where SK Rossi simply cannot dash out. He's still going to be stunned and trapped up. So with that in mind, if Rossi's now warmed back up and the Pearl that Global Esports has, I still think this could very well go to a map 3.
Yeah, very possible. What do you think?
I have to agree, because again, just seeing from what we saw last week, Global, they did really well against Genji on this map. I think Aaron on the KO, like rather than the Killjoy, was a great improvement, very interesting, and he had a lot of supports and setups for his team. A little bit, maybe like different habits at times, but still, he had the right calls, and gaining that information as the initiator was something that was really useful. But when it comes down to it, I think the RRQ map against DRX on Pearl did not look great. Maybe they were a little bit exhausted towards the end.
Yeah.
That's something to look out for.
That's the thing. It was a map 3, right?
You're
and
right.
I remember we talked about it on broadcast that day as well, in that most teams don't have the same practice that DRX has in terms of going through these long series.
Yeah.
So I'll be very honest. I think even Global Esports is probably thinking, we cannot trust the data that we have on RRQ's Pearl, right? They had one win against DFM, and then now that loss against DRX. They're kind of on these extreme ends. So Global probably not going to rely too much on what they've seen before, but I like what Quack brought up, that position change, right? Texture now on the Killjoy, able to lurk with his own, just trusting in his aim to really get through that middle portion of the map, and then Aaron providing a little bit more confident support with that KO, proactive support, I think changes the entire game plan for Global.
I mean, on Pearl, I think you guys are absolutely right that Global is very strong on Pearl every single time. Even when they lost the one time, they still looked really good on Pearl. But that said, I know Ewok loves to do homework, and I'm sure he studied the crud out of Global Esports plays on Pearl. So I think RRQ still stands a good chance of taking this to a 2-0. I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, I mean, the way RQ is looking today, I will say it's one of those, you know, it sounds simple, but RQ looks a lot better than I would have expected them to, and right from the get-go. Then Global Esports seems to be the one that's having a bit of a slower start than I would have expected them. So that also comes into play just in terms of, okay, you've now gone through this fracture, you've understood how RRQ has prepared against you. Now, if you're Global, you know, do you just say, it's all right, Pearl, we're always good at it, do we keep that faith? Or do you try to start to adapt to that even from the beginning of map 2? And we do have that switch out, right? 2G coming back in.
Yeah, and you kind of have to look out for it. I mean, this is something that we want to keep in mind as well. 2G often does play Pearl, and I don't know if they're going to switch up their agent composition to sort of adapt to whatever homework Ewok has prepared against Global. But at the same time, it's two very different teams. Global has a different style and different approach when it comes to Pearl as compared to DRX, who was incredibly aggressive last week on their attacking side, and that was something that really crumpled RRQ's defense. So coming into this one, 2GE, everyone else, they have to have that mental resilience, I think. You can't just rely on the duels and then kind of falter after that. So going into the agent picks now, we're going to have that double controller setup.
All right,
Any surprises here?
Not to the greatest extent, right? Bazzi has been liking that fade here on Pearl, so that's not too shocking. Monyet going with the Astra again. If you're going to have the solo smokes, I think it's got to be the Astra here. I mean, maybe in the past it was Viper. Meanwhile, I mean, going for the Astra Harbor, that's what they've done. A lot of other teams obviously like the Viper Harbor, but RRQ has had this idea of Xfero being a bit more proactive in that semi-initiator support that Astra can provide.
The same, yeah. I'm just curious about how RQ will actually play with this composition, because last week, again, they kept trying to meet DRX with firepower. It didn't really work, so they're going to have to try a different approach to this one against Global.
All right, we're ready to go into map 2 Pearl, RRQ and Global Esports, and we got a Caster's Tasteless and a Valdez, who is the Quack OOTD doppelganger. You guys match on purpose today?
Maybe.
Excellent work at the desk. I'm here with the Wild Valdez. How you doing, man?
We matched on purpose today. That actually happened. No,
they wrote it down on their calendars. They went,
I didn't say anything to go.
It's Sunday. You know what that means. Look, we've had an amazing map 1 here, and I think this map 2, this should be one that Global can take. They mentioned at the desk that, like, RQ, they have been doing their homework. They've clearly come in here with the very best iteration of themselves that we've seen yet.
Yeah.
Maybe RQ takes it, but I think any bet man is saying, we're going to map 3.
Well, certainly hope so. Could get onto that bind for map number 3 as RQ will face off against Global Esports on Pearl. And let's see how the pistol round goes this time. You know, RQ was able to take both on the first map. Definitely part of the reason why they were able to, you know, eke out a couple extra rounds in that matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, RQ really just improving massively in the last few weeks here, improving to be a very viable team. Both these teams don't have the best scores, so there really is a lot on the line to try to win. And so that oh-so-important pistol round is going to start off. This time on map 2, it's going to be RRQ on the attacking end and Global Esports defending the A and B site.
Yeah. Seems like both of the teams choosing to pick attacker side when it's their opponent's map pick. Just to start off, of course. As through art, here comes EJ on the jet this time.
Right, Monyet doesn't see EJ yet. The spike is going to be planted, just an earshot. No kills yet.
Yeah.
No damage even.
Planted that right outside of the harbor bubble. And it's pretty obnoxious. Kind of like did it in the face of Monyet.
All right.
Spam comes through.
Global going to try to push. RQ in a very good position here. We actually have a deep lurk coming from Flip. Start the defuse, but it's a fake.
There's this lurk you were talking about, the rotation as he's going to be taken out. This is actually pretty close. Comes down to Texture as he picks up one.
But of all people to go against, the pistol god himself, Elmi Moore. He calls the bluff. Oh! Wait. Is it enough time?
I believe so. Just barely, right? Yep, he's got it. 0.5 seconds.
Oh,
not even close.
God.
Not even close.
Damn. Clutch play there from Global Esports.
Well, fans are going to be really happy about that one. 4K in the pistol round for Texture.
Yeah, quick recap here again. All kills came after the spike was planted. He had that great lurk here, and it looked like in this position, you know, it was going to be doable here for RRQ, but Elmi Moore second-guessed himself. He didn't do the swing initially. Had he actually just stayed back, he win.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, there's that. And also, I forget who it was, but the second last person who died swung out alone first just to try to buy time on the defuse and give Elmi Moore that chance that you were talking about, Tasteless. So, now Global Esports. Rossi's got another sniper. This time it's the Marshall, of course. And
he's missing these shots with the sniper rifle.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not his day. Hoping that he shows up again here on Pearl.
Yeah, if they're going to need it, if he can't get those sniper shots, it's bad news here for Global Esports. I mean, they've really, many of their wins have been off the back of great sniper play from Rossi. So RRQ is going to quietly build up some tension over here at A. The stack on A is pretty good. The Bird's going to force Rossi to reposition. The Harbor Wall's not going to make that Marshall very handy.
Oh, Elmimore! Come on! This is just not fair!
The Carrying Casters just said, shoot me more. So we've got the spike planted. Rossi whips again. 2GE with the kill.
Yeah, Rossi just trying desperately to stop the plan. Doesn't work out as they might just get ecoed here. Might get thriftied as Elmimore a third headshot. Make it 4! This guy is just insane! Don't give this guy
No
a
rifles.
vandal. No rifles. Not anymore.
Just
not allowed.
imagine if you could buy 2 sheriffs and duel with that.
Should be able to. Seems like a fun time.
God, that was insane.
Well, I know who I'm voting for if RRQ end up winning this. For my MVP.
Yeah, I mean,
He got that one through the box.
crazy moment. And by the way, a big swing over here. A very patient RRQ took away the normal tempo of a round 1 win away from Global Esports. It's going to be Global right now, tightening their belt in a classic round.
It's not really a good sign for Global. RRQ was able to take both of the anti-ecos on Fracture. I mean, it is just the 1 round, but it's definitely going to set Global Esports kind of off on the wrong foot here.
I got the spike.
Okay, so we've got the spike. It's going to quietly courier it up into B. It looks like they're trying to make a distraction up here at A, but A is actually very quiet. They're basically relying on the turret and Texture not too far away to use that. And so they actually ping the 2 players, or at least, I'm sorry, just 1 actually up here at B and decide that's enough to make them uncomfortable. Let's not forget that in the previous map, we had Global Esports do a 5-stack when they were on a classic round.
Yeah.
Basically do the coin flip, say, all right, let's try to bet on a site, and then as they try to spill in, we just overpower them.
Yeah.
Not the case this time around.
And if you're going to bet on a site, it's going to be B on this map.
Yeah.
So they're all over there. RRQ, free plant for them. They've been attacking this A site unrelentingly. They have come here 3 times in a row.
All right, so Global Esports going to try to come in here with the retake.
He's just going to,
Yeah.
no, just going to deny that defuse as, meanwhile, Texture just hiding an arc. Classic stuff as the Reckoning comes in. Global Esports are holding it, but they nearly got the defuse.
So close. And that's going to be it. In a flurry of bullets, that closes it out with the second win here for RRQ. But a much more realistically winnable round here as we go into round 4 for Global Esports. That was wild. It looked like they almost had it.
I didn't think he was going to hold past the halfway point. You know, generally try to go half, you know, maybe try to defend from there. But I guess because they had a huge lack of firepower, they're like, well, we have a bunch of smokes. Maybe we get lucky. Maybe we can hold it. And they did get punished in the end, although they did get close.
All right. We now get ready for this 4th round here. And we want to see, you know, Global Esports, they were very strong in the middle of the first half. Can they pull through again here against an RRQ that's looking better and better at every passing round? Bozzy here. Oh, okay. Moore gets the kill again there, but that should already just be the round win.
Yeah.
Just a nice lurk right outside the smoke.
Even Aaron there. Xpharaoh does not have to do this, although it is 1v4.
Yeah,
so maybe just hoping to pick someone off.
Yeah, trying to just get a kill through the smoke here. Oh my God, he's so close here. Well, doesn't matter. No matter how you cut it, you're going to lose that.
Yeah.
Global Esports ties it up 2-2. Not so much a strategic win, just a positional one.
Yeah.
They did not clear the side of that bubble.
It was a nice read. I mean, RQ are going to push B eventually, right? So they drop down 3 Astra Stars and they stack 3 members right there. And it's very aggressive. It gets in the face of RQ. RQ kind of have a sense of what's going on, but they're still not able to hit the Bozzy in the corner, right? So the second Bozzy lives for more than a second and he just sprays everybody down, the round is like kind of done from there. So Global Esports, nice setup. They're able to grab back around.
It's so, it was just a beautiful play. I mean, especially when you see that last bubble is kind of far out, it's very hard to clear all the sides, right?
Yeah.
And so, beautiful play there. We're now going to go into a very spread round here for RRQ. We're going to see if they can get a pick, try to win a duel. But Global Esports is turtled up pretty heavily here. They're not really showing themselves. And you're going to have to basically get on to A, I think, before we can see any action. And obviously with the Killjoy utility laid out here, there's going to be a lot of tripwires that can be set off here that's going to allow Global Esports to galvanize and try to retake. It's going to be Flip moving up here, just towards the side of A. They're going to use the lockdown, it looks like this time around.
Astra kind of getting in the way as counter lockdown comes in.
All right, we've got the lockdown Venn diagram.
What do you think is in the middle of that?
They both share an interest in A.
30 seconds
That's
left.
where their opinions overlap.
Yeah. And somehow people keep getting hit by this.
Yeah. But Rossi's just going to hide there. Oh, hey, Flip gets in.
Spike planted.
Spike down. Fozzie. Gun not out fast enough.
He did DJ dashing right into them as they're trying to retake this site here. 2 members.
Flip with the lurk. Sees the gun barrel. Can't get the second. Oh!
Texture. He doesn't want to go quietly into the night.
Turret's going to spot Realmy Moore.
Player standing.
Oh!
Beautifully done. That's going to be the 3rd round win here.
Yeah.
Very close one. An explosive round there with the double lockdowns. Ultimately, RRQ was just too good with their lurks, too well positioned. Global Esports calls for a timeout.
Yeah, it's pretty early on. I mean, considering that Global Esports won the last round, I suppose good old Coach Neem is not too happy with the way that that round went, so wants to discuss and recalibrate the team. As, I mean, EJ was able to get all the way behind, catch the rotation that was coming in. He eventually did go down, but it really took a lot of wind out of the sails of Global Esports on the attempt at a retake, and that is now so many times, I mean, 4 times out of the 5 rounds that RRQ has gone for A.
So, you know, a stressful moment here for Global Esports. Let's not forget this is their map. And they are very hungry to try to come back here and get us to map 3. Getting a lot of support here in the audience from RRQ.
Yeah.
And, you know, there really is something to be inspired about this team. You know, we didn't have, at least in tactical shooters, as much of a history, you know, in Indonesia. And there's been some of a history of tactical shooters in the Philippines, but we didn't know what to expect with this team, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how are you going to fare against a team like Global Esports, which is, you know, taken from Korea? They've got India. They got players from all over the world. Right now, both teams proving to be very strong, but RRQ just seems, at least for now, be a couple percentage points better.
Yeah, absolutely. They're certainly proving that so far in this best of 3. We'll have to see if they can keep it up here. Again, this is on Global Esports' map pick. But so far here in Pacific as well, it's been like a 55% attackers win rate. And that doesn't necessarily mean that, well, I'm going to hold that thought as Monyet gets aggressive through the doors, picks one off. Bonzi there as well.
Got Rossi with the operator. He could end up getting a pick over here at long.
I've got your
Well.
trail.
Oh my God. Rossi gunned down. That's insane.
Why'd you fight it?
Oh my God.
Oh, well, Monyet's going to shore it up as some cabbage is floating through the air. And meanwhile, Monyet is going big. 3K for him. Flipside able to get onto the site, though.
Yeah, it looks like they should be able to get the spike plant. And they're going to put this up here
Spike
and
planted.
basically go deep. Litter that with Killjoy utility. And then it's not going to be an easy retake here for Global.
Oh, yeah.
See what they can do.
They got to get out in B main. Otherwise, I don't think you're going to have a great chance. Like, you got to get on top of that Killjoy.
Targets destroyed.
As they're trying to cover here, I mean, maybe if they get a couple of pickoffs.
Just down to Flip. And they're going to try to push him.
Enemy
Gets
remaining.
a 1.
Great.
Oh!
Nice play by Aaron.
Yeah, beautifully done. He will be able to get that diffuse off. That's going to make it 3-3, but a nail biter of around 6.
Yeah. Global Esports also identifying it. They had to aggress into B main out in that corridor and essentially take him out. As it started out with Monyet getting very aggressive here, but then the Astra play on B is very good. Monyet essentially saving this round for Global Esports, even gets that
Player
pick.
standing.
And as he gets taken out, Aaron, the Ideal is able to at least get the round for the team.
Beautiful play there. Rossi with the operator. I've said it a couple times. I have to point it out. He has not made these sniper shots connect. He's having a day where his aim is just not quite there.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, has he even hit one?
I feel like he hasn't. Maybe he's hit
This is
one, but I mean,
insane.
you want to be getting many of these, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at how close this is too with these two teams, I mean, if he's not able to make those connections, that may be the loose end that they need to tie up if they're going to win this.
Let's see, he's got another operator, so perhaps.
Yeah, but this time he's going to have to come over here and try to help in the retake of A.
Man, this map is all Texture and Moniette right now for Global Esports, though. They are just 3K, 4K, 2K, like, over and over again. As Elmimore's going to put an end to Texture, though.
One enemy
Yeah,
remaining.
it's down to just 2 GE.
He got one.
Team
Yep, there we go. Rossi getting that sniper shot. Nicely done.
Yeah, he
Global
heard us.
Esports now in the lead here, 4-3.
Yeah, that's a couple of great rounds in a row now for Global Esports as obviously, you know, the timeout, helping out with that one. Ewok was not scared to call both timeouts in the last map. It ended up helping them a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised, especially if Global Esports win this next one. Almost definitely we get a timeout. As we'll take another look here at the way this one went down, as Texture's just hanging around near Art, and it ends up being a team ace. Everybody gets one kill, and they're able to win the round on A.
Get out of my way.
All right, we've got to push in over here. It's going to be EJ. Blades drawn. They're going to have to get a couple picks if they're going to make this work. It's a pretty scuffed round here for RRQ.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Let's see.
Oh, well, looks like the greenery is going to block that.
Yeah. Ooh. So,
Nicely done.
yeah, EJ buying enough time and enough knives to eventually get that. And he's going to get a big heal as well. Moniette in a great spot, though.
Anya keeps getting these picks. He's so strong. EJ's now gone. It's going to be hard to shove in any position.
Rossi. Reckoning comes in, gonna push that jet off the site, hopefully, in the favor of RRQ. Let's see what they can do here on B.
Bozzy here with a lurk. Looks
He
like
made
he ran
sounds.
for a second. Yeah, they heard him. Oh, flip. Such a good shot there.
planted.
Just Rossi and Texture left.
Yeah, he was just trying to get onto the site and maybe buy time and deny a plant, but he gets totally owned there. As Defender Killjoy, you know, it helps a bit to get them on the site, but at the end of the day, this is B.
All right, Rossi's got to go for it. Knives out.
Last
Oh.
player standing.
Oh, boy. Oh, he got
gets
one.
He's going to try to come in here with another one. This is such a tough push. Oh, the game of hide and seek.
Oh, the right click miss, and he can't get it. No!
That was an insane moment.
Oh, man. And they committed to the lockdown as well to try to get onto that site, and Flipshider is able to, of course, get that one pick onto the guy that was not Rossi. EJ starts off here as the push on through pretty aggressively, and they make their way on to B.
Yeah, that was a beautiful run. You got to love him utilizing that pillar, right? And just saying, okay, where do I hear the footsteps? I'm going to the other side. They just got to run the clock.
Yeah, it is so annoying to retake that site. It's just, it's a real pain for many teams here, as now RQ going to get more aggressive on the ramp.
It's like Haven, but even worse, trying to retake that from long. Elmimore peeking here. Moniette, who's been getting so many picks, shot after shot, is going to get another one.
Concealment.
Yeah, Moniette's essentially saying,
I
like,
got
come on,
your
team,
trail.
let's go. You know, everybody gets on my level, we win this map.
Some shots sprayed through here, but EJ can't quite track him. X-Sparrow with a double.
Oh.
Cabbage gets him.
Yeah, you got to run from the cabbage.
Great shot there from Texture. All right, so it's going to be another plant. They do have a nice little lurk here with Flip.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, you know, they lost that because they couldn't control long. But having, oh, hold on, never mind. Flip's already out of the picture.
Able to spot him with the knife, as now, once again, the defuse coming in, and I don't think he even got it to half. Yeah, that's a big problem for Global, but Texture is poking out.
Hold on, he's just going to hold it. Oh, he gets it at the last second. It's going to be just Texture left over.
This is the issue.
Oh! Incredible play there from RQ. They just own that B site. They know how to set it up.
Yeah.
They know how to spread it out. They can use the little ramp to peek while having somebody at the pillar to rotate from side to side.
It's just so difficult. And Global Esports, I mean, they had a better shot, actually, this time around, but Xfero kind of put an end to that. And then, again, like that angle, it's just so, you can't take out 2GE as long as he's playing it well, and the timing on his peaks is good, and they were pristine.
And in that specific position, there's so many ways you can come out. You can come up to any point on the ramp. You can come from the left. You can come from the right. So it's very difficult. And so a timeout's called here. Global Esports pumping the brakes.
Second timeout already.
Yeah.
First half.
Yeah, you got to be careful because there is an art to economizing the timeouts, right?
Yeah.
And knowing when to use them.
It's like the mini game, you know?
Yeah, and when to pocket it for another moment here. Well, for now, RRQ, they're pulling ahead here with excellent plays onto B. And, Global Esports, they know the problem. I don't know if they have the solution, though, yet. And so it sounds like they're going to kind of think out some possible solutions now before RRQ could try to run away with the show.
Came all the way from Busan to watch Texture, Global Esports. And you could see that Eraser was visibly agitated after the way those last couple of rounds went. So I think he's like, screw the timeout economy. I want to talk to them now. And he calls it. He gives them a piece of their minds. I mean, it's hard, though. I mean, even getting 4 rounds on the defensive side on this map is a pretty good start. You obviously don't want to go 8-4, but let's see if Global Esports can shore it up now. Is the defensive side perhaps seen as more important by the coach? Would love to get a piece of his mind.
All right, Spike is actually waiting here. They're just looking for picks for the time being. A very, very defensive Global Esports right now. We've got Rossi here with the Marshall over at B, but B is not. Oh, hold on. B may actually be where they're going to go. We did see Rossi get some picks with the sniper rifles earlier. See if he can do it now. He is that first line of defense.
Yeah, just hit the head. Easy enough.
And they're going to pop flash right out here.
Oh, he is so aggressive with this. It is not going to work out. Just gets cleared out. Smokes used against him on the Marshall.
Spike planted.
Yep, and it's going to be the same story at B. This is a heavy stack. It's going to be very tough for Global. EJ just continues to get these kills.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, man. He is just having a day out. Okay, Texture gets the one.
EJ on the hunt. The Texture too
Okay.
good. Be careful, RQ. Don't overextend here.
Just pick up that gun. Nope. Just going to get flanked a little. There you go, RQ. Another round in a row. But let's see what Global Esports have plans now with some rifles.
It's been these plays on B over and over again.
Rossi with the naked operator. No armor. He has 1 dash.
And if you watch the way that they're using the agents, they're able to just get into B without the operator really being a threat. I mean, yeah, you could do a blind shot in there, but you can't really rely on that. And so B kind of being loose here. It seems like what they want to do is have Rossi be in a much more forwarded spot to try to get maybe the first pick, but look at the way they move in. Okay, so they're going to go around that harbor wall, and they basically make Rossi burn through his first shot on utility, and now he's back to square one.
Yeah. Here they come. They have the reckoning, and now Rossi's got to get out of there. He does have a chance to get up on top, perhaps, and stop this. But if this plant goes down, RQ are in an amazing spot.
Oh, nice shot there. EJ already taken out.
Spike
But they get
planted.
that plan again, and it's all about just trying to escape. Rossi looks for a shot. Can't find it yet.
Well, as he gets in there, Rossi not going to hit that one either as 2G takes him out. And they even have a lockdown here. There's a Cosmic Divide, a Reckoning, a lockdown. Like, what are they not using?
Yeah, this is an expensive round on all sides. So they haven't started the defuse yet. They're going to try to get it going, but they fake it.
Yeah, you got the Astra coming through. They got to run through the wall, and that will be enough.
I love that. They just all hop through at once. They don't know where the player hiding is, but they know where the one defusing is. They just got to shoot that down.
Yeah.
To use our creds and abilities.
And that's why
Don't waste
this
your firepower.
composition can be so strong on the attacker side. You get the Harbor Bubble down. You have so many ultimates that help you get a free plant on the B. And I know I'm kind of harping on the points, but this is the way that RRQ have won like 3-4 rounds in a row. So
Up I go.
Getting to see that watch party. Jakarta is
Right
hyped on
Yeah.
RRQ right now. Let's see if Global Esports can try to pull it back. No operator this time for Rossi. It's going to be a pretty starved round. Before I could even finish what I was going to say about Rossi, he's already gone, and we'll have to wait for the second half.
yeah, we don't have to say anything else. Yeah, just trying to catch him off guard, tries to go aggressive. I mean, tries to mix up the play. Can't really blame him for it. Just, again, just feel like the shots are just unfortunately not hitting for him. So play doesn't work out. And now RRQ can kind of regroup. And, yeah, I mean, they don't have any ultimates, but doesn't really matter, I don't think, especially 5v4.
Yeah. So this should be an easy closer here for RRQ. They can just get up into A. You know, with all this tension on B in the last several rounds, I've lost count actually, why not just switch it up and go into A? There's going to be a mid-push, but it doesn't seem like Global Esports is going to get the information they need, and by then it's going to be too late. The site is going to be set up.
Yeah.
The plant will already be there. It's going to be up to a 4v5 retake.
Sprint on in. The A site is empty. Global Esports have to go for the retake
seconds left.
on this A site. It's the last round of the half, so they obviously will have to try to force this.
Monyet, I tell you, man, this guy's been delivering every time.
Yeah. Was hoping he was holding a Vandal that time, unfortunately.
Flip gets another. Now down to 3. Bozzy and Texture, the last 2 left. Can they double dragon this?
Oh, man.
God, Elmi Moore is so good with these shots.
Yeah.
This is going to be looking like an 8th round win.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, they have to get in very aggressively. He knows EJ's up there, and the spray comes through, but EJ is able to shore it up, and 8-4. RRQ getting 8 on the attacker side. Very nicely done.
You got to love that setup. One on the low ground, one on top of the box. They can both pop out. You can't have your crosshair in 2 places at once.
Yeah.
So we're going to switch sides now. Global Esports is going to be on that attacking side. We'll see if they can work the kind of magic and B that we saw already here in map 2. But RRQ, man, they are more than halfway there.
Something's gotten into Elmi Moore today. I mean, he's been good, but like in past weeks, but especially today.
RRQ looking like they ate their Wheaties this morning. Global Esports, you know, it's going to be very, very tough, especially, like, let's say RRQ takes the pistol round. Man, you better have some good late half there. Otherwise, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. We've seen Monyet really delivering. Rossi's had his moments, but overall, he has honestly floundered compared to the last 2 weeks where we saw his operator play, maybe being the best in the region.
Yeah.
Not the case here today.
Yeah, especially into a comp like this, it's just really difficult, but he's trying to make it work. It has not. He wasn't able to make it work on Fracture. But perhaps from the attacking side, we will see something different. It will be an RRQ EJ fan from Busan, once again, making his way all the way up to Seoul.
Well, EJ is just... That's so cute. I mean, EJ is just on fire today.
Yeah.
He's been an absolute murderer. He's every peak, he's just getting the kill.
EJ is like the multi-kill god today, and Elmi Moore is like the one-tap god.
Yeah.
And the two of them are just going off like... It's crazy if you have 2 players that are playing this well in the same lobby on the same team. It's really difficult to beat that. And it gives you... kind of shows you why even DRX were having trouble against this team, because if they're having their day, they're consistent, maybe no team can beat them. RQ just looking godly today.
All right, we now enter the second half here. Global Esports on the attacking side. RRQ ready to defend the A and B site.
And this is so key. You mentioned it, Tasteless, the pistol round. You really want to grab a couple as Global if you want to catch up. You go to 6-8 and you're on attackers on Pearl. You've got a pretty good chance still to win. So I don't want to count Global Esports out just yet, but they still do have to check a couple of boxes.
All right, let's see how this pistol round goes. RRQ had some insane shots, especially Elmi Moore. It's been wild. It's going to be a push up through mid. They do have the turret spotting over here at A, and it looks like they are going to try to creep in there unless they're going to swing to the left here on the mini-map. And they actually are. Okay. So they're basically 4-stacking, trying to see if they can find maybe an isolated RRQ player and overpower him. And it's Flip on the very opposite side, peering down both sides, not seeing anything yet. They are now moving up towards the A site here, littered with Killjoy utility.
Yeah. Just nobody's here except him and Flip, who's got to run on over. This will be a free entry onto the site as that Nanoswarm doesn't quite hit him, but Elmi Moore still gets the kill and make it 2.
Elmi Moore just keeps getting these shots. Not a lot of HP, but definitely buying time. Zero here. Back up. Don't have a lot of time to work with right now. It's going to be a game of sandbagging here for Global Esports. Texture going to pull back. Texture somehow getting that shot right through the obfuscation of the Astra effect.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, shot from both sides there. Just flip left. Just not enough time, I think.
Yeah, he just does. And the split is great from the side of Global Esports, and that is a crucial pistol round that they are able to pick up. Give themselves a good chance here on this map.
But let's not forget it was the second round in the first half that RRQ managed to swing that back. Elmi Moore, though, man, I mean, this guy's so good with his pistol play. Just keeps buying time. Definitely had a strong position over there on A.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. It looks like Global Esports are going to continue towards the site, maybe a little bit quicker this time with their firepower. So here we go.
All right, EJ is going to get pinged. They're going to have to back up. It's a 4-stack on B. And EJ just going to hang back until he has to confirm. And as they see all this utility blow up over here, they're going to know what this is. Rossi going to come in here with a shot. EJ escapes around the building.
Yeah, he's just on the run. I think they have a good idea of where he might be. As spray comes down, EJ gets one out of the window. That's all he'll get.
Yeah, nice setup there from RRQ, but the gunplay just superior for Global Esports. Elmi Moore so low on HP.
He has a sheriff.
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
Nicely done. That's the 6th win here, the bonus round. Just around the corner here. But a good start here. Global Esports playing this half exactly the way they need to.
Yeah.
They're going to come back and win this.
This could be the beginning of the Global Esports comeback.
So, with weapon superiority, RRQ going to be definitely more comfortable this time around. But if Global Esports could win this one, that would be wild.
Yeah. Let's take a look. Global Esports, bit of a split this time. They want to be a bit more sneaky in a round like this.
All right, 2G going to back up for a second. Rossi now coming forward. They're going to seal up B for the time being. Looks like it could be another sprung attack, over here onto A. EJ going to be ready to receive that, along with 2GE.
Yeah.
Here.
RRQ have more members towards the A site, which will be important for this hold, but again, Global Esports note, okay, well, there's nobody holding Art. There's nobody in this passageway, so we could still potentially get a clean angle. As I say that, trying to draw some attention over to the A site. It's going to pull Flipshider a little bit over, but he stays middling for now.
45 seconds remaining. They're going to have to commit to a site. It's going to be B, but from the side, Elmi Moore actually going to be tucked in here now. It's good or bad, actually.
That wall is so cheeky.
They
have no idea.
Yeah, he might just be able to lurk in a position they're just not going to be ready for.
That is so crazy.
That's that's insane, man. What the chaos of the universe working on your side there. He's tucked into a little triangle that they can't find him in.
That was so cute. I love that play. And that's going to earn RRQ a 9th round. Relatively cleanly as well. It looks like only 2GE Looks like Xfero as well. Gonna have to buy a rifle, but still, we'll take another look at it here.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that was just, that was wild. I think it's funny because the setup, the idea of it is good, but if you have that micro error in the setup, you actually are probably not going to be able to control the site at all. Okay, no pause called.
Global Esports, no timeouts left, so RRQ just gonna hold on and try to win from here and not have to. Flipshider one orb closer.
Ooh, eating some shots through the box. Xfero's gonna have to back off. Global Esports not confident. Oh, hold on. Actually, they are gonna push a little bit further here, or at least try to get some extra information. EJ is gonna be tucked away over here. They have a good opportunity for Crossfire to take them on when they come downstairs. EJ gonna pull back, wait for the rest of the team. Xfero gets spotted.
Yeah, should be a pretty free plan from here. Flipsider's
Flip.
hanging out.
Flip with the lurk, gets one.
Oh man.
Oh! Shot out of the air there by Texture. Did not appreciate how many more players were over there. The quiet push now from RRQ. Spike just on the other side of the cafe.
Let's see it. We got Rossi coming all the way around as well.
You got to start that defuse.
They're going to try to hold it here, but even with the bubble down, looks like EJ, okay, he's able to pick up two.
EJ pushes. They're going to try to get Bozzy down. They get him. Just one left. SK Rossi, 15 HP. He goes down. But it's not enough time to defuse the spike, and that's going to be the 7th one here for Global Esports.
Yeah, that was really nice cleanup from RRQ on the site. They don't even get caught off guard by Rossi and Flowers. And now it will be a timeout, even though, you know, they did lose the round, but they essentially, right, they took out all 5 members on the enemy team. So I think the play was pretty decent either way. But still, they have a couple timeouts. They can afford it.
Yeah, great round there. Just not enough time. But we got to point out, I mean, a very expensive
One guy on
loss.
the right who's just going insane.
I love it, man. So RRQ calls for the timeout. Global Esports, if they can take 2 more, they're going to be caught up. But all the guns were lost in that round for Global Esports.
Yeah.
So I didn't have actually good to see how much they had in the bank, but they got to be very careful the next couple rounds.
Yeah.
Because RRQ is playing a pretty good lead, even though these tiny little round victories obviously are essential for Global Esports to take it. They aren't carrying all the rifles and all the weapons with them. So they're having to spend hard.
Yeah. Good luck, Fallon. Hi from California.
Welcome. Love seeing audience members from all over the world here at our studio. You too can come down here.
Could be you.
Could be you there. Could be you with the sign.
Yeah. You can write anything you want on the sign as long as it's not vulgar or anything, obviously.
So we're going to go now into round 17. And Global Esports actually does have the funding to buy some rifles here. Essentially, they take those rifles in with that next round here. RQ does a push down into A to try to get information. The further along and a half you get, the more attractive the B site plants can be. So we got Elmi Moore here. He actually gets a shot to connect there, nearly killing Rossi off.
Yeah, it's rough for him. This entry not going to be as easy as, okay, we got the KO ult thrown out here by Aaron, just trying to secure the site.
And they're going to try to come in here on the flank. The Seekers are going to be out. It's going to be deep control and elbow over here for Global Esports. Elmi Moore with the gunplay is going to flush him out with the lockdown.
Yeah, he gets the last charge, and that'll be enough to drop it down. He gets another headshot.
Beautifully done. One more goes.
Woo. Saved by EJ.
Are they going to go for the defuse? They got to wait for that Killjoy utility to finish out.
Another. They sweep him.
Dude, so good here by RRQ. And excellent usage of the lockdown. Suddenly having that position in elbow is just not very comfortable at all. And one by one, Elmimore picks him off.
Yeah, just watch. He gets his first kill, charges the lockdown, immediately throws it down. So he's pushing everybody off the site. They have to run out of cover, and so all the teammates, including Elmimore, who picks up another 3K, are able to just slowly, one by one, pick them off, and Global Esports can't hold on to the site because of the first pick from Elmimore that starts it all off.
So for now, Global Esports is going to be eyeing down A. Let's point out they don't have any good guns right now. So they're going to have some kind of a Hail Mary push. It's going to be Rossi in the lead. Can he get his aim to work today?
He's on the site. EJ very sneaky, and he's going to take him out in the smoke.
Yeah, and so that ulti has now been burned through.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. Good escape from EJ.
Oh, he's still alive!
This is insane!
All right.
They get the kill. They farm out the gun. They're going to go deep onto the defender's spawn side. Oh.
I think he might have seen him. Yeah. Oh,
Whoa.
Aaron, though.
Too quick.
They are angry. Global Esports want this win.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be pivotal right now. If Global Esports can take this, they really have a shot. They're going to come up to B, but the same problem with trying to set up at B is basically they have that position that they already used before. They can try to set up for long, but they're going to come right into the crossfire here.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Oh, it's 2 free kills for Xpero. Nobody checking behind the pillar.
Yeah, and that's going to be the 11th win here. The 11th hour right now for Global Esports. RQ is so close to crossing the finish line. I got to sing some praise here for Global Esports. That was a very technical round, and it backfired early on when Rossi wasn't able to take control of it, but they did farm out the gun by hunting EJ down, who was scrambling to get away.
Yeah.
And had an interesting setup, but I think they just didn't account for the fact that there could be a lurk over at B so far forward that he was actually controlling the position they wanted to use to deny a defuse.
Yeah.
He was able to use that position to deny the plant.
And RQ called their second time out here.
Why not?
I mean, I guess the biggest reason is that you're giving time for Eraser as well to talk to his players and maybe kind of put some life into them, you know, like, because RQ were just kind of running away with the map. But either way, I'm sure, you know, maybe they can set up some kind of set plays and shore it up for RQ as well. So definitely benefits to calling the timeout as well.
All right, we're going to be going now. This next round, RRQ, they want to just try to get past that finish line. They do not want to drag this out. They know Global Esports is fierce. Obviously, we saw Global, you know, just run that round with classics and almost make it work. But this next one, they're going to be buying heavy. So if Global Esports can come back, it has to be in this next round.
They got to do it here. Let's see what Global have planned. It is an Operator and Blade Storm for EJ, who, by the way, he's bottom fragging. He's having a great day. It does, you know, like everybody on this team is pulling their weight for RRQ right now.
All right, they're going to try to probe into A. EJ gets the first.
Spike down.
Ready to
A.
receive more. Are they going to try to commit? So they start to slip away. EJ is actually going to try to push, and he gets another. EJ is on fire.
Yeah.
I got the spike.
And that's finally on this map going to get him to 1 KD, which is just insane to me, just based on the amount of clutch plays he's had. Obviously, in my mind, Elmimore still the MVP, as RRQ are looking to end this one quickly. Let's see if Global Esports will go down, or do they have something left?
Yeah, you know, this has been less of an explosive round so far and more of just great sniper play here from EJ. They're going to try to come back over to B. Elmimore here is hop peeking, so he's going to see that.
30 seconds left.
And they don't have a lot of time to work with here, so they need to get up over into B. And that means pushing down long. They're going to use that Astra ulti.
Bomb grenade out.
But Elmimore still on the back of the site. Texture here as well. Waiting to enter.
10 seconds
Okay,
left.
so they do get the plant. No interruptions there. Oh,
Watch a girl down.
insane moment here for Global. Hold on. It's just down to 2 GE.
Could've
They
been
do it!
this.
Beautifully done, 8-11. The dream is alive for Global Esports.
Absolutely. They buy themselves some time on this map, and very nicely executed there on the B site. They've got Texture just waiting, hiding in Link. He's able to pick off the sky, and from there it was good. And this started, you got to remember, with 2 operator kills from EJ. And yet, still, they get the plant on the B, and from there, it's enough to get them over the line.
Beautifully done. The question now is, can Global Esports chain some more wins together? EJ still hungry with that operator.
Careful here.
Ready to set up to get some picks over here at B. Let's not forget that was a round probably RQ could have taken had they managed to clean up what EJ already started.
No way.
This is so far forward. Oh, bit of a trade.
Yeah.
All right, they've cracked B open. Yet gonna wrap around Elmi Moore. Oh, his shoulder popping out.
Yeah.
Rossi gets it.
Very nice pick there. That's going to give them an opportunity to fade ultimate on to the site, but Xfero is holding it down, and Link reckoning here, trying to buy some time and deny a plant, but Texture's able to take out 2 GE, and they should be able to get this plant.
Yep, just flip remaining.
Swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Global Esports keeps that dream going. Flip going to go ahead and run, try to hide over at A, and let the spike go off. This is going to be the 9th win here for Global Esports. RRQ just needs 2 more to close it out.
Yeah.
Global Esports is playing the game of catch-up so well. Keep in mind, though, RRQ going to start banking these ultimates, going to start having plays that they can create really important moments. Global Esports has spent heavy as far as ultis in order to earn these 2 wins.
For sure. I mean, Texture does have the lockdown, but besides him, you know, it might be a little bit rough. Maybe SK Rossi's got one. Not 100% sure. We'll have to take a look in a bit, but yeah, the ult economy is certainly going to be important, as it's a good point, Tasteless. You know, RQ can kind of sit on it and force at least 12 rounds if you've got enough. We'll see when they decide to go for it. That doesn't look like many of the teammates outside of Xfero are that close, other than Elmi Moore.
Yeah, and so notice this is a Sheriff buy round, so inferior weaponry, but RRQ has had so many moments where they get the perfect headshots with those Sheriffs.
This is their buy round, Tasteless. The Sheriff round.
The Sheriff round, yeah.
Especially for Elmi Moore.
This is their ultimate. So everybody has a Sheriff. It is going to be 2 GE here with the Marshal as well. They're going to push towards EJ.
Well, he's the one guy with the rifle, and it's a Phantom, which could be very good for a spray if they try to run in it onto this one. Not able to find any damage yet, though.
Rossi on the hunt. EJ on the lurk right now.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Gets one. Escapes back in there.
Oh, no Sheriff shots, though. SK Rossi and Monyet here on the back of the site, able to clean up, too. But EJ is trying to be the hero.
With the reload here, EJ going to peek again. Rossi has an answer for that. Flipping 2 GE, trying to do what they can. Rossi gets flashed, has to go hide. Peeks again. And it's just a 1 versus 2. Just not enough time on this clock.
He keeps killing
He just
people.
push through that so beautifully.
He's going for the kill.
He wants to get the kill here.
Yeah.
So this spike is going to go off. But I don't know that Rossi can actually get away.
Yeah, you know, he keeps him around.
So, okay, so that was a really good round for RRQ. Importantly, Global Esports wins, but all the guns gone. And so that was very impressive.
Yeah, it actually ends up being a pretty nice round for RRQ. I mean, obviously, Global Esports, they get the win. SK Rossi picks up the final kill. He gets those credits. Does lose his gun, but he's got the Blade Storm. He also has an operator. I mean, Global Esports have won enough in a row that they don't really seem to care. And they've got a nice streak going here on the attack on Pearl. Not too surprising.
Rossi with the op again. They want to get a setup over here onto B, or at least a pick.
It's pretty aggressive, going straight through the harbor wall.
So they're going to rely on the turret to sound the alarm. He's going to take that shot. He has to back away.
Meanwhile,
Whoa. We caught the tail end of that, but that was a big kill there, and they know exactly where Xero is. Oh, no, they don't.
oh no!
What?
Spike down A.
How did they not see him?
This is wild. Okay, it's just Texture and Rossi. They're going to use that lockdown. Elmi Moore is here, lurking with the cafe in sight. Rossi could intercept him. They're going to let that lockdown burn through. There is a push here from 2GE.
Yeah, he's gone all the way around. Looks like SK Rossi is cognizant of it, though. He is waiting, holding the angle. He hits the shot. And now this is so rough for Elmi Moore to get.
Elmi Moore, it's hard to imagine this is going to work. Yep, there it is. Rossi is back. He's getting those operator shots. It's 11-11.
It wasn't over until Global Esports got a chance to attack, and it has been dominant. Starts off with the peek here. The only reason this was close is because Xpero is just hiding against the wall. I thought they saw the third person, but I guess they thought he had run away.
Oh, I knew he was there, bro.
Oh, I knew he was there,
I knew
bro.
he was there, bro.
Well,
Stay safe.
didn't respond to that information, perhaps.
So, this is a very difficult round here. RQ, not the best guns right now. Oh, but hold on.
Come on, that's
Remember
just
what
not
we were
fair.
talking about? When RQ has the worst guns, they're better at the game?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
It keeps
I don't know.
happening, Tasteless.
I don't know how to analyze it. I don't know what to say. It's like they're so good with these shots. So
Just going to say that Elmi Moore is he's the best guy in the lobby right now by far, in my mind.
Texture. Try to push up here.
Found them.
Now, they can take A. But RQ is basically ready for a retake.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing extremely conservatively.
Yeah.
And, you know, 2 agents versus 5, this is a lot to try to cover. If one drops an angle, they can just get overwhelmed. They're going to just clear this corner.
Alarm bot out.
Uh-oh.
Right, Texture gets flashed. The push is coming.
Yeah, even using Seekers here as down he goes. Another headshot with the Sheriff. Woo!
Dude,
We're getting overtime.
my heart can't take this. Oh, my God.
This was the overtime map, Tasteless. Because
This is what we
now
deserve.
Elmi Moore's not going to have a Sheriff, so
Yeah.
yeah, it's going to
Look
be
at
rough.
this. Bam, bam. He's such a good shot.
How?
All right, this is it. If RQ can win this, they take the show. Global Esports wins this. We're going to overtime. Operator in hand for
Get out
EJ.
of my way.
Full rifle set for Global Esports.
Last round, run it into B. Like the idea from Global, but
Here we go, here we go. He does not. Oh! Getting shot through the wall there.
yeah, spotted. Flipscheider, he's stuck against the wall. He's just trying to run out of the smoke.
Flip, this is wild what he's able to do here. He actually gets out.
Wow.
This is insane. They've actually pushed Global Esports away from B.
Yeah,
Such a good hold.
the harbor wall keeps him safe. There's a couple of smokes down from various agents, and he's just able to, like, limp out of the corner. I mean, they knew he was there. They got the information.
So it's going to be, okay, the turret's going to spot him, and this is going to trigger the rest of the team to come back over here. The lockdown starts, and that's going to sandbag progress, at least for now.
Yeah.
45 seconds remaining. They got to get the spike planted.
And now they know, okay, they're probably committing here to A. Cosmic Divide comes down.
Rossi with the blades on the hunt.
Sprayed through the smoke. He's got to push through, but RQ once again, very passive. He's going to get caught out, but no, he
gets
hits
two.
2 knives!
Elmi Moore fights back. Texture gets him.
Oh
EJ
my
gets the
God.
drop.
Ready.
Just Texture left.
Oh my
That
God.
is it. This is going to be a 13-11 score. RRQ clutches it. One of the best games I've ever casted.
That was insane.
My God.
That last round was so hype. And at the end of the day, it is RQ to pick up the 2-0. We don't get overtime. We don't get a third map. And Flipscheider's just going to say, yeah, you go to sleep now. You've had enough.
What
Oh,
a
man.
performance. That just inspiring. By the way, Rossi there with the double kill on the Blades, getting 2 in a row.
That was, I thought that Global Esports were going to force it from there.
You know, I got to point out, like, Elmi Moore had so many moments. He just always wins the duel. This guy's reflexes are wild. EJ getting the work done with the operator, able to get the kill and then escape again. RRQ firing on all cylinders.
And little look at the ACS. Texture was actually on top, but once again, it looks like map 1 where, you know, you got one guy on top and then there's 3 RRQ members.
Yeah.
Elmi Moore above 300 at 305. EJ Flipshider right behind him. And it was enough as a team. Elmi Moore sheriffing some of the best we've ever had.
Such an amazing round. And again, RRQ is so good in these pistol rounds. The best sheriff play we've ever seen. I gotta say, man, RRQ has just improved so much in these past few weeks.
Yeah, they look so strong. I mean, you could argue, okay, Global Esports maybe not having the best team performance today, but they still kept it close. Like, I think that Global Esports, even though, you know, not everybody was able to get it all together, as a team, they were still able to force RQ this far and make it pretty interesting. So they played well enough. Let's look at this. The final celebration.
So hype. All right, guys. Well, unfortunately, we did not get our overtime. We did not get a game 3, but we got a hell of a 2-0. RRQ. Keep your eyes on these guys. And the hug again. We started with a hug. We end with a hug. Great performance on both sides. And, you know, Global Esports, don't sleep on them either. They really put up quite the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Really got to give them a lot of credit. They kept it close. It was just barely not enough. 13-10 and 13-11. 2 extremely close maps that, you know, a couple rounds go the way of Global, and maybe we're looking at a 2-0 the other way. Not meant to be today. So RQ, they will significantly improve their chances of making it into playoffs now, as they will sit at 3-4 as their record after this match. And that means, you know, you can afford perhaps maybe 1 loss. You get a 1 win, 1 loss. You've got a decent shot. RQ making it interesting at the bottom of the playoff bracket.
What a fun match. And if you're just now tuning in, don't go anywhere. We've got another best of 3 just around the corner. Valorant all night here.
Yeah. We're also going to have an interview as well.
Right.
So we'll get to hear from Elmi Moore and hear what he has to say.
Yeah. What an incredible day this has been so far. I'm just looking at RQ, and, you know, they did seem in the first couple of weeks a little bit lackluster. And, you know, you think, okay, well, maybe they'll, you know, find their way. Maybe they'll find their voice. And, man, did they ever. After DRX, had a great series there, and then this one that we have here with Global Esports. And, again, Global Esports, they were a little late to develop as well. It's one of the reasons why this was going to be one of the most interesting and informative matches that we would have. Is these are 2 teams that do seem to be rapidly improving. How are they going to perform against each other? Well, RRQ is apparently just on another level.
Yeah, it was a great performance from them today. Global Esports will have to go back to the drawing board. Obviously, you know, this is the match. The desk was talking about it a lot. This is the match that kind of both teams really wanted to win, because this felt like a team that you could win against compared to like some of the strength of the schedule for both teams at the end of the season. So we'll have to wait and see what the story will be for both teams here.
Yeah.
But RRQ in a great spot now, and they look like a totally different team, man. They look great.
They function so well under pressure as well. The score for them first couple weeks pretty bad, to be honest, which means they have to basically play perfectly from here on out in order to make any headway. And then that's exactly what they do. And then you see in these pistol rounds where they're really under the pressure when, you know, we don't expect them to win because obviously the rifles are going to be better. And that's when they deliver as well. They're just a team that functions well under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you really got to hand it to them. Their sheriffing was huge. I hope that we do get to hear as well from the guys down there, or the guy, I suppose, Elmi Moore, and hear what he has to say about those eco rounds for the team. As we will be getting the interview in just a moment, guys. You hold on to your seats and your popcorn. Don't get too agitated. We'll get there.
Yeah, we're eventually going to get to that interview, but my big takeaway is that, you know, this whole region, all the teams are so strong. Even the
Yeah.
ones that are not performing right at the top. Now we're getting some of these setups we thought would be major mismatches, and not at all. In fact, they're able to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like any team can win on any given day. Everybody is just so talented here in this region. So I'm just excited to see more. And we will be getting more Valorant today, as you did mention, Tasteless. So should be another exciting best of 3 later on. But we do have something to do before that as well.
That's right. Also, I should point out, Rossi, he did have his moments of greatness, but the truth is he was not getting a lot of these sniper shots that we expected. There were so many moments where they had him in the position, he just wasn't able to make that bullet connect. You got to think with a series that was so close, like the one that we just had he been able to deliver and get those sniper shots, maybe it would have been a different story.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the interview ready with Elmimore. Let's go down to the stage with Jen.
Thank you, casters, and that's right. I'm standing here with RRQ's Elmimore after the win against Global Esports 2-0. Now, congratulations, Elmimore. Today was 2-0, but I feel like it wasn't a comfortable game by any margin. So, what can you tell us about the game today?
On the first map, I think just a little mistake. We can finish it early, and the second map also like little things we forgot about that. Like on the ending, I say they will not come to my side because I play B a lot, and then they won't go B right, and then the A keep failing, so I go to A, and then we won.
Oh, okay. So having you on the side was the key to the success, right? Maybe?
Maybe.
Part of
I
it,
don't
part of
know.
it. Okay. Now, let's go back to the first map, Fracture, right? Your comp looked a lot different than the ones that you whipped out in T1 series. So did you feel like any change was needed, and why did this change come in?
We changed the comp because I think the last comp we play sucked.
Oh, it sucked.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's that easy. What did you think of your Viper on Fracture then?
My Viper fine, but other suck.
Other players needed to step up.
No.
Okay,
I
it
mean
was-
the overall comp suck. It's so hard to play.
All right. So indeed, you felt like it was vital to change the comp
Yeah.
for the better, right? I feel like it was more meta as well. Did you feel like that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now on Pearl, let's talk about you and Sheriff picking up that 4K and winning the Thrifty, and another Sheriff highlight when it was tied at 11-11 as well. So, and I think a lot of people want to know, is there any tips on how to use the Sheriff like you?
Clicks the head.
Click the head. That's it.
Yeah.
Do you only play like the deathmatch with the Sheriff? Or?
I don't play that much.
Okay. Just click the head.
Yeah.
Maybe it's talent.
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
you think
no,
so?
No,
No, it's hard work. Click the head.
Yeah,
Okay,
hard
have
work.
some good crosshair.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, Super Week is coming up next week, and Talon and PaperX will be the teams that you'll play next week. Talon just beat Genji yesterday, and the PaperX is looking strong as always, but losing isn't on the table for you if you want to make it to the playoffs. So, what's your mindset heading into Super Week?
I think more match more good for us because sometimes if only one, we're not as warmed up as the match first. So I think 2 matches in a row it's good.
All right, well, I wish you luck. Best of luck in the
Thank you.
future. Thank you, Elmimore, as always. And did you guys hear that on the desk? If you want to use Sheriff like Elmimore, you just click the head.
I didn't know that. Did you know that about Sheriffs?
No, I had no idea.
That
You
was the
just move
secret
your
the
mouse
whole
and,
time.
click, I guess.
Well,
It is a point and
clearly
click
there's a
game.
reason why I don't use Sheriff.
I mean, now we know, right? It's a point and click kind of game where
Is
you
it?
just
You
Oh,
left
Valorant
click
is
or
a
you
point and
right
click
click?
adventure?
Yeah. That's all
Use
it
the
is.
mouse?
You just click on the head.
I use my trackpad.
What? Oh my God! Get out of here.
Well, okay, look. Elmimore, I think he was a total Lamore with the Sheriff. It was amazing what he was doing with the Sheriff. And RQ did take it like a 2-0. We thought it was going to be a really long night, but RQ's like, nah, we want to go home.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to close it out. Elmimore saying they probably should have won Fracture even earlier. They felt like they could have. A couple mistakes led to that one going down a little bit close. Same thing here. But this time, I think we can all agree it really was Elmimore able to close it out here in many different ways, including the Sheriff one taps.
Yeah, because when it comes down to these games, again, you have to think about it's performance and also the strategy. And right now the strategy is actually looking pretty good for RRQ, but sometimes it's these mechanical skill plays where they start to overheat, but Elmimore just brings these back with his Sheriff taps, or maybe even the whole team with Stingers at times. And of course that's why he's the match MVP, and they won 5 rounds in a row in this first half, and I think that was something that gave them a lot of momentum.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is that Elmimore has 4 first kills as a Sentinel, and one of those 4 is in that round when it's tied 11-11, right? And he comes out and he just 2 taps with the Sheriff, one person each. Like, that's just how he's getting his first kills, just kind of coming out here and getting these 1 taps. Yeah, and
beautiful.
That's what that's the value you get when you have someone like Elmimore who's just so confident in his own aim.
Yeah. In fact, let's go to that. Round 2, we saw very early on, they had lost the first one, and then going to the second one, we see him with the Sheriff.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, again, 1 shot, 1 kill on all of them. Right here, I mean, he's trying to spam through the wall as well. He'll eventually find it, but all headshots. And again, I mean, yes, we're looking at pros, etc., but to get 4 in a row in that 1 round to create that thrifty, I mean, that just brings momentum entirely to your side.
Just click the head 5 times.
Because it's like not just like rounds momentum. It's just you have that confidence to keep going for more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It works.
Now, there was a point around round 11, it was like a Mexican standoff, and it was just absolute chaos on both sides.
Yeah, so we're going to see here the spike's already been planted by RRQ, and they have the lockdown. Now, take a look at Global Esports' retake. It's actually not a bad idea, right? They set up their own Cosmic Divide right as RRQ's is going to go down, and both sides, they understand how to play around this Astra Ultimate. They're both trying to jump peek through it, and they now set up a crosshair. Now, Global Esports thinks they have the advantage. They go for the fake first, they get the pull out, and they have a crossfire here, and Texture trying to go for it along with Bazzi, but he's not able to get the kills. Now look at Bazzi's point of view. What happens is 2GE walks through, but then you're going to actually have Elmimore walk in front of him, and if you play it back in slower speed, what you'll see is that Elmimore actually shields the bullets for 2GE, who can then get the diffuser. Elmimore still stays alive. Everyone's still trying to get to 2GE first, and it's just a better way to jump through it where you have the proactiveness on the side of RQ.
It's incredible. I mean, you think on paper, right, that is a crossfire setup. Normally, you should be able to have that, but because of those protocols and knowing how to peek out one after another, like, this is one of those moments where you actually need to do that. You body block for your teammate, and it works.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, I think a lot of their wins going beyond, aim duels, they just had a lot of really smart plays. There was a round that you wanted to remark on, actually.
Yeah, this was
about a really smart play by RRQ.
RQ round 17, that's right, and then they called a timeout. So this was one where I thought it was really smart. They clearly had some kind of call from Flips where they decided to make this sort of retake play. They positioned themselves in a way that they allowed Global to get in the spike plant. And of course, just up by the top of heaven, Elmimore is able to find the first 2 frags, one on Aaron, one on Monyet, and then the lockdown to flush them out of position. And then this high tide, which just gives them so much space, covering up the spike, swinging along with it. RRQ had multiple rounds like these where the retakes were so successful.
Yeah.
I mean, just
How do you
clean
feel?
play. I mean, I just think overall RRQ today looked like a complete team, right? The mid-rounding, we've been talking about that the whole time. Flips' calls have been really good. Elmimore with his anchoring, same with Xfera as well when he's playing the smokes, has been really good. And then when you need it, you have these clutch heroic plays, from players like Elmimore. Just overall, and EJ not overextending, right? Just doing his job as an entry. Like, it all came together today for RRQ.
Yeah, it was beautiful. In fact, again, we had trouble. Oh, well, this round, we knew who our key player was going to be, but again, it was... But our MVP, we're kind of like, oh man, the whole team just played great. But let's pull up our key player for this particular map.
It's got to be Elmimore, right?
Of course.
I'm calling him Lamore.
I mean,
agrees.
first you get the thrifty to bring things back to your way, and then right as Global Esports is picking up steam towards the end, you just shut it down and
with a swing out of arts.
Yeah, and he gets 2 people, mind you, against the opponents. And Elmimore talked about how he loves to use the Sheriff in the past. I mean, one of the things he likes to do is dual ops with the Sheriff, but any weapon on the other side, he'll take the 1-taps in his favor any day.
My hand cannon beats your literal cannon. That's awesome. But, I mean, yeah, normally we see him as this crazy lurker, and I think that's something he's really strong with. But on this map today, I don't know what it is. He just found that confidence, and he kept going for those duels. If it keeps working, just keep going at it, and you can definitely find that morale boost. He certainly was like a big factor to RQ's win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was abundantly obvious and clear that Lamore was great. Okay,
MVP
now
up.
for MVP, we had some discussion, including with the
Yeah.
casters, and we have decided to go with
It's got to be
Flips.
Flips. It's tough, right? Just because Pearl relied so much on Elmimore's firepower. But I think we have to think back, if we look at the entire 2-0, the way that Flips was calling and his own individual performance over on Fracture, and then still, kind of holding the ground here for the team as that leader on Pearl. I mean, you pointed out, Quack, one of those rounds, like the retake the call, after the timeout, things like that. Big credit to Flips, and just my personal note, if we're giving the MVP to Flips, I think maybe about 40% of that also goes to Ewok as well as the
Yeah.
I think it's a shared MVP today.
That's the thing, because sometimes in these games, it's the intangible impact, the
Yes.
stuff that we don't really see. Of course, like the kills, like Elmimore, oh my god, headshots after headshots. It's great, it's fun to watch, and it's a lot of impact frags. But a lot of rounds are also won through the retakes, the calls from the IGLs, the strategy that the coach works through with them, and that's stuff that we don't always see. Stuff that we can't always just point out. But I also want to give a quick shout out, because I think Global, although this was a loss, they did try really hard. SK Rossi, I think, rough game overall, right?
Yes.
But he still really put in that best foot forward. He got that one round with the right click and the double blaze storm. Yeah.
Now we all know that that's possible, by the way.
That was cool. We were like, we're going to go home and try that.
It's one of these things, right? Because you have a rough time, and then you start wanting to I need to get more frags. You put yourself in these situations where it's really hard to find that. I think you start to find that a little bit towards the end, but it's still
You know what? Global, I mean, okay, their next matchup is against DFM next week.
Which
not
on
over.
paper is in their favor.
Yes, exactly. So I don't know. It's not too late for them. RQ, on the other hand, this was a very important round for them, because they'll be facing off Talon and PaperX, who have been very strong. Again, on paper, this is how it's looking so far. We only have 2 more weeks after this until playoffs, so everyone's really fighting to get in the top 6 right now. So,
well,
I mean,
G was not fighting today, but no G fighting today.
I mean, they were, but
they were. That is true.
But it wasn't GE winning. It was G fighting. And you know what? You win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
And the coaches did hug. I'm sure they're all on good terms. And Ewok, props to you. And yo, Quack, props to us.
Yeah, I just want the fans to know I did vote for GE, okay? I thought on paper they looked stronger.
They did. Generally did, and I wasn't 100% certain about my prediction this time around. But anyway, it was
Pacific
a good
wins. Indonesia wins today.
Yeah, Indonesia wins today. But it's okay. We're going to have more games next week. Anyway, we're going to have more games after this. We got one more match coming up. It is Team Secret versus T1. So we're going to go on a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Pretty close, comes down to Texture as he calls the bluff. Oh! As the Reckoning comes in. Global Esports again, but they nearly got the defuse.
So close. Bozzy here. Down. Bozzy. Lurk. See, God.
We're here. I mean, maybe if they get a couple of pickoffs.
Just down to Flip. They're going to try to push him. They're trying to help him to retake of A. 2G.
You got one. The issue.
Oh! It's going to be very tough for Global. EJ just continues to get these kills. Now down to 3. Dragon this. Getting that shot right through the upper cliff with the lurk. Good man. Oh! Elbow over here. Global Esports.
Clean up.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh! Probe into A. EJ's actually going to try to push. And he gets another up there.
Oh! Back of the site. Able to clean up too, but as down he goes. Another headshot.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Dance.
Hey, welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished the first matchup of today. It ended pretty quickly with a 2-0 in RRQ's favor, and we're going to go into the second matchup. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we have Quack and Will. They're still here. They're still here.
Whoa,
and I didn't change my analyst because I like these analysts.
We get
we
to
were
keep
in
our
danger there.
jobs.
Yeah, I
Yes.
know, right?
Sweet.
You passed the test
We did
for
it,
the
Will.
first match.
Air
And-
high five. You received it. Okay, we're
All right.
You guys are, this is why you should stick to esports.
Yeah,
The
this
hatch
is-
was terrible.
That was when we were about to get fired, but okay, we'll let it pass this one time.
Okay, well, the second matchup, we got T1 versus Team Secret. This is going to be kind of interesting. Team Secret is on 6th place on the standings, and T1 is 3rd place on the standings. But I do feel Team Secret's a really strong team that actually should be a little bit higher up, so I think it's going to be pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, I think for these two teams specifically, the standing doesn't tell the whole story, and we'll get to the T1 side of that in a bit. But Team Secret, I mean, right, they came out swinging at the beginning of Pacific. Yes, they have looked weaker. They've, if anything, I would say not necessarily weaker, but looked a bit more lost in a couple of their match losses, where kind of the synergy and the cleanliness that we've seen in terms of how they kind of chain together their utility and work off of each other, that seems to falter at times. But at the end of the day, still a very sturdy team, right? You've got the youngsters like Jeremy and Envy really put up their numbers, and then you've still got the veterans holding down the back line.
Sturdy is right, Will. I mean, hey, these guys beat Paper Rex. That's something that I'm going to have to keep holding on to. And they are that good. They look a little bit scrappy. I think you're right, and we'll get into that a little bit later as well. But Team Secret, they have the core fundamentals. They have a lot of strong and experienced players, and I think that's something that lends to their calling and the mid-round adaptations as well.
That's right. And especially with the addition of Warbirds coming to the season, I think we've seen, you know, really cool and strong plays by Team Secret. But T1, they're pretty high up on the standings like we mentioned, so let's talk about them.
Yeah, T1 now, I think one of the teams that people didn't expect to really come out swinging that much, just given that, you know, they were kind of newly formed in terms of bringing together all these different players from different teams, and then, of course, from other titles as well. Now, they're also this team that even their wins have looked a little scrappy, and then their losses have looked a bit more lost. But at the end of the day, I think the strong suit of T1 is they understand which maps and compositions they have practiced, right? Like when they have the prep, they look good. It's just that because they haven't been together for that long, that depth isn't quite there yet.
And that is still something that keeps growing with every passing week. Of course, it is coming to the end of league play pretty soon. That's why it's, you know, they're starting to run out of time, and that's why this match is going to be important. You mentioned they are in 3rd place, but if they lose today, oh boy, that's going to be a tale, because that means, you know, Secret moves up, but then T1 moves down, and who knows what's going to happen during Super Week, right? That's going to be a chaotic
They're facing
week,
off DRX
pretty messy.
Super Week.
That's right, that's right. We're just about to get to that. You made me drop my pen. I'm kidding.
Did I scare you? I'm sorry. I kind of like leaned in and I was like, whoa! I
just didn't have a good grip.
DRX coming for you.
It is that scary! Oh my god! But yeah, you know, T1 has to deal with that, and they're running out of time. If they don't win today, that's going to be troublesome.
Absolutely. But it, at the same time, is so important for Team Secret to win this. You know, at 6th place right now with only 6 teams that can go to playoffs, it really, you know, they need to win this too.
Oh yeah.
In fact, let's look at the team standings and how they've been playing so far. As I mentioned, Team Secret is also going against
Exactly.
DRX. Oh,
Yeah, they
no!
both have to face DRX. So their remaining Super Week schedule is a match against DRX, and then both of them in a match that, you know, they should be able to win. However, you know, it's kind of hard to tell just depending on who's in better condition that day, right? Same thing with Global, same thing with Zeta. So this one win might be kind of the decider, right? Because if it just comes down to a 2-team head-to-head tie, then their head-to-head matchup is going to be the tiebreaker. So I think both teams understanding that this win might be the thing that holds us together to get into the top 6.
That's right. This is going to be that backbreaker, and whenever you think about DRX, you just hear those screeching violin, like horror movie sounds. But
like
still,
Psycho.
that's so right. T1, Team Secret, this match is very important, and they're going to have to make it count, really. And I think that's why, you know, just talking about those key players pretty soon, it's going to inform so much. And that's something that we want to talk about as well, the information, because both teams, I think, strong structure, strong fundamentals. T1 maybe a little bit more so. We know how crazy Saya player gets at times, and that's why we see a lot of these crazy, pistol round wins, and I think even attacking side wins from T1. But at the same time, Team Secret, a little bit more loose, more relaxed, and knowing how to play off of that rhythm at times.
I mean, they are that loose. They're the only team that really likes to knife people.
Well, yeah, that's
something
too.
that I actually really
Yeah,
like.
that's like part of their agenda.
Yeah.
So always get the knife kills, and they're good at it, right?
Yeah.
So you can't blame them. But I mean, we've always kind of mentioned Coach Warbirds when we talk about Team Secret, and I think a lot of even Team Secret fans agree that while the players have always been great in their own individuals, oftentimes this team has looked scrappy. Now Warbirds coming in has provided this structure, a little bit more of a foundation. Now, at times you do need heroics, but for Team Secret right now, I don't think we've still seen enough of that consistency where they're able to have a strong foundation and rely on heroics to get over the edge. More so, they're kind of it's similar to RQ. They sometimes enter this panic mode, right?
Yeah.
And they start to play individually just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's very accurate. Now let's talk about the key players. You guys have decided to focus on Envy and Carpe.
That's right. I mean, Envy and Carpe, okay, so talking about consistency and hero plays, I think Envy is definitely one of those players. We've seen a lot of crazy clutches from him, a lot of nasty shots, but it's far and few between in the recent weeks especially. We need to see more of that. Meanwhile, for Carpe, talking about that information game and the way that these two play initiators they are very important for the team, and I need to see that reliable formula recreated round after round.
Yeah, and I think the big kind of uniqueness about both these teams is the key players we've highlighted are kind of the flash initiators. Meanwhile, both of their IGLs are usually the info, right? The Sovas and things like that. And what the difference is Team Secret, because Envy's so confident in his aim, he's often able to go out on these swings, on his own flashes, to get information, to add on to Jesse Vash's info. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Carpe, we haven't quite seen that level of confidence yet, where he's able to act autonomously throughout the map to help get more coverage. And so I think that's the big question, is how much more comfortable has Carpe gotten within the team and with the overall maps and composition? Because you're looking at Envy's highlights, and I mean, sometimes he's the one clutching, he's creating these heroics, he's just able to hold it down for Team Secret.
And that's my point for these two teams. It's sort of a give and take from both sides. I think T1 needs a little bit more of what Team Secret has, and Team Secret needs a little bit more of what T1 has, which is that structure, that consistency, the formula to recreate these wins in the rounds. You need something to inform that tactical cycle, get the information, make sure you don't break apart that structure, don't fall apart to chaos, right? Get that information. Envy goes in with the initiation, the catalyst of the team. Meanwhile, for T1, more autonomy, right? You need players like Carpe, Zeta to start going out on their own a little bit more, not just stick to the same rigid structure every single round, because if you keep doing that and it doesn't work, it's just going to break apart.
I mean, you'll also get counter-stratted quite easily as well, so you do want a bit more of an insurance plan in your own individual play.
Oh, with that, let's talk about what we always talk about, and it's our predictions. And again,
Deja vu!
Will.
Oh boy.
Will.
Why,
and,
Will?
Okay, look. I think it's going to be close,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be close?
I would say this one, I think it was harder to predict than even match one.
Yes.
Although I guess I was wrong on match one, so that doesn't really count for much coming from me. But I think really just what we're seeing is current momentum, favors T1 just a bit, just because they do have more wins, and because they're more structured. That's looked okay, and then even though we talked about Carpe needing a bit more heroics, I think Munchkin and Saya player have been covering that quite a bit well for T1. Meanwhile, Team Secret, I think even on maps they have looked good, sometimes they've devolved a little bit, so I'm not really quite sure where to I guess, give the benchmark for Team Secret's overall average power. Whereas T1, I can confidently say, like, all right, well, their Haven's still a bit up in the air, but some of their other maps have looked pretty solid.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Fair argument. For me, it's more than the Pinoy pride. I genuinely do think they will take it home today, but I do think it's going to be a close game for Secret.
Yeah.
But for you, Quack, what's the deal?
Okay,
for
I
Secret?
see where Will is coming from, and it's true, but the thing for Team Secret is I want to believe in the people. And that's what it is. They did lose to Zeta last week. They were a little bit chaotic. I think once Zeta started to go really deep in with depth, aggressive up in their face, they start to fall apart. But today, maybe they're going to fix that. I think Warbirds is going to have a plan that allows them to regroup themselves.
I just want to say one more quick thing. The other reason I'm voting for T1 is because T1 Zeta told me to. Now I can really believe in them for the rest of their matches.
He did say
so this is on Zeta now if they lose.
Okay.
Because my prediction's all off of his one statement.
It's all you, Zeta.
Really? That's why?
He spoke to him.
I mean, Secret told me they were gonna win. So
That's
I don't
where we
know
get
what
our
the
predictions
truth
from.
is.
Well, who's lying?
The players
don't
are the
know.
chefs, not us. You know.
I mean, chat, tell us what you think. Who's gonna win this? This is Team Secret versus T1. I'm also really curious to see what maps we're gonna see. Let's go to those walkouts. On with the show. You're watching VCT Pacific Week 7. We're seeing the matchup between Team Secret of the Philippines and Korea's T1.
And already they're walking out. I mean, again, it's that structure that we're seeing from T1. We need it more, and we need a little bit more autonomy. Meanwhile, Team Secret needs to pick up a little bit of what T1 has. Make sure they don't fall apart in the chaos.
Penguin!
I do want to give a shout out to Jeremy, right? We've always talked about Envy as that kind of star rookie on Team Secret, but Jeremy's been looking better and better, and the biggest thing is I think he understands he doesn't have to be the one that's always reaping in the kills. He just really has to play his role as that main entry that they often rely on.
They did not miss the fist bump today. That is
a good sign.
A change.
T1 Zeta looks comfortable now.
Oh!
Boy! Meow.
We were just asking Yam Yam to pull it out, and he actually doesn't even have a bell. Did I just see that right?
Yeah, I think so.
You don't lose your cat. You know where they are.
Yeah, you got to know where dubstep is.
Oh, that's a deep bow.
That was very respectful to the stadium.
All right, Borkum. It's not time yet. It's not time
He's
yet.
proud of that one. He's proud of the bow. We saw it.
A little smirk.
Yeah, we saw it in his eyes. Of course, the coaches will come out as well. We talked about Warbirds a ton, but of course, on the side of T1, there's Autumn, coming over with Zeta back from North America, back to the Pacific with a Korean team under a Korean brand. Really trying to prove himself as well, right, amongst some of these other hailed Korean coaches like Termi and Bile on DRX and Gen G.
You know what I find really fascinating? When we see the coach cam on Autumn, I often during the timeouts, I don't see him talking very much to his team. So I see they function a little bit differently than some of these other teams.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a couple, but yeah, compared to most of the other coaches, of course, I mean, who knows, in the other timings that he's not on camera. But a lot of it, if we're panning over the players as well, it seems like he really values what Zeta has to offer as well in terms of what Zeta's been picking up in-game. So curious, maybe one of these days we can try to find that comparison, but we'll have to wait and find out if that pans out for T1 today. Munchkin, he's been kind of the hero that T1 needs, but also, as much as we talked about Carpe, my eyes are on Van as well, right? He's been improving more and more as he's now found this consistent starting spot here for T1. See if he can really fulfill that role that he's been given.
Like a lot of counterparts that we can draw comparisons to. Van versus Jeremy is one of those for sure. And last week, normally we would see Van on the smokes. Last week he was on the Jet. He's been doing a lot better at it. But again, these two teams, sometimes they swap around roles. Carpe might even go to the controller at times, and that can be something that throws people off guard. So T1, it's going to be up to those adaptations as well, and I think the map picks will inform a lot for us.
I want to see some fun. We didn't get to go to map 3 just now.
I know. Let's get bind and split. That's what I want
Yeah.
for maps 1 and 2.
Come
But
on, guys.
T1 just banning out their own haven. They still haven't quite figured it out, so I'm not too surprised there. And
Wow.
Lotus going to be the pick from Team Secret.
The map which they lost to Zeta on last week, but I think it's because Icebox is no longer in, so that's our next favorite map. But we
Guys.
got bind now.
It's a bind! Again!
It's a bind.
It's a bind!
Well, so here's my curiosity. I wonder if T1's going to still run double duelist on bind as well. They've been running the double duelist over on Fracture, and in the past we have seen double duelist tried on, bind time and time again. It's also a map where Sky's very useful, which is what Carpe's, kind of been mating in terms of agents. So very curious to see T1's adaptation, but also is Team Secret ready for bind?
That's a very big question because you left it open for a reason. Yes, it's a map that has been in the original map pool, but it's been changed up and you never quite know what T1 has prepared, and they have a very good reason to pick it as well.
I mean, you said T1, you want to see them break the structure a bit, do something a little bit different, and this could be it. This could be the day.
I'm hoping that bind is that map that they show us on, but at the same time, the Decider being the last Fracture, I think, it's a little bit chaotic, and the two teams are just going to have to duel it out if it does go to that one. And now the Ancient Composition's coming in Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, very
Viper
obvious
Harbor.
differences, right, on both sides. T1 goes for the Viper Harbor still. They really like the Viper Harbor and the Sky Harbor interaction as well between Carpe and Zeta. That's some of the times that Carpe's looked the most comfortable. Meanwhile, we go for the Breach combo on Lotus. I mean, a lot of people are still split on this, but the Breach and Omen really allows you to kind of all in on whether you want to fight over on A main or C main, kind of pick a spot, really push through and tighten up the map. So I think this is really just a battle of different interpretations of how to play Lotus.
I mean, what I'm curious about is Jesse Vash's Sova, actually, because we don't know how much impact it can have. Sometimes the Harness Sphere is very useful, but other than that information, the Dart just doesn't have that many places, but we'll see what happens.
Honestly, Team Secret has so many animals going on their team right now. I thought maybe they're doing Benkai's Zoo strat, but there are no animals on their team comp right now. I'm a little disappointed. But let's see. Let's see what they got. Just gonna let you guys enjoy the view of the players, see their faces. They look ready.
Yeah, Carpe looks ready today, and there are the little
And
animals.
Mr. Penguin. He's like Team Secret colors. All right, I think we are ready to go into the first game, Lotus. Casters, we've got Tasteless and Valdez up there on the stage with the teams. Tell me, how you doing?
I couldn't be doing better. We already had an amazing best of 3, and I think this one should be just as good, if not better. We've got two teams, Team Secret and T1 here, duking it out. This was a tough one for me to call and predict this. I think maybe T1, but Team Secret, they could be very hot or cold.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that both of these teams, I think the Des did a fantastic job of really breaking down the strengths and the weaknesses of both teams and kind of what they need to work on, especially as we get towards the end of the season. This is crunch time. This is where you got to be ready to run into playoffs for both of these teams. And neither team technically not 100% secured yet. So you want to keep up that, as Team Secret and T1's win rate on Lotus is 100%.
Well, that's going to change for one of them here before we're done. All right, so we're going to get into this first game here. Again, I'm very interested in seeing how these two perform against each other. T1, they said they made the adjustments they know they needed to make. They feel like they see the flaws in their play, and they're trying to hone in on that. Team Secret, man, when they're on, they look unstoppable. The question is, are they going to be on today?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that for both of these teams, we saw that Ban was popping off a couple weeks ago. Side player Munchkin as well, always doing a great job in the carry role, if that exists here in the Valorant. The guys who are getting a lot of kills. As here's Ban, right?
Oh,
And, oh, that was a sick flick.
Ban gets 2. Jeremy takes him back. They're into A right now, but they can't quite get the plant. Munchkin here with the lurk. He does fire down on the drone. Gonna go back to the second wall. Jesse with the plant. Munchkin does eventually get that to connect. Still making them work here. Just 2 left right now for Team Secret.
Oh?
But now there's 2 left over here for T1.
Yeah, coming from another angle, Team Secret dispatched to the first two, so maybe Jeremy's got the lineups. He's got one. He sees him around the box, but he cannot win that last duel, as Carpe is going to take it.
Such a close and exciting pistol round. T1 puts the first win on the board with the defuse. I gotta say, a great start here. Really interested to see T1 have the hold there for a little bit on site and eventually get the retake. But Ban here with just an explosive push right out. Getting 2 classic bursts down in the face.
The second kill was the guy behind Jeremy, actually. So
Yeah.
it's kind of interesting how that played out. Obviously, the first flick was God tier. And yeah, it's going to put T1 on the board here on attacker side on Lotus. Very good start for them.
We've got Saya now here with the Marshall. Be looking for a pick. Everybody else spectered up. And we're going to have a 1-3-1 split here. Team Secret's going to see if they can't get any intel. They do get pinged there by the Bird earlier.
Yeah. Bird doesn't have a name, neither does the dog. Their names
No.
are Bird and Dog.
Yes.
In case you were wondering, like.
That's the bird's name is Hawk, but that's not very descriptive.
None of this trailblazer nonsense. No, I don't want to hear that. It's a bird. Or it's a dog in this case. And cabbages, of course.
Yes.
So
we've got a small push up here into C. We've got Ban ready to receive. Said push. So far, they've managed to get dubstep in deep, but they haven't quite made the full infiltration. Ban, again, still with a good defense, going to rotate down here and get 2.
he is so aggressive.
Dude.
This is crazy.
What?
He didn't even have to do that. Like, he got the first pick. He could have waited. Oh, they're all swarmed up on their eco round. But no, he's like, you know what? I ran out of bullets on my Spectre after I swung the second time. Let me take out my classic now and get another kill.
My classic play worked out well in round 1. I might as well try again in round 2. Look at this. Switches it out. Gotcha.
Could have just backed off, waited for some teammates. Nope.
And making it look easy. I'm going to be watching Ban for the next couple of rounds here.
He's been sick the last couple of weeks, so. And by sick, I mean playing very well. Not actually ill or anything like that.
All right, T1 here with a budget round. Can they make it work, or is Team Secret going to get the round they're supposed to win after losing the last 2?
Well, you see that T1 now they have pushed up onto the A rubble area. Just expecting the push from Team Secret.
Right, they're going to try to come in now. There's going to be a small push here from T1. Dubstep fights back, but Zane and Carpe too good. Jeremy, the last one standing in an impossible situation. Carpe with a shot to the dome. And that's going to be the 3rd win. And you know, we were talking about, like, this is going to be really hard to call. And we're not sure who's going to take this before it started. T1 is playing out of their minds right now.
The first 3 rounds have all been very dominant.
And they've got very good setups on every position. They're very ready to just sort of intercept the attack in and shut it down.
Absolutely.
And so we've got a very, very tough round 4 here. It's going to be budget guns, Garbo guns here for Team Secret, but they're going to need to find something here.
Yeah. I mean, T1 were pushed out. Team Secret knew it. They say, oh, Saya player has an operator already. And he's already taking names. Not going to miss his first shot on that one.
Morcom peeks over here. Saya unfazed, ready to get another kill and pull away. Going to peek just around box. Nobody there yet. Morcom is on the other side, but it looks like they're going to try to find some footing over by Mound now.
Carpe. Jiggle peek. Got some help as well. 2 members. Saya player not able to hit that shot.
Yeah, whiffs the shot. They're going to collapse back onto C. And Team Secret not really able to, make any ground here. They may loop back up into B. It looks like they're going to try to smoke this out. But it's going to be pretty quickly that T1 can react and try to close in here. This may suit Team Secret well with the guns they have. This is a pretty tight, compacted area. You can try to take some very close fights.
Yeah. You saw that Munchkin was alone there and that he was smoked off, so they just say, hey, free plant on B, they get it. Morcom is paranoia, and Munchkin is just going to take 2.
Munchkin clears it out with ease. Fake defuse now. Jesse here with the shotgun. And are they just going to commit to this? They're going to let it get halfway.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh,
Oh, man.
nasty win there. And that's going to be an entire T1 team alive. Pockets deep with credits. Operator and Rifles going to round 5.
Yeah.
And this is not the normal ebb and flow of a Valorant match. And the truth is, this round 5 is going to be even more important now here for Team Secret, because if they can't start to get it together, it's going to be such a huge disparity that it should be a smooth sailing second half here for T1.
Yeah. Munchkin 5-1, Ban 4 or 5 rather. Munchkin 6-1, Ban 5-1, Carpe 4-1. So, you know, in total they only have 6 deaths so far in 4 rounds. It's pretty dominant stuff from T1.
Right, good setup over here for T1. A very hard position to try to slip into. And let's not forget, we got Ban over here ready, who's already performed amazingly. Already looking MVP-like as we're only 4 rounds in.
Right here.
So Team Secret a little bit cautious here. They don't want to overextend. They know Saya's somewhere on the map with the Operator. Saya, in this case, all the way out by Mound. So Operator threat isn't there just yet. And we're going to have a small push here from Ban.
Little drone action. Very slow push in so far, as getting some cloud bursts down as they make their way onto the A site.
Envy gets one, Dubstep gets another. And they're doing everything they need to do. Carpe tries to put up a good fight, but the numbers had already been thinned out. Would not be surprised if we just see Saya hide out, try to bring this Operator into the next round. So a likely first round win here for Team Secret. Never too late to start that comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. They get onto the site. It's a very calm, collected push as they make their way into A. They use the Owl drone to get in. Lots of smoke set up. It's very patient, you know. You could absolutely have seen Team Secret kind of like rush things because they really want to get this first round, but instead it's a very measured approach, and it is a pretty clean round here to the side of Team Secret. And we'll see if they really try to get this Operator out of the hands of Saya, because they don't really have great economy at this point. And if they lose a couple of members and Rifles, it's not going to be great. As Borkum died to
weird.
the spike. I didn't see what gun he had. Maybe I don't know. Pretty interesting stuff.
Moving on. Okay, so that much-needed win. Of course, they did get that by managing to avoid Saya with the Operator and just doing an excellent job of, you know, securing that site. But we go into round 6 here.
Yeah.
Can Team Secret start to try to pull this back? And the timeout's called here from T1. I wasn't expecting the timeout this soon.
Yeah, they're like, we lost 1 round.
Yeah.
Unacceptable. Autumn is going to give him a piece of their mind, his mind. He actually is saying quite a lot about the way things have been going. It's been,
Oh, I heckin' love Ten's bat chest, my friend.
I love Tariq.
So fun to have
Morphed coat.
audience out here.
See, this
Great-
could be you.
great
You guys in the
signs.
chat, that could be you.
Yeah. Now, T1's been looking great. I am relieved to see the Team Secret was able to take this, you know, round 5, because, you know, eventually it's like, well, how far ahead can they get?
Yeah.
Before things just get out of hand. And it looks like we're ready to go back into this. Timeout is over here. Team Secret with their first win. Saya did not drop the Operator. He's carried that with him into the next round. Looks like there's going to be an A-side setup for Saya as we start this out. And it's not clear for now where Team Secret's going to go. They might try to do a little bit of probing before they commit to any one location.
Just going to updraft, check it out, see what's what outside on A rubble. There's nobody there. They immediately rotate over towards C. This is the way we expected this map especially to be played, not just kind of force pushes in. So Team Secret really mixing it up.
Yeah, they're going to get their smokes out here. They're going to push further back. Let's not forget what Ban did last time in this position.
Off your feet!
You should run.
All right, we've got the lockdowns here on both sides, actually. Making C a pretty uncomfortable position. We're going to see the scramble as they try to get over to the differing sides.
Yeah. Defensive lockdown buys a little bit of time, but it didn't cover the entire site. Either way, gonna wait for that to go down. As Jesse's just hanging out here at the door, they're just gonna take him out.
Yeah, Saya takes that out easily. The spike's ticking away. Borkum ready here. This man's gonna come around the corner. Ooh, T1 though. Too smooth on these rotations.
Yeah.
Borkum's
Really great team play.
Extremely low on HP.
Shot through the box. Good communication as well. T1 swarm the site. Envy alone, not able to get the spray onto Saya player who takes him out. That's going to be a 5th round now for T1.
Yeah, beautiful round there. T1 manages to pull that off and continue to pull further and further ahead.
Show me where to go.
So now we go into round 7 here. And once again, Team Secret, they're hurting. It's going to be a round that they're going to have to be pretty creative. They're going to win this.
Yeah. I mean, we saw a bunch of stuff used there. We saw the Rolling Thunder as well as the Lockdown on the side of Team Secret. And yet, still not able to take down the site.
I think we're likely to see Dubstep try to have to lead here and get some picks with the Blade Storm. And they can try to farm out guns from there. So here we have Dubstep now. Knives drawn. Oh, a whiff shot there. See Saya grimacing.
Yeah.
Because he knows he probably should have had that.
Slightly quicker and he gets it, but not meant to be. Ban trying to hold down the back of the site here. He's got Dubstep down already.
Already taking the jet out immediately. Borkum at half health. Oh, the lurk though from Carpe. The wall bang through the box doesn't quite get the kill.
Borkum, here he comes.
Munchkin. The gunplay is unreal here for T1. And once again, like the round before, it's Envy left over. He's getting some work done.
Yeah.
This is actually into a kind of dangerous territory. He gets another. Hold on a second. All right. Just not enough. Honestly, though, a really good round for Team Secret, all things considered. That was one we didn't expect to have results like that. And frankly, that was insane at the very end there, getting 3 kills in a row.
I mean, the Bulldog 3K is not something you see every day. So pretty good stuff. They'll have enough to buy some rifles, so we should have a big head-to-head round. Both these teams actually going full armor. So not something we saw in the first series. Just another little thing to mention as we will watch Envy once again. Very nice control.
I was getting worried here for T1 for a second, but
yeah.
Okay. Round 8, let's do this. Saya back on that operator.
Take flight.
T1 are just so far putting on a clinic here on defensive Lotus. As I say that, Saya player is going to get very over-aggressive and push out a B on top of a Nano Swarm. It's read perfectly by Jeremy.
All right, they're going to creep up over here to A. Let's not forget Viper's Pit could be used right now. Minute 15. All right.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to just go ahead and activate this. But they're going to push in regardless. Is this going to be an overextension?
Well, they're going to have to find Ban. They're going to go for the plant regardless. As T1, yeah, they don't find Ban. Ban's going to take out Dubstep already. They'll be able to tap this spike and force Team Secret into the pit.
Oh, Borkum might try to come in over here. Man, going to be ready. Oh, beautifully done. Hunter's Fury's coming out. And did they burn through Hunter's Fury a little bit too soon? Looks like it was ultimately a Team Secret win there. Nicely done, much needed.
Yeah.
Honestly, an expensive round on both sides there with the ultimates.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by Team Secret's ability to just like play on the edge of the smoke, wait for members of T1 to push out. I thought T1 would kind of just play a little bit more passively and wait for Team Secret to enter, but it's very smart. You know, you can just wait. If the spike gets tapped, you know where it is, even in the pit. You can spray through, and that's exactly what they do. And if anybody pops out, they go down. You've got 2 members looking right at where T1 have to exit.
All right, looks like it's going to be an A-site push again. Smokes come out, they decide to wait. Saya ready. Pops up, doesn't find a target yet. Decides to back out. Dubstep just around the corner. Still no sight.
Yeah. It's got some information. We do have Zeta is waiting right behind the small door here, which is exactly where Dubstep is just waiting. I don't think that tagged anyone.
Yeah, I don't think it actually did the job. But there's a heavy stack over here on A. This is not going to be an easy push in here for Team Secret.
Reckoning comes in. Zeta's waiting on the opposite side of the wall. He gets two.
Beautifully done there by Zeta. Making it look easy. And no real progress made. In fact, a pretty fractured position here. The Killjoy way far out. And they don't have a lot of time. I think they may try to come into B, but B is stacked. Zeta finally falls. Orcup does get the drop there. They are going to get a B plant.
30 seconds left.
Carpe's so good.
Spike planted.
Both the players that the desk was highlighting actually having a big Lotus.
Last player
Carpe
standing.
just too clutch, man. They're not able to get these peaks. So they're going to shut Jeremy out. Ooh. Jeremy at 23 HP, and that's going to be a wrap there.
Saya's like, I didn't even get to do anything. He has all the blades out. He's like, what? I'm just sitting here with the Vandal that I just picked up off the ground. Either way, still a good win to the side of T1. As you see, Carpe is up on top, so is Envy. As Team Secret will call a timeout.
Okay, beautifully done. I mean, I got to say, T1, I hope this isn't going to be overall as one-sided in this series as I feel like it is.
Yeah.
It's just looking so dominant here.
Yeah. Keep in mind, this is Team Secret's map pick, so...
Yeah.
And map 2 is Bind, which T1 picked, and you have to imagine that, yeah, maybe Team Secret with it back in the pool, they've practiced it a decent amount, but with everybody banning it out, you don't get a lot of play in competitive matches on it, so they may have scrimmed it a little bit, but I would assume that T1 will have a big advantage on that map because it just doesn't get played a lot, but T1 picked it, so that kind of means that, okay, they've got some preparation for that map. They're trying to pull it out to catch Team Secret off guard, and now Team Secret here on their Lotus pick, they picked it into a team that also has a 100% win rate on this map, and it's not going well.
Let's also not forget, I mean, with Bind, we really don't know where each of these teams is at on Bind.
Yeah,
it's not
true.
like the rest of the maps where, you know, they've been able to put their reps in. Some teams, they get these map changes, they'll really try to hyper-focus on that map and try to lab out some new techniques. Others, not so much. So, a lot of questions here. Team Secret now in a very, very, really bad-looking round to start this off here. They're going to have to get some really good headshots with that Sheriff. They're going to have to get some really good engages in close quarters. Because right now, T1 looking very clean.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Team Secret, they're not quite the RRQ Elmi Moores of the world, where you pick up a Sheriff and it feels like the best round you have.
Yeah, right.
I mean, they're still pros. They're still very good with the weapon, but...
Yeah, well, RRQ is just crazy what they were able to do with that. So they're going to come through Mound, farm out the orb. Will they get any picks? We got Ban over here ready. Always seems like the worst player to have to encounter first here on this map.
Yeah.
And they don't get much information out just yet.
Ban just buying time. Snake bite down. It's got some harbor help. Little Omen smoke coming through here from the side of Team Secret as they try to rotate out now.
Here.
Okay, a push now up through mid. Potentially going to come in onto B. Getting a shot here of this entrance. They do have a position where they could end up... Oh, hold on. They're going to smoke this out. Okay, they're going to use that Omen ulti. Check in the back. Make a deep lurk here for Borkum.
He's going to stay there. We'll have to wait and see if T1 can read that as they're trying to just get on top of the site. They stop the spike from going down.
Dude.
And Zeta and Munchkin are just destroying them.
And Borkum, he can't even really take advantage of that lurk here. I mean, it just doesn't matter. They're not able to get into B at all. So they burn through that ulti. T1 is just stacking up round win after round win after round win.
This is kind of crazy. I mean, I'm looking at our stats here. Lotus is our second least played map. Defensive side does have a very slight lead so far, but it's a 3-site map. Attacker side is totally fine. Like, Team Secret are just doing nothing. They're just getting outplayed right now by T1, to be totally honest.
They're getting dominated. If we don't see Team Secret start to pick up a round win in the last 2 rounds in the first half here, I don't know if you can recover from this. I mean, eventually you have to assume in any half a team should be able to force a victory by banking their ultimates.
Yeah.
And you know, when you're down this low, I mean, if this gets 10-2, I don't know that they can come back.
Definitely be difficult. Looks like they didn't tag anyone, but that owl drone is very suspicious.
All right, we've got the lockdown here from Jeremy. And this is going to allow them to just crack a wide open. But Saya just decides to stay in here and let the players trickle in. Keeps getting kills.
He was going down with the ship with that one. He wasn't getting out of that one.
Yeah, that was, but kind of a brilliant move, to be honest here, because they don't really have the same kind of comfortable position on A that they wanted to have.
Spike planted.
Let's see how it goes here as Team Secret get this spike planted. They're up a member.
All right, Munchkin. Actually, he's just too good with these flicks, and there's going to be the counter lockdown. And how exactly does Team Secret want to deal with this? We've got Carpe over here in the back. Carpe does a lot of damage to Dubstep. Still in this. Well, no, he's not. Van gets him. Excuse me.
One enemy remaining.
Munchkin,
Last
not
player
going to happen.
standing.
It's up to Ban.
Oh, Van with the pre-fires there. He's just too good.
His focus is like something, he just keeps getting better and better every week.
Look at this.
I was like, he was really good the last couple of weeks. He's even better today.
He's looking supernatural with these moves. But he just basically knows, okay, there's like 3 hiding spots you've got. I'm just going to pre-fire each of them. That's exactly what they do. And another loss here.
It's a very nice approach they go for. The lockdown is kind of middling, to be honest. I thought the position could have been slightly better, but it kind of gets them access to the site at least. And Ban's kind of going on this winding flank path, and he gets the kill on the back of the site, and it kind of leaves the back door wide open for Team Secret. It allows Munchkin to push in and take a lot of fire, and that allows Ban to eventually clean it up. So very nicely handled. Team Secret still looking for a 3rd round.
Saya going to come around this corner and gets one right away. Escapes to set up a new position. Aldron's going to come out. He gets pinged, so he's going to have to do a pretty big reset. They block him out. Envy right now, by the way, looking like the best player on Team Secret in a lot of these moments. Really able to get some of these shots to connect where nobody else can.
Look at that. Look at that response. I mean, they hear the footsteps. They hear the door immediately. Harbor Wall comes up. You got the dog coming out from C.
I mean, the synergy with the abilities, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I really want to give Team Secret some credit here, but like, I don't know. T1 are just kind of on another level right now.
Here.
Let's see how they choose to get in here. I would imagine at this point maybe you want to rotate, but it's a hard decision.
Let's do the dive.
All right, this is it. Last shot here on the attacker side to try to get another point.
Spike down.
Carpe backs up. Keeping these very tight angles. They're just continuing to thin out the numbers. Envy already gone.
Yeah. I mean, they're charging through a reckoning onto C.
Spike's not even in hand, by the way.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure even what to make of this. That's going to be a 10-2.
Yeah.
My God.
I
feel like we just started casting this, by the way.
Yeah. It's been very fast the way it's gotten to 10-2 as well. It hasn't been like long drawn-out rounds. That was one of the longer rounds we've had, and it was Team Secret waiting until the reckoning comes out and then pushing into it, deciding not to rotate. Munchkin and Carpe kind of ate for free. Look at Munchkin. He's like, what?
The frown and the shake of the head.
He's like, what the hell are these guys doing? Munchkin's like calling him out on the player cam.
Man, I don't know what to say. I do feel like the synergy that you're seeing with T1 is remarkable, but also, and this is like really basic, but it's true. Like, always T1 is the first to get the kill. They always peak. They win the duel. Even before we got to the ability intense part of the half, they're just like, they're better shots.
Yeah.
This is a game where you shoot each other, Valdez.
Yeah, I kind of harken back to the bonus round that T1 took. You remember they kind of set up at Rubble and they like totally dominated them. And that was the first round where Team Secret were a bit stubborn, right? They're like, we know they're set up here. We're going to push into them. We have better firepower. We are going to take this fight. We're going to win it. And they push through and they get absolutely slaughtered. I think after that happened, their mindset has just been off. They just haven't looked like the same Team Secret. This is a great team. I really think that Team Secret has it in them to challenge T1, but they haven't today. Not so far.
Well, good luck, Team Secret. We have seen comebacks like this before, but all that T1 needs to do is just get those 3 wins. Pistol round, if they can't win there, I think it's over. I really do. I think that no way to recover. Some T1 support over here.
Next to the, at least we can tell it's Jet, okay?
Yeah.
But it's like, I'm very jealous of people who can draw well.
That looked like Jet who had a propeller hat on.
And was cross-eyed.
Yeah. It was like
good effort.
Napoleon Dynamite drawing of Jet.
Good effort, at least. So we're here at the half. T1 10-2. I mean, at least Team Secret have been able to take a couple of rounds because you look at some of these rounds and you're like, it hasn't looked very possible for them.
Right, they're going to come in this extremely important pistol round, and Team Secret's going to go for a little bit of a push. Kind of counterintuitive here. Oh my God!
Oh man.
Saya and Munchkin cleaning house already. Jeremy and Borkham left over. It's going to be an easy plant on A and an unimaginable retake if Team Secret can pull this off.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Like, they're standing on the other side of smoke. T1 pushes through. You're supposed to have the jump on them, but instead you just get flicked down and dominated 3 kills to none. Like, that's kind of just, it kind of tells the story of the way this series has been going, this map.
One enemy remaining.
All right, Van.
Flawless.
I mean, everybody is just so on top of it right now. And now we've got that insanely difficult round 2 here after you've lost that. T1's on fire. It's funny, when we all showed up to the studio today, we all kind of looked at each other and said, well, this is going to be probably 3 games, maybe an overtime, a long evening, which is, of course, welcome. But the reality now, as this starts to unfold, is that T1 is deadly. And again, even the setups that you saw that Team Secret had, it's like the reaction time's not good. They're in the right position.
They're just... Yeah, it's like you enter a lobby and there's one guy on the other team that you just keep dying to. And you're like, well, I just don't get to play the game then. You know, like, I don't know, like you've definitely had this experience in solo queue where it's like, well, that guy's just too good. He's just going to kill me every time. Like, I guess I don't have much hope. Team Secret are certainly looking for that. Like I said before, I definitely think they're a better team than what they're showing so far.
I agree. Already dubstep, a little bit below half health.
Saya player had enough to go for full armor and a Vandal.
Yeah.
In the second round,
That's
so
pretty wild.
I think he had a 3K?
They're trying to crush them here.
Yeah.
And again, you know, T1 biding their time. They are going to come in here where it's just Jeremy.
Oh, man. They even read the position with the Nano Swarm.
Oh, my God.
Jada's going to take him down for free, as Jeremy had to run. Like, otherwise he dies in a Nano Swarm. It's going to be a free plant, so we got Carpe waiting in the wings. Munchkin just pops out.
Just a massacre, man. Just Borkham left over here.
They're hunting him down.
Oh, my God.
12-2. Match point already.
Yeah.
Point.
Team Secret, I got to say, they haven't really showed up yet. T1 is so well calibrated right now.
Yeah. It's really going to come down to Warbirds and the team really, after this map, to go in the back and say, we're just not awake. We haven't even showed up yet.
We got to put this loss behind us
Yeah.
and figure out how we're going to recalibrate on Bind because
exactly.
This has been brutal.
Let's see it. Bonus round here should be, again, a round that Team Secret are ahead. They're going to get a kill with a...
It's a start.
Turret.
Turret.
Okay.
It's
It
the
all
MVP
starts
right
with
now.
one tasteless.
That's right. Saya looking, gets at least one. Not quite enough. Gonna activate the door now. Zeta looking for a shot, an opportunity. They're gonna come into A, and I think this is gonna have to be a retake. Nobody's really guarding A right now. That was the soft spot, and a good read by T1. They're gonna infiltrate this and set up for that spike plant.
Pushing through is Carpe. He's very confident, playing extremely well so far. He spots him,
And Jeremy with a beautiful wallbang takes him. Just Zeta left. Hold up.
Okay.
Dude, Zeta is so scary. Okay, so Team Secret wins. Barely. They take 2 Vandals with him. But you can see Zeta just go into killer mode there.
Yeah.
Right at the end of that. Just try to take out as many players as possible. It's unlikely that they're going to be able to close that round out, but
yeah. It's a great showing from Jeremy, by the way. Like, he gets his first kill, he's in great position, picks up the 3-4K, and then Envy steals the ace, but they don't care about that. They just want to win the round.
Right.
And yeah, just a very good read from the side of Team Secret. They're able to set up on C and eventually get the defense on.
Okay, Marshall shots in there. Doesn't quite connect to the target. Dubstep in a very close position just outside of Mound. We might have to wait for these smokes to dissipate. There is going to be a little bit of pushing here. Okay, Saya's going to come all the way down. They might not be ready for this angle.
He's waiting for him. He's on the orb, so he's just going to get out there, but Cloudburst comes down, still Dubstep and Borkham are able to win that fight.
Yeah, they started. And Jesse delivering as well. Hey, man, it's happening. Team Secret's starting to actually recover.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
Last player standing.
Carpe gives it a shot.
All right, just Munchkin left here. No hope here. That round 13 win. So they did with a double peek there. Yep. They clean that up. And let's see if there's going to be a pause or anything like that, or if they're going to let T1 just run with it. Remember that even though we're seeing these victories from Team Secret, they're starting to play that game of catch-up. It's really about forcing these round wins with your ultimates now. You just need to bank up in one big round and kind of push through. When you have a score disparity that's as great as the one we have now, it's about just having that one final play.
Yeah. I do like that Team Secret. Maybe after the halftime, they took some time, and looks like they've woken up now. You know, a couple of good rounds under their belts. I'm glad that we have a map that is actually a bit competitive now. T1 still trying to figure out these rifle attacking rounds.
All right, Saya going to try to push through now. Not going to find anything just yet. It looks like they are itching to try to come into C. And once more, C is just going to be covered here with Jeremy. The Killjoy setup. They cracked it open once before. Can they do it again?
I suggest you move.
And they get that aggressive reckoning down, and that's going to give them position on the site. This is just going to have to be a retake from the side
this is
of
so
Team
weird.
Secret.
They get the plant. And it's going to be Team Secret trying to edge back in. It's now or never. They've got to make this work.
Seekers available.
I've got your trail.
Right, the blind comes through. Shots fired, but they don't quite connect.
Yeah, trying to buy time, but the swarm of Team Secret comes through. The shots are good for Carpe and Zeta, though.
Bit of a trade here. Still a 3 versus 3. Spike ticks away.
Yeah.
Munchkin with 2 HP. He gets Borkham.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think there's enough time.
Just Jesse Vash remaining. Nope.
Player
He gets
standing.
him. But this spike is going up. That's going to be it. 13-4. Our final score here for map 1. T1 domination.
They just got on the horse right from round 1. They win the pistol. They win the bonus. They win 4th. They drop 1, and then all of a sudden, again, they streak on up. It was insane stuff. Really want to shout out Saya player. 6 first bloods.
Yeah.
16 and 6. He only died 6 times, right? Nobody else was really that close. I guess Ban was close at 8. As you got the Marved and Tens cheering squad over there. But yeah, just absolute domination, better gunplay. T1 showed up a bit early, and Team Secret got behind the 8-ball and were not able to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, look, round two, or I'm sorry, the second half, that was it was fun to watch them try to fight back. But the real story here is just T1 and how explosive they were in that first half. And their gunplay was so on point. We saw their abilities synergizing so well. I don't know, man. Is this just going to be a 2-0? Is this just going to be a straightforward 2-0 where one team is just obviously better than the other? I hope not. It's all going to come down to what exactly Team Secret has planned on buying.
Yeah, comes down to the newly entered and refurbished map of Binds. As the fans are out in droves for all sorts of teams and players, lots of T1 fans here, obviously the Korean team, but still, the Secret fans standing strong, hoping that they can come back with a big Map 2 victory. And like you said, Tasteless, it's a great point, T1, it's their choice. They should be well prepared on the map, but maybe Team Secret also has a ton of information and practice on this map. We just don't know. Like, maybe they're just going to show up big.
Yeah, beautiful performance here by T1. It's funny because sometimes T1 has these matches that are really close that make us think, oh, okay, well, maybe they aren't in the same caliber as the other two Korean teams we have on top, Gen.G and DRX. But in a moment like now, you go, oh, man, they look just as good, if not better, than those two Korean teams.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a better performance than Gen.G, but yeah, like you mentioned, questions. They dropped a map to DFM last week, and they look great this week, so it's looking good for them. Guys, we do have a break, a commercial. We will come back with the desk, and then map number 2 of Binds. As here's Van, right?
Jesse with the plan.
Yeah, coming from another.
But they haven't quite made the full infiltration. Van, again, still with good defense. Going to rotate down here and get 2.
He is so aggressive. Morcom is paranoia.
Doing everything they need to do. No.
Good communication as well. T1 Swarm down back to the site here. He's got double
half health.
Oh, here he comes.
Like the round before, it's Indra's territory.
He gets it regardless. As T1, yeah, they don't.
Oh, beautiful.
Reckoning comes in. Tatus waiting on the opposite side.
Finally falls.
Stop the spike from going down.
Dude, take advantage of that lurk here. I mean, wide open. Oh! Saya come around this corner. And, oh, man. All right, Van.
It's going to be a free.
And Jeremy with a beautiful wallbang takes him just 8 to left.
Out there, but Cloudburst comes down.
You're watching VCT Pacific. Welcome back from the short break and a very
And the short game.
Short game. You know, by the first half of the game just now, I mean, Team Secret was down 2-10.
Yeah, pretty one-sided start, and really the first half tells the whole story, because if you're down that far, I mean, no matter what, it's already such a monumental task. And let's also note, obviously, starting on the attack side on Lotus as well, and Team Secret just not able to find their footing.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Team 1 had them read every step of the way. The first 4 rounds already not a great look, but then even subsequently in the end of the first half, starting of the second half, Team Secret just couldn't recover at all.
Yeah, I mean, we even see it, right? Only 2 post-plant wins out of the 8 times that they were able to plant the spike. I mean, that just goes to show that I think T1 really understanding what their game plan was, what their win conditions were, how they want to play Lotus, and also kind of the compositional differences, right? The strengths and weaknesses, just a very solid understanding of that as well.
I think so. There was that one round, maybe at least for Team Secret, where they actually combined their ultimates. I think Envy with the Rolling Thunder, Dubstep dashing in. They managed to kind of push T1 back, but that was it. The rest of it, you could see this double controller setup from T1. The catalyst of Carpe just flashing in. And of course, I think Munchkin with the Nanoswarm traps were really useful as well. And I mean, some of these are more like cookie cutter, bread and butter kind of agents, but still, a lot of these setups from T1 really showed that they know this map in and out.
Yeah. I mean, you did point it out. I don't remember if it was here or backstage. Well, it was curious that Team Secret had chosen.
Yeah, before we were getting into the game, I was just trying to figure out, like, what would they have seen that they felt confident enough to pick this map against T1, because T1 has shown wins on this map so far, and we were speculating, well, maybe it's because they have tape, and then the only thing I could think of, obviously we can't really read into, their entire prep, but is, okay, so you're looking at the compositional differences, you understand how T1 likes to play the whole Sky Harbor combo, so maybe you found an answer for it, but the truth is the only thing we know for sure is they didn't show what, they prepped, right? No matter what it was, I mean, a part of that is also just the aim duels, right? They were losing out on that as well, so really no part of this game going their way on the side of Secret.
Part of me kind of feels like maybe it's just because, like, they used to pick Icebox a lot. Now that it's out of the map pool, maybe Lotus, that was something they picked against Zeta last week.
Envy had that interview, right, where he talks about Icebox being out now does hurt us a little bit, so maybe that's coming into play.
Definitely painful. I think they're trying to adjust to Lotus, and like maybe this is now their new kind of pick. That's something that they want to put their best foot forward on, but it's not looking so great.
Yeah.
Damn.
You know what? Let's break it down a little bit. Will, you pointed this out very early on. It was very curious. They, after winning several rounds in a row for T1, they lost one, and just one, very early on. I think it was like by round 4 or 5, and then they called a timeout.
Yeah, an instant timeout after the first round loss, and also a rare sighting of Autumn just, like going at it.
Yeah.
And then, I was wondering, what was the fix? And I actually had to keep going back, because even the consequent rounds afterwards, we didn't see much of a change in their default in terms of trying to combat Team Secret. But then if you look, Team Secret has the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown both in this round. So if you look at T1's positioning, they've always been pushing out of either C main or A main, trying to cut the map into a smaller piece. But this time, they actually all crowded around into B. Now we've already jumped forward to round 9, where this is kind of the regular default setup. But here, the other change T1 makes is they haven't taken over C main. They're just checking it, and they've now confirmed that Team Secret has already taken over into Rubble, even right up to Tiny Door, connecting into B Link. But the thing is this time the difference maker is that you do have that Reckoning coming in from Zeta, and this toxic screen as well. It's entirely entirely prepped to purposely force them to rotate into B, and Team Secret has no choice but to fall into the trap because you have to avoid the Reckoning. You can't waste the time going all the way back out because then you'll just be red, you'll really be trapped. You haven't taken over C main or any other part of the map. So T1 just understanding, okay, if we take up, X percentage of Lotus, what are their options? Okay, this is the only thing they can do. They have to come into Tiny Door. Zato's holding that, and Munchkin was holding B main as well.
It's like if you're playing in chess, you have a lot of these pieces just to block off all the routes that your opponents are trying to explore. And Team Secret really had no other option. I think even at some point in the Thrifty rounds, you start to see Team Secret trying to go for that sort of everyone grouped together sort of strategy. When you do that, you don't have a lot of map control. Even trying to group up together, they got just slayed and slaughtered by T1 with all those automatic weapons. It was really tough for Team Secret, but man, next map's gonna be Bind. I really don't know how this is gonna look moving forward.
Yeah. On this last map, yeah, I'm curious about Bind. What was the problem with the team comp?
Well, so I think it's too early to say that one comp is necessarily objectively better or worse, but the thing is if you're going with a Breach Omen style of composition on Lotus, especially with single controller, you have to basically take the high-risk, high-reward play of investing, your fault line and your paranoia to basically erase one side of the map, right? Either A main or C main, both on attack and defense. But the thing with Team Secret was sometimes, like we saw in that replay, they would get part of A main, but A main's got so much distance that you're still not able to break through the toxic screen. And then they started to save their utility because they were scared. They're like, well, what if we dump it here and they don't respond? Then now we're out of utility to break into the actual site. Same thing happens on defense as well. And I think T1, understanding we've got so many smokes, let's just keep buying time. At some point, they have to pile on all of their utility to break in. If we avoid that one fight, we can go for the retake, and that's exactly what they did.
That's right. I mean, they kept to refresh their smokes. On the Team Secret side, they don't really have that refreshable utility. Once it's spent, it's gone, and they really just don't have that extra set plan. Like, where's your plan B, plan C? And it's gone. It's gone.
It is. I mean, look, that's not. T1 did great. T1 did great.
Yeah.
I have to, total kudos to T1 for being so well prepared continuously on Lotus, and now I think we can confidently say that T1, it wasn't like a fluke that they were winning these past Lotus maps. Yeah, so kudos to them. Not the game performance that we wanted from Team Secret. I am curious how they're going to respond to Bind. T1 pick was Bind, but what do we want to see on Bind?
I mean, I think you want to explore the classics, but you also need to exploit those new changes, right? I think the teleporter is going to be something that's very important because as soon as you start to poke and prod on certain parts of the map, that's where you get to play around the rotations, force your opponent to catch up to you, and that's something that I think maybe Team Secret can do, but this is T1's pick. That's the thing, and T1 clearly has thought this very well thought through.
Yeah, and the other thing is for those who have watched Challengers Korea in the past, you'll remember that Intro was actually one of the players that was always very good at Bind individually, not necessarily with any specific team, but he's always, if he's put in on Bind, he's always been able to perform well. He always finds these crafty locations with the shotguns even, right, over on Window and over by, yeah, I know you guys are grimacing, but he likes to play that Viper, sometimes he'll play, other smokes, maybe even sometimes a Sage, but he finds these angles and he creates these own pockets for him to work off of. I'm curious if he's going to come into play here on Bind, because so far it seems like T1 has been leaning more towards Ban kind of being part of the regular 5.
It will be curious to see if Intro can do that, because with the micro changes on Bind, with the angles changing, with the corners changing, with certain, certain pockets, you can't really camp there as well as you used to be able to. So you're right. I would like to see how Intro is going to play that out. I hope Secret is prepared. I mean, I'm sure all the teams are prepared on some level. But after that last map, I'm not feeling too confident about, my original prediction. I'm not sure now. Do we think it's going to be a 2-0 again, like the first match?
I mean, I think it's likely, right? I mean, T1, if they're the ones picking Bind, they've clearly spent the time on it. Surely, Team Secret, they left it open, so it's not like they're coming in with zero prep, but also momentum clearly in favor. And also, with that kind of one-sided score, I think you just have to assume also T1's just hitting their shots a lot more consistently, and that's sometimes just part of an FPS.
Yeah, it's good to see Saya player also back on form. I think there was a little period where we're like, oh no, what happened to Saya player? But yeah, Saya, Munchkin, and of course Carpe have been looking pretty solid. And last week we'll call them Teamwork 1. Because they're one thing that T1 does well is that there's no one star player really on that team. It's really about their teamwork, and they've proven it on Lotus.
Kind of, yes, still. But definitely someone was hitting a little bit more shots than his other teammates today, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin and Carpe, right? And Carpe specifically, I think we pointed to him to kind of be this key player against Envy in today's matchup.
Totally.
And then he was, topping the scoreboard today. And one thing actually now, as we were talking, that comes to mind is I've felt that since the beginning of Pacific, T1's always looked best when they had Carpe on Sky and Zeta on Harbor. The way they use both of their utilities together to gain info, and then Carpe being able to rotate to the other side of the map to provide support. Here's the thing. Bind has always been a good Sky map, and now I think there's potential for Harbor to be in play here as well.
Yep.
And so do they go with this comfort duo pick again, and do they have these strats that work off of it? Meanwhile, maybe if Intro does come in, he can anchor another part of the map. I mean, this could be a very, very strong-looking T1 here.
And that's probably why they picked it. We're looking for that Intro sub-in as well, but that's exactly what T1 has, Bind is going to be a little bit tricky for Team Secret to deal with. In the past, maybe you'd play with post plants, but the guy is here.
Hey, Intro. Oh, he looks so happy.
I mean, he's
has so ready.
Yeah, he's been taking a bit of a break, right, with the maps that they've been picking and playing. Band's been filling in that role, sometimes flexing over to that Jet, but now with Intro in, listen, I think there's a strong chance that they could go for a Viper Harbor comp again along with the Sky here like they've done over on Lotus.
Very, very likely. And of course, maybe a raise as well. But that's the thing. This question is one that Team Secret needs to answer. We've got the Gecko.
And a Harbor, Viper, Gecko.
Wait, and the Sky as well for Munchkin. So no Sentinel. But, and also it's Zeta playing Viper. What is going on? Okay, suddenly I'm actually feeling less confident about
Will's mind is breaking.
But here's the thing.
They chose this.
They chose this. And Gecko Viper or Gecko Harbor has been this duo that a lot of people have said is probably one of the best ways to use Gecko. Meanwhile, Harbor also, for Jesse Bash, lots of changes on both sides.
I think this is something that both teams really need to explore, because still, we could find counters to Gecko. A lot of people have been saying his utilities are great and really cool, but you can just shoot them out. You can just break them apart. Main thing is you need that line of sight, and you need those reactions as well. So Team Secret, I don't know. They got the Sage instead of a Gecko. They still have the similar agents. They need to make it work.
Well, for Team Secret, maybe they'll have a Razzie Binks buff. I saw a lot of Razzie fans from the Philippines in the audience. I'm very excited to see how this bind is gonna go. This match matters so much, especially for Team Secret, who is number 6 on the standings right now. And to remind you guys again, only 6 teams can make it to playoffs, and Team Secret is on the very edge. So if they don't push it to Game 3, this could be it for them. For that, let's go over to the casters. Tasteless and Valdez. Are you excited to see bind?
I mean, yeah. But also, Bind and Gecko? Yeah. Very interested in that. I don't know what to expect. I mean, they did pick this map, T1 did, right? So they're bringing out a comp that we haven't seen yet. This map has also been changed. We're in a brand new iteration of this. They've tried to fix this map. So I don't know, man. Let's just get into this. I want to see exactly how they're going to play this. And again, Victoria mentioned the desk. I mean, Team Secret, they need to win here. They are in this ranked 6th in the standings. And obviously they're going to sink down a little bit lower if they can't win this map in the next. So a lot of pressure here.
You don't want to lose, and you don't want to lose 0-2 either. Just because, especially if it gets very close towards the playoffs, head-to-head is going to be the first tiebreaker. But after that, you want to take as many maps as possible to give that map differential for the the tiebreaker. So we'll see how it goes. It looks like T1 is setting up to attack the A site.
We've had very little appearances of Gecko here, VCT Pacific. So let's see what kind of ideas can be used here as we go to this game number 2 here. Team Secret versus T1.
Checking Cubby with a little shot, as the Ray's going to be fantastic on this map to just get in all the way.
He's over here in U-Haul. Going to wrap all the way around. Intro now continuing to push onwards. And they've pretty well iced out Team Secret here. We just need to get that spike planted.
Jeremy, though, not going to check him, but they do get the shot down. Jesse Vosh holding down the site. Messiah player still in lamps. He's going to make this a 2v2.
They are going to go for the plant. They should be able to get this right before it can get interrupted. And a great shot there by Envy. It's going to be all up to Zeta.
He's not in a good spot here. He's just going to be hounded down. Envy going to take him out, and that will be the defuse for Team Secret. Good start for them.
Yeah, and a much-needed victory here. If they're going to string together a lead here and ultimately win on Bind, it needs to look like that. Interesting push in. And now we go to that round at number 2 here. And we'll see exactly the approach the T1's going to have. You can see here the highlights of that first round there. In the end, Envy with a great push. Envy, by the way, I would say out of all the players on Team Secret, probably playing the best, having some of the best engages.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a great map 1 as well. I mean, as great as you can have, right?
Yeah.
He was on top for the team, so didn't amount to too many results, but at least he's performing individually. A Saya player here, he's got a Marshall, just going to headshot him down. Not the most common thing to see in the go-round, but Saya will go for it.
Munchkin does manage to push through Hookah. Parfait, nice shot. But Envy, too good with these reactions. And I got to say, I really thought that Team Secret was going to have an easy time around here, and it's like T1 is just winning every duel.
Again!
Yeah, it's wild.
Well, at least in this round. And this is down in firepower now. Jesse Vosh slowly.
Oh, damn.
That's a heartbreaking way to end that one for Team Secret.
Yeah, just a really good lurk there. Not even ready for an angle like that. And so T1, they pull it back. A tough round now here for Team Secret. A round that you really, out of all the rounds in a game of Valorant, you're really supposed to win after winning round 1. You're supposed to get round 2.
And Munchkin just gets 2 frenzy kills. We had a Marshall kill from Saya player.
I love the shot of the T1 fans. They're like, okay.
They're like, yeah, we expected that. Yeah, okay.
We're not excited yet.
Nicely done. We're very disappointed he lost the pistol round, in fact. Did not like that very much.
All right, Envy gets pinged. It's going to be hot peeking here. Here we go.
All right, all the little buddies running forward, the wingman and the doggy.
Yeah.
Going in together. There's the boom bot, number 3.
It's like Beastmaster over here with all the different animals coming out. They're going to push in. Borkum's going to be ready here with Envy. Some good crossfire set up. Oh, well, I said that, but that crossfire's gone.
Another first blood for the side of Saya player. Had 6 in the first round, or first map. Now they're going to spot this rotation coming out.
Dude,
the spray is good enough.
What? I don't even understand. Just some of these engages, it's wild how well it's going. Saya gets Borkum now. This spike is planted. Dubstep way out over here. And be long. Maybe he can try to get an exit frag. I don't know. Wouldn't be surprised if the entire team just escapes up through the defender spawn here. This is going to be a 3rd round win here for T1. And again, it's these duels. And I know that Valorant is always a game, ultimately, of 2 players trying to come out and shoot each other. But the number of times you see both sides peak, and T1 just always takes it, it's wild.
Yeah.
And they're going to try to hunt him down. They don't want this Marshall going into the next round.
Yeah.
Of course, Sage doesn't have a really easy way to escape if she's pursued. It's not like Jet. And so that's it. They get that kill. They close that out with a 2nd round win.
Yeah.
And things are starting to mirror what we had in the first map.
Yeah, starts out with that pick. Man, that was clean. As obviously, not a lot of firepower here for Team Secret. They get the rotation in quickly, but it does not matter. T1 are able to spot that out. And they take them all down. So we will move into the 3rd round here, Team Secret. Only half armor on a couple of guys.
All right, so they're going to catapult in. Saya doesn't find anybody in showers. Jeremy is going to try to peek. And they have driven them out of there, at least for now.
Yeah, and Team Secret, they see Saya player, they're like, yeah, I think we'll just back off to the site.
Yeah. Maybe not go here.
Yeah.
So they are going to be able to reclaim showers now.
Oh. It's assassin dog out of the teleporter.
Jump scare dog over there.
You can get closer now because the teleport has changed places, closer to shower.
So they've forced Team Secret to spend a lot of utility trying to push back out into showers. It looks like they actually want to come back up, maybe up through hookah. It's going to be a double stack over here with Envy and Jesse. Excuse me, Envy and Dubstep.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, Team Secret right now, they have 3 people in showers. They're going to, well, with the Seekers, get a lot of information as the blind comes out and tags him.
Oh my God, they're both blinded, but separated enough. Just Envy now, and then none. It's going to be another B-side plant. It's going to have to be a big wraparound. And by the way, Zeta is still lurking here. Oh, I'm sorry. They're not even going to do a B-side plant. They're going to go with a loop-de-loop here. It's going to be up into A.
Little teleporter action.
You guys thought it was B, suckers.
It's been a while, you know.
Yeah.
But, yep, they're going to get onto the A site here. Plant it down with 8 seconds left.
Totally baited Team Secret here. Okay, well, they're going to try to slip back in over here.
You can hold this angle, by the way, now because these boxes have changed heights. So now you can look into the backside there at that entrance.
Yeah, and they're just going to bide their time. Team Secret is, it looks like they're not going to commit. They're going to hang back, and it's going to be a quiet end.
Meanwhile, Saya player is slowly, he's prowling. You know, he's on the prowl. He's trying to get on in there and maybe get an exit kill.
No one there yet. We might have an engage. Hold on.
Well, they hear him then, and they're just running away. They don't even want to take this. Oh, but they do!
Oh, sick!
I got this.
Wow, literally the last possible second. That kill is theirs. 3-1 now. T1 looking so strong.
Wingman distracts them, and then the bird gets so much value.
Yeah, it looks like with his team comp, they're able to just throw so much material out there that abilities are going to connect, something's going to stick, and then you are going to get a good initiation.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, 2 different heights. Can't get your crosshairs everywhere. Saya player takes a bunch of damage there, but the spray comes down, and Borkum is getting aggressive, not able to survive.
Yeah, good engage there. Already, Team Secret off to a pretty bad start here. It is going to be Jeremy here with the Vandal, trying to get some work done. Well, no, it doesn't matter. A's is going to be theirs for the taking. Just Envy here.
Oh!
That was so good.
Envy's like, come on, my team. Let's go.
That flick
Somebody
was wild.
help me. Yeah.
All right, well, they're going to go ahead and plant over here, just by the van.
You can also hold this angle because of the height of the boxes.
Ooh.
Player
Yeah,
standing.
Munchkin, too good with the reactions. And that's going to be that. This is a 4th round win here. T1 is just kind of running away with this whole series.
Yeah, it's pretty quick as well, you know, so I like this from Team Secret. They're going to call a timeout early, not let it get too out of hand. Honestly, the way map 1 went, I might have called it after the previous round.
Yeah.
But they were going into an eco, so perhaps they wanted to wait until they were going into a buy round.
You know, Team Secret does have these moments of brilliance, but it just seems like T1 is bigger, better, faster, stronger. You know, I'm not sure if there's, you know, one flaw, like we've seen in some teams. Like, you know how we'll say, like, Zeta plays too slow, you know, and the clock is really their worst enemy. They sometimes aren't able to commit to a spike site in time. I don't see exactly that kind of flaw or anything like that with Team Secret.
Yeah, I would say that maybe a little bit of stubbornness in terms of taking fights or pushing into areas where they have kind of clearly lost the utility skirmish, if you will.
Sure, yeah.
Other than that, it's kind of just you're getting swung on and losing a lot of firefights, and T1 are playing very cleanly, so it's hard. I mean, T1 are a difficult team to defeat. Again, just our expectation was not only that the first series would be close, which it was, but it was only 2 maps, but that this one would be closer.
Yeah.
And now it's actually not as close, even with the 2-0 in the first series. Although, you know, it's not over yet. Team Secret, though, on the defensive side of Bind, have not really found much luck just yet.
All right, over here by Fountain. We're gonna have a small push come out.
Shot him in the leg.
Yep. We're seeing the rest of T1 scramble back over here as they're gonna try to shove up into B.
Oh boy, here we go. And there it is. They're detained, but Dubstep wasn't. So they pushed into that, expecting to be able to win that duel aggressively, but no, Dubstep able to save his teammate.
Team Secret able to bleed off intro here, and they keep the momentum going. Munchkin extremely low on HP as well. We're going to send the spike up back over towards A. It is a double stack defending A right now. Borkum over here. Jesse way in the back.
Poison Orb is up, just trying to buy time. For rotation comes in, nobody's in showers, so Munchkin not going to find anyone.
All right, so they're going to push through. They're going to be ready with the showstopper. Can they find a target? And they're going to bet. It does connect with Borkum, who is ultimately cleaned out there by Carpe.
Yeah, good communication, but at the same time, Team Secret got a good defense up. The pit is there, and they can't take him out.
All right, so they've got the spike set up. They've got the lurk now. It's going to be extremely difficult here for Team Secret. They got to try to get through here cleanly without suffering too many losses. But you know, a good Viper lurk in a pit like this can start to stack a lot of kills.
There's so much crap on this side. Like there's bubbles everywhere. There's a pit, 2 harbor walls. What is going on?
Another one. Jesse's going to start the defuse.
Oh, he's holding it. He's holding it.
He's going to stick it. Can he connect it?
Oh, he gets it.
He does get it.
Oh man.
That was wild.
Yeah, he was decaying too. I mean, he was like one shot at that point, holding it through the pit. And just his 2 teammates pushed out to keep him safe while he was defusing, bought enough time, and he barely got it off. So Team Secret do win the rounds.
Yeah, clutch moment there, but I am still a little bit scared for Team Secret, right? Like they barely got through with that, and that almost does seem like a mistake there by T1. Like they had the setup. You're not supposed to be able to stick it ever in Viper's pit.
Yeah.
All they have to do is get 1 bullet to connect in the middle of the defuse, and it's over.
Exactly. Which is why we saw there the POV of Jesse Vosh, who was defusing it. He saw his teammates like run out ahead of him, just like dying for the cause. And that's eventually what ended up helping him.
One theme with this agent composition is this push that we always see at B long, where they almost always seem to succeed in getting in.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. It's going to be ugly. Excellent usage of the showstopper there. It's such a narrow area.
Yeah.
There's really no way to avoid it.
He tried to get Saya Player with the shot first because he saw him as his teammate died, right? But then he just resorted to the rocket launcher, which eventually was very, very nicely done. Although Munchkin is able to get a pick now, making it 3v2 in favor of T1.
He's going to do a very good job avoiding that.
One enemy.
Oh, Borkum. Beautiful play.
No plant for the little guy.
Data going to move out. This is still doable.
30 seconds left.
Checking that angle, nobody there. Yep, great play by Dubstep. Hey, Team Secret's starting to do it.
Hey, okay.
This is going to be a normal back and forth. It's starting to look
Ego
like.
Res, can he? Did he get the gun?
I think so.
Yeah, he got a Guardian. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, and that's really where this kind of all got ended. But again, I got to praise Borkum here with that lurk.
One enemy.
Oh, man. And the shots, too. Borkum and Dubstep alone in like a low member, like 2v2 scenario, extremely solid. And we saw why right there.
All right, we're going to round 8 now. Another push over here towards B long, or at least they're going to try to sell that. In fact, it's just one player, Munchkin. Just going to spam out some utility here and try to generate the imagery of a threat. In fact, the spike's going to be headed up here towards A.
And they have Saya Player waiting near shower, so if Team Secret tried to go like quickly into the teleporter or something, they might just run straight into Saya Player. It's a pretty good setup right now for T1's entry. Wall in showers.
All right, Carpe spots Dubstep. This may trigger Saya Player to push in. Dude, Zeta's reactions are just so good at this point in time.
Yeah. Like, they saw the guy... Oh. Seekers come out, Saya players waiting. Exactly what I mentioned. They're trying to TP in. Saya's just waiting there with open arms.
They really get this map. The little guy to plant the spike. And this is looking impossible right now. How on earth is Borkum going to make any progress here?
Borkum's like, maybe I can escape through showers. Oh, never mind. I'll just walk this way.
Right now, T1 continuing to hide. Intro just barely doesn't see Borkum, as he's going to slide out of here and try to save his weapon.
Sneaky Borkum.
All right, well, this is going to be the 5th round win here for T1. And again, you can see T1 is really taking their time to dissect this map. They've been in the lab with this map for a while. They're experimenting with new agent comps and decided to bust this out here today. And so far, it's served them well. But again, Team Secret, they are definitely playing better than the last game.
Yeah, I'm just glad that this is, again, that it's competitive, right? That they're actually fighting back and that it's not just a one-sided affair. As, I mean, Zeta was able to sneak in here. They saw the guy that was on A short, but they didn't see the first guy. They saw the second guy move in. So Zeta was able to sneak into lamps as the defensive member of Team Secret was trying to secure it, not knowing that the Viper was there, and that was just a free kill for Zeta. And that's what got it started off on a really good foot for T1.
All right, well, we continue on. Oh, hold on. Jeremy already getting the drop on Zeta. It's like the first time I've seen Zeta lose a duel. And they're going to push right out. Team Secret's counterintuitive plays.
They're angry.
But this may actually just allow T1 to get over here into A.
Munchkin.
What's crazy is Munchkin is almost holding him off, but they've gotten a spot. The good news is for T1, they can at least get the plant.
Yeah. Let's see how Carpe wants to handle this.
Yeah, he has a minute left. He could also maybe even go all the way around into B. I don't know.
That would be really cheeky.
Because right now, they've lost track of him entirely.
Mm-hmm.
So Team Secret just does not know where to go.
They probably assume he's around A, but as you mentioned, they really can't pinpoint where the Gecko is.
Right. So it's a little bit of a risk not planning yet, but he should be able to come over here and get into B. Certainly not enough time to quietly go back over here into A. This is going to be a plant.
It's like, suspicious.
Yeah.
It's a safe plant. Now there is a window from elbow. I'm sure we all know.
Right.
You could potentially throw out a dizzy and try to do something fancy. Gecko not exactly the one to use that the best, but he is going to sit in elbow.
So he's going to have the first shot over here on Jeremy. It doesn't get it connected. A lot of build-up for a pretty easy defuse there for Team Secret. Team Secret's going to pop the score up now. Oh, all right. Pop the score up here, 4-5. And this is, I'm overall just so much happier that this is a real back and forth here.
Yeah, for sure. That was a very nice push by Team Secret. They're really mixing with the tempo, right, to push out of a short to get a siege wall down from one angle and then attack the other angle. It was a pretty cheeky and aggressive maneuver that you don't always see, but very nice to see them mixing it up.
Yeah. So let's see what they
Sky voice.
Let's see what they got this time. It's like once again they find the utility spam up into B extremely attractive, and so Team Secret, I think it's smartly so, is triple stacked over here on B. This seems to be where a lot of the early round action is.
There.
But we're gonna have for one of the first times so far in this half is some attention given here by the attacking side over to Hookah.
The Viper's Pit here used by Borkum over in A short, so he's going to hold that down. Just try to push them into B where they do have this triple stack. But they have kind of mixed it up now.
Yeah, so they've cleaned this out. Now are they going to maybe fake it out and go into teleport, or are they going to commit in? Looks like they're going for it.
Oh, God. All the little animals are jumping into the B site. Got rats and cats and elephants.
Everything's coming over in there. They haven't planted just yet. Oh, man, Zeta with a great wall bang. And Zeta gets another through the teleporter.
One enemy
Dude,
remaining.
these angles. T1's just clearing the angles too well.
Flawless.
6-4.
Wow.
The whole every animal on Noah's Ark just spams over into the B side.
It's so funny to watch because you know that Team Secret is just like, well, oh, we can't shoot
Yeah.
everything. Like, what are we gonna do? And of course, it all starts with Zeta, as you mentioned. You know, able to get the 2K here in Hookah by himself. They hold down the site. As Team Secret essentially had to, you know, give it up and then try to retake, but the retake was totally shut down.
All right, well, a little bit of slow play in here. We have, in this case, Team Secret going to push deep down over here into long. They're going to pop flash and come out. They're not going to find anybody.
They know that Munchkin was over there, but he has abandoned ship.
This is going to, I think, organically lend to T1 just taking over A unless Borkum is really able to just mow him down. He does get one. Oh, he's going to...
It's pretty big, actually, to get him in showers. That means there's no teleporter control here for T1. No shower control.
Yeah, they're going to have to hold a tight angle right now. Intro, letting go of the plant button for just a second.
I suggest you move.
I'll throw out the Reckoning as well. Just try to discourage Team Secret from making their way in.
Team Secret going to get ready and try to do the push right now. Saya going to be the first one to have it engaged. He's going to get flashed, so that'll tuck him back there. Oh my God, these shots just not connecting.
And meanwhile, these close-range guns for the side of Team Secret nearly working out for them, but
what? He actually couldn't move all the way through the bubble.
Yeah, and he couldn't see him.
He's like, what's there? Oh no, it's another player.
Yeah, Jeremy's run out of time, though. He's just going to have to back away and hope that they can make this 7-5. Otherwise, might get a 8-4 here, of course.
Yeah, one more round here in the first half.
Last round before the switch.
We do have that showstopper ready to go for Jeremy. And, you know, if we can really see Zeta pop off, the opportunity could be there for a Viper's Pit. But it's been an interesting set so far. Saya is going to go for the operator now.
On attack on binds.
Yeah.
This is something you can do to peek into B long.
Need some help.
There's been a real competition for who can actually control B long, and I think that's why the operator is going to be the choice. Jeremy on the hunt.
He is he's looking out for blood. Uh-oh.
Oh!
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Blinded still gets the kill there.
Wave crack.
They're making it work. Well, hold on a second.
Ooh. Intro's clean.
Where is the spike now?
It seems like both teams do
I
not
see.
care.
Yeah, it's going to be guarded here by Team Secret.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lurk over here in the caves.
Standing.
All right.
And Munch can clutch this. Team Secret needs this so badly.
They don't really know where he is. They should know he's around. But just covering the spike. Oh, they both look away.
Oh my God, this is such a weird interaction.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the timing. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, kind of a weird moment. Both the backs were facing, but he mismanaged when he started to fire the gun.
Switching sides.
And ultimately, that was going to be the win there. So Team Secret now switching it up, 5-7. A very doable second half here, where Team Secret's going to try to recover. Interesting to see that Team Secret for the second time goes for an aggro push down middle
Last player standing.
as the defenders.
You can see, you know, a pretty measured reaction after that. It was a very close round, but the numbers are still there. Team Secret were able to get 5 rounds on the defense. It's not ideal, but at least they are putting up a fight here. And who knows, maybe again, like, we don't have a lot of information for these exact teams on this map, so maybe they come out and shock us on attack and get something going.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what they've got here. I do feel like maybe the setups that T1 had were probably more attacking side oriented, but you know, maybe they got some cool tricks up their sleeve here on the defenders.
Yeah. Bind can be rough with a lot of the angles. Obviously, the map has been opened up quite a decent amount, so that makes it a little bit easier, but still able to get 7 on the attack with all of their animal friends.
That's
and,
right.
All the other different kind of friends, you know, the cabbages and the little boom bot buddy.
Yeah. Getting those cabbages out, it looks like that scene in the Matrix where all the Sentinels are chasing him.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're about to go into this second half here. Again, Team Secret, you know, look, map 1, they've got to put behind them. It was a bad performance, but there's a reason why we have this as a best of 3. They can redeem themselves here. They're going to have a clean slate to go into map 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And anything could happen if we do go to Fracture, of course. And let's see, it's still a lot of fans here for Team Secret, hoping that they can pull this back.
Sign there for Jesse. He is the oldest player we have here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah.
Old school legend.
He's actually older than I am.
Yeah.
It's pretty uncommon, actually, to have that in esports.
Yeah.
Because the casters are generally, you know, a lot of the pro players are younger, and they got the fast, quick hands.
Yeah, well, he's still able to hang with the best. Okay. Team Secret with a wide spread over here. Probably going to be looking for a pick or two. There's a push down from B-Long. Jesse going to have to back up. This is making A pretty tempting target. Their bet on the push on B didn't pay off. We might see a push through teleporter, though, here.
Yep, and they go. And oh!
What? That was hilarious. Well, they're going to plug that up. And I don't know if there's going to be any way that T1 could try to retake this.
Just slash it a bunch of times.
Long Tetris block, plugging up showers right now. What?
Wait.
Whoa.
Was that one shot?
I think so.
Or 2? I don't think you can one-shot ghosts. That
looked like it, though. Hold on, it's a 1 versus 1.
3K. Snake bites down. And he has no idea where Borkum is.
Borkum should be able to do this. He calls his bluff.
It's just, this is not time, okay. Down he goes. So does Borkum. Team Secret get the rounds.
Well, that turned out to be a lot closer than it looked like it was going to be. Once we saw Dubstep, just easy peasy, 2 players in a row out of teleporters. Boop, boop.
Sometimes all it takes is one shot.
Yeah, there was that play from Munchkin. Yeah. By the way, a clutch move there from Borkum. He hears the sound of the defuse and he's like, no, you're not.
Yeah. He knows the time.
I know what you're doing, and I'm not impressed. All right. So this time around, Saya looking to try to get a peek.
Yeah.
Nobody going to give it to him there on B.
Remember, he did this on the attacker side as well. After losing the pistol, went for the Marshall, hit the headshot in showers, and then T1 actually took the eco round, the second round after losing pistol.
Here.
Yeah, they're not going to find anything.
I got this.
Team Secret's pretty comfortable just letting the clock run, letting T1 take their peeks, really not give them anything. Okay, so it's going to be maybe just a push right up into the center of A.
Watch.
We got a lurk here, Munchkin.
Yeah, watch Munchkin. He's getting so much information that they are pushing A. The rotation is coming in. They know this is happening. No! Jeremy, or Envy rather, he's just totally flanked.
Oh, man, but not fast enough. Jesse goes back and gets him, but hey, he started it.
At the end of the day, I mean, T1, some close-range weapons. They got the daze down in intro in Lambs, but Dubstep is too good with the Guardian.
Dubstep just massacring there in Lamps.
Satchel out.
Saya's going to see if he can find anything. He does hiccup the spike plant there.
Spike planted.
I just don't know if he's going to find anything here at this angle.
Unlikely.
So, well, I said that. I
Okay.
spoke too soon.
So
I'm going to come up through here. It's hard to imagine he pulls this off.
Jeremy's just waiting.
Yeah, nicely done. Hey, we're tied up 7-7.
It's anybody's map from here.
Yeah, a great back and forth so far. T1, the round they're supposed to win. Looking to try to come out ahead here. Yeah, now I think this kill was great. I think trying to go for the pop flash was maybe too preemptive.
Yeah.
The rush had just started in there.
That is sick. The Guardian play just keeps it so level, you know?
Yeah.
He's got the headshot line. He doesn't move it an inch.
So yeah, has to reposition. Misses the opportunity to get that kill, and so they're going to be flooding here right on into A.
Jeremy taking some damage, but Carpe's caught in showers. Intro picks up 2.
Nicely done. They're going to go with that plan regardless.
Spike planted.
And it's going to be up to T1 to try to come in here and shove them out of position. Oh, Jesse there with the with the shotty there. Too good. Now Dubstep is going to come through with a lurk, but I think he kind of gave his position away.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, T1's starting to do it. It's just Jesse left over, and then there was none. Wow, such a close round there.
Yeah, pretty close. They're going to give this defuse over to Zeta, who's pretty close to his pit. Zeta going for the judge, while the rest of his teammates did have the Vandals in this round. Or at least rifles.
Yeah, the first time it was a little bit hard to see what Intro actually did. When you see from his perspective, very nice holding over there. Zeta with that long distance shot on that judge does get the kill.
They get the nice let's go.
Right, round 16, let's do this.
I liked when Team Secret were pushing in with some amount of speed.
Hold on a second. This is going to be just a lot happening out here. Carpe dropping 2, but they end up fighting back, meaning it's just going to be Saya play back here. Bit of a trade out. Team Secret may assume that, in fact, this area is going to be open and they can easily come in. I almost feel like this sets them up to be shot down. But no, they're not going to push it. They're going to come back around here. The only player on this side of the map is going to be Intro. Assuming it is going to be an A plant. And as they have Saya push out here and not see anything, I think they're going to be pretty confident they know what's going on. Saya could get a pretty deep lurk, like we've seen many rounds already.
Yeah, it seems like T1 is kind of reading the timings of the pushes from Team Secret. It's very important to do that on binds.
All right, so a lot of this is going to come down to the setup here from Saya. He sees one, and gets him. And now it's a really bad position here for Team Secret unless they can really make some magic work. And I got to say, man, you know, it's fascinating to watch T1 just move and continuously surround, at times, I think, an overly cautious Team Secret. Team Secret, for a lot of these rounds, they seem to run the clock for about 40 seconds and then slowly push in. And, you know, these scuffles over at B do result in a lot of then deep lurks later on, which cause a pinch over on A.
Man. Warbirds is tilted out of his mind, understandably. I mean, you know, like we said many times before, Team Secret is better than this. They are not performing at their best potential. We are not seeing it. And that was a round where T1 had 2 frenzies, a judge, and I think a couple of vandals, but they were not on like a full buy round or anything, you know? That was a round that Team Secret potentially should have taken.
All right. Are they going to try to come actually into B? Does seem like Intro's going to be ready in a good position here. So they're going to have to let that wall expire or pop flash out. Now they have Borkum peek over there, but I don't know if they've sold any kind of activity on A yet. More spamming.
Yeah.
As the crisscross of the walls over here. Kind of, all right, hold on, we got the teleport. Hold up, it's gonna be over here to A.
Saya player way on the back of this box. They might see that, the end of his gun there. So they're calling over the troops to try to help defuse this, but here comes Jeremy.
Oh, unfortunately, nobody's holding that angle that he tried to preempt.
Spike planted.
Carpe up here in heaven isn't really finding too much luck.
And they're trying to chip away at that ice wall there. So far, so good here. Team Secret might actually be able to take this. Carpe starts to get the drop. Jeremy gets him back.
Yeah, the Dizzy and the Hawk is just too much as they push into the orb. He gets sprayed through the poison orb, and now they just clear this site nearly entirely. Jesse Vash alone, and he gets taken out on lamps.
The patience exhibited there from T1, not to overextend, and then the instinct with some of these spray downs through that that smoke to get that kill. You know, not getting too anxious, not overextending, really waiting. Okay, if we got all the information, do we have the setups? And then executing it.
Yeah. You can just see the value of like multiple things flying in the sky as well. Like as simply as I put it, right? You've got a Hawk who's running in. You got the Dizzies just like in everybody's face. You can't really. It's just really difficult to defend against that. The wall is taken down. The Sage. To be honest, in terms of like Sage utility value, not really seeing a lot, especially compared to the Gecko, as they are the big differences in the compositions. It doesn't quite hit as hard.
Team Secret needs to make this round work. They've got real guns. They were looking so good at the start of this, but it does seem like it's one of those moments where the further along you get in the half, you know, a better team can create more opportunities, and T1 is starting to look better and better with each passing round. So we may actually finally have a commitment up to B here. Jiggle peeks over here for Munchkin.
Not ready yet.
And they're going to just...
Uh-oh! There it is
Nicely
again.
done.
Yep.
3 HP. And he's just going to try to sacrifice himself to trade out another. But we've got a squishy position here. Now they're going to be going into the Viper's pit with a full 5 stack.
Yep. They get the res, so the Sage hitting hard at least on this round, but Zeta with the spray. And a shorty.
Sorry, coach.
Oh, what?
Oh boy.
30 seconds left.
They're struggling against this Gecko, man.
Oh, man.
No.
This is wild. No, they haven't gotten him yet.
Oh, they're so low back there, but Team Secret gonna survive. Look at Porkham. Oh, he has to give away his position though. And immediately gets shottied in the face.
Player standing.
Dude, it's just Jeremy. Oh my God. T1 pumps it up 11-7.
I feel bad for the Desk because there are about 6 or 7 rounds I would want to highlight in this, on this map. I'm like, oh man.
That is one of the most remarkable rounds I've seen in a long time.
I love that little nook he hides himself in, the flicks with the shorty.
Yeah, and as that Viper's pit just chews away at your HP, a shorty it's so scary.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, timeout.
Oh, man. If I were a Team Secret player right now, I would not want to be listening to what Warbirds has to say because he looked so angry to the point where production's like, we got to get this. We got to show this.
Yeah.
Like, this is actually
Go
a
to
key
camera
moment.
5.
This is a key moment in the series when Warbirds got really angry.
Man. Team Secret. Some bad executes when they got into sight. I was even surprised after they got the double kill and they see Viper's pits. They're like, do you really want to go in there? Can't you back up? Maybe use a teleporter. Try to get into A. I don't know.
Like, it's bind. You're right
There was
next
a lot
to
of
the
time.
teleporter. There's a Viper's pit in your face.
Yeah, you're already up 2. Okay,
And-
look, don't go to the Viper's pit. Then they know that you're going to be at the other spike site. But there's more of you.
Yeah.
You know.
It's 5 against 3. And yeah, maybe like somebody's hiding in showers and you lose 2 people, but you kill them. I don't know. Like, and that would be an insane lurk. Like, that's not really where the member of T1 is going to be. And as we saw, all 3 of them were on the B site, just waiting.
A lot of times that Viper's pit, if you're on the defender side, is just used to force them onto the other side. Ah! All right, so they do push out. They don't end up catching any Team Secret players. Team Secret's going to quietly collect over here just outside of A. Harbor walls are up. They're going to slice out a little piece of the cake. Claim is theirs.
Spike planted.
Snake bite a little bit of damage, but Team Secret do get the plant down.
again.
See, this retake by T1 was clean the last time.
Satchel out.
All right. A little bit of S control there. All right, they're going to start to push through here. Shots fired over here into lamps. Not many connecting so far. They're going to send out the little guy.
Oh, he's defusing right now. Okay, they're going to take him out. They are in the poison orb. This is looking good for Team Secret.
Ah! There's some crazy trade outs here.
Yeah,
I don't know if
got
they're going to be
this.
able to do it. I think the spike is going off. Just Zeta remaining. Gets one.
Thrifty.
And then there were none. 8th win here. Team
Yeah.
Secret still nipping at T1's heels.
Okay, I mean, they pick up the Thrifty. That's going to get them right back in this game. That final timeout, maybe that was the key at the end of the day.
Hey, they're looking better than before, right?
Yeah. Well, Borkham's holding onto a Stinger. He's got enough to buy a rifle. Will he, though, is the question. Okay, he's going to pick up
There.
a Spectre.
There. Pull cat.
All right, well, the push comes up and towards B. Jeremy
There.
looks like he's actually going to commit. Crossfire here is really healthy. He gets one. Daya looking strong. Oh, my God.
Munchkin actually saved him there.
Yeah. Jesse Vash, yeah, can't get him, have enough bullets to take out everything coming down from him there. So there's only 2 left right now from Team Secret. Borkham and Dubstep. They're going to try to, I guess, force B anyways.
Yeah. And the push, it was pretty straightforward. It looks like they wanted to catch T1 off guard, but it was just running straight into them.
Spike
Saya
down
player
B.
hopping off the little box there. He's going to lose his angle. But Borkham here, 1v3.
Yeah, intro too good. Again, I mean, the teamwork there over at B Long to shut that down was beautiful. And now T1 just needs one more win, and this is going to be a 2-0.
Wow. Yeah, not a lot of credits here. So,
oh, he was actually completely blinded.
Yeah, exactly. So Munchkin, he pops out, he saves him. And Saya player picks up a second kill and make it a third. Shot through the box.
Did not seem like Dubstep was ready for that angle. Kind of a slow turnover there. Pretty easy shot on the defending side.
Oh, man. Look at the buys here for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's a really tough round here.
And they're up against an operator.
All right,
no.
We're already down to 3 Team Secret players.
The hope was you sheriff someone down or you rocket them down. Neither works. And
I mean, they could still try to make this work, but unfortunately, this is a heavy stack over here onto A. They've really loosened the screws over here on B on the defender's side, but the scouting has pretty much confirmed that nobody's coming. There's been no sounds of utility spam through B long. In the position that Munchkin's in, I mean, he could basically hear any quick movement up to that side of the site. But they're going to come now towards Hookah, so let's see if he's ready for this kind of funny angle to just get that first shot. Pops a flash and escapes to a new spot.
Ooh, gets the info that Borkham's here too.
Yep. Okay, so hearing that teleporter, they're going to know they have to wrap around, but Jesse does shut Zeta down. Hold up.
Okay.
All right, let's do this.
30
Viper's
seconds
pit up.
Yeah, picks up a Phantom too. Little upgrade. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. Oh! So good. All right, just Jesse. Old school legend. Can he clutch this? Can he save Team Secret?
It's just a clean defuse. He's got the bubble down. That's going to do it. T1 take the 2-0 tonight.
And that is all she wrote. Today, T1 is the better team. We thought it was going to be a close best of 3. Turns out it wasn't really the case, although I do think that Team Secret definitely improved on Vine. They had a much better showing overall. T1, I mean, better executes, certainly better at gunplay. They're your winners today.
Yeah, they were extremely clean. Really got to hand it to them. And Saya player popping off with a massive 334 ACS, 25 and 12, 5 first bloods. He was essentially the He was the main carry here on this map, but
Absolutely.
really got to hand it to Carpe, though. Had an amazing first map, leading the team with so many talented members, and then he takes out the Gecko here on Bind. Really good stuff, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get to hear from him and his Gecko, and maybe even takes up the MVP. But Team Secret, it was interesting to see some of the strategies they had, you know, pushing out from a short on the defensive side, really trying to get in the face of T1, really trying to challenge them when it came to some of these firefights. But at the end of the day, Team 1, teamwork was much better today. They were much cleaner. They had better strategies overall. Their post plants were very well handled. Can't really say the same for their opposition today.
Yeah, you know, I do feel like Team Secret, the real Team Secret, was in map 2. I think they did have some great ideas. But, you know, T1 does it, and let's not forget they did it on Bind, they did it with Gecko. A very fresh round, or a fresh map, I guess we should say, that we had back there.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2-2-0s tonight. You know, sometimes it looks like it's going to be a really competitive back and forth day, but instead you just get one team, or two teams in this case, that show up in a big way, and they're able to take 2 maps in a row and dispatch quickly of their opponents. T1 doing that the best tonight with the 13-4 and then 13-8 here on Bind as well. The first team to pick Bind here in VCT Pacific.
That's right. We've had a while now, just with fingers crossed that we were going to get to see Bind and see how the adjustments look. I do like the new map. It was really fun to see, you know, Riot, you know, try to give this map another shot. I think it's much improved. I think we had a much more dynamic game than we would have had on the old Bind. And yeah, props to T1. You know, it's funny. We thought we were going to have 6 games of Valorant tonight.
We got robbed.
This was looking to be one of the hardest days to call. And honestly, it was pretty one-sided. Hindsight's always 20/20, you know?
Oh boy. This makes things interesting at the top of the bracket as well. Well, it's not really a bracket just yet, but the potential playoff bracket, because T1 now really vying for that second place spot at 5-2. It's probably going to be between them and DRX at this point, PaperX. So, you know, DRX pretty comfortably in first. That could change, although I don't think anyone really expects that to change. But it will be interesting to see who really holds on to that second place spot now with a couple of teams at 5-2, PaperX and T1. Either team, I mean, both of them looking really strong in their matches this week.
Yeah, Team Secret, you know, they had one of the most explosive starts here in VCT Pacific, but as each week passes, it does seem like they're getting pushed further and further down in the rankings. They're not looking as strong. Many of these weeks have been seeing which teams can really adapt to the stage and perform in front of an audience like this, and do that week after week grind. Team Secret looked like they were a shoo-in. They seemed comfortable. They seemed natural. Obviously, they're still a strong team, but these other teams that were struggling early on, like T1, like RRQ, are playing much better.
Yeah, so Team Secret going to have to figure something out. I'm sure there are a lot of fans that are unhappy with their performance tonight, and to be honest, I think that's granted. This is a team that's better than what they showed. Hopefully they can, you know, they're not out of playoffs just yet. Obviously, as the desk pointed out, they were 3-3, now they're 3-4, but there is a chance, you know, statistically that you can even make it into playoffs with a 4-5 record.
That's
it's
right.
difficult, but that's probably going to be either there's going to be like 3 teams tied at 5-4, or there's going to be like one team that's 4-5 that slips in.
Yeah.
And it could be Team Secret. We don't know. But there's still a chance for them. They really just need to play better than they did tonight.
Yeah. It's been rough. I mean, especially if you get down to like that, say you're 4-5 or something like that. Some of this will then come down to how other teams perform, how they play.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we'll see what they've got. But T1, man, definitely improving. A lot of Korean domination here right now at VCT Pacific. Or other teams are viable.
Yeah.
But T1, this is the best I've seen them play, to be honest.
For sure. I think that, you know, it's a bit of both, but T1 looked incredible. Like, Saya player, his fragging today was out of this world, right? You really got to hand it to him. I think, you know, Carpe is kind of like the second guy where he did so much for the team, like not only in his ability to frag on the first map, but also his crazy Gecko play on the second.
Our interview with the MVP is ready. We're gonna go to that and get some analysis on the desk.
Thank you, guys. I'm standing here with T1's Carpe for the post-match interview. Now, massive congrats, Carpe. I feel like you guys got a lot out of today. So talk to me about all the grinding behind the scene and how satisfied you are with your performance on Lotus and Bind, respectively. 오늘 승리 축하드리고요. 얻어가는 게 많았던 경기인 것 같은데 일단 그동안 일주일 동안 어떤 노력이 있었고 또 뭔가 바인드와 로터스에서 팀의 경기력에 대해서는 어떻게 평가하고 있는지 들려주시죠.
일단 로터스는 일단 저희가 연습하던 대로 부족한 거 많이 채워서 이번에 할 때 제대로 보여준 것 같고요. 바인드는 오늘 했던 경기보다 훨씬 더 준비가 더 잘 돼 있었는데 조금 잘 안 나온 것 같아서 한 반도 안 나온 것 같아서 조금 아쉬워요. 네.
Well, I'm pretty satisfied with how we performed on Lotus. We tweaked a lot of things, and I think it was impeccable, safe to say. But on Bind, I'm a little bit bummed because we practiced a lot and we prepped it a lot, and I feel like it could have been stronger. We could have showed up a better performance, and I feel like it's less than 50% of what we're capable of doing on this map. Well, yeah, let's talk about the Bind pick. We thought that maybe a lot of teams would save that maybe for the playoffs, so why now and why against Team Secret?
그러면 이제 바인드 픽에서 먼저 여쭤볼 텐데요. 보통은 이렇게 좀 아직 공개되지 않은 맵이 있으면 플레이오프를 위해서 아껴두는 팀들이 많잖아요. 근데 오늘 팀 시크릿을 상대로 꺼내게 된 이유가 뭔지 궁금해요.
일단은 바인드가 처음에 열리고 나서 저희 팀의 코디 코치가 이거 조합하면은 되게 좋을 것 같다고 되게 좋은 컨셉을 가져왔어가지고 이번에 준비를 했었고 준비 과정에서 되게 잘 됐어서 이번에 TS 상대로 승리를 하면 이제 플레이오프 이런 것도 중요하고 하니까 저희한테 좋은 작전이 될 것 같아서 이번에 이렇게 준비하게 된 것 같아요.
As soon as the Bind came into the map pool, our coach came up with the Gecko Harbor comp, and he said, this is a really good comp. You really need to use it. It's such an OP comp. And our practice went really well. Our scrim results were really good, so we tried running it, and we gave it a shot because defeating Team Secret today will increase our chance of securing that playoff spot in the top of the standings. So yeah, I think that Bind pick was a really good choice. Well, yeah, I want to ask you about that Gecko Harbor comp on the Binds. I mean, what was the source of inspiration, and what do you think this comp offers on Bind?
그러면 이제 또 조합 얘기를 해주셨는데 개코 하버 영감은 좀 어디서 왔는지 그리고 뭔가 이 조합의 장점은 뭐라고 생각하시는지 궁금해요.
일단 이 조합이 이제 바인드에서 이제 땅 컨트롤을 하기에 하버랑 개코를 이용해서 개코 유틸이 다시 죽을 수 있다는 장점을 이용해서 땅 컨트롤 시작하고 다시 회수하고 다시 다른 땅을 컨트롤하기 되게 쉬워져서 그런 부분을 보고 저희가 이제 시작하게 된 것 같아요.
When you're running these two agents, it's really easy for Gecko to reclaim his skills because of Harbor aiding him. And I feel like when you can create space through Gecko's utility and then reclaim it back and then create more space, I think it's easier to get the map control in general. Well, you have played so many agents in the last 6 months after you switched to Valorant. So where does Gecko rank in your list of favorite agents?
그러면 이제 개코를 오늘 처음으로 공개를 하셨는데 그동안 발로란트로 넘어온 지 6개월 만에 좀 많은 요원들을 다루고 있잖아요. 개코는 좀 카르페 선수가 느끼기에 어떤 것 같아요?
제가 다른 요원들을 많이 해봤지만 제가 생각했을 때 개코가 제일 재밌는 요원인 것 같고요. 다들 한 번씩 해보셨으면 좋겠어요.
장점은 어떤 것 같아요?
장점은 일단 유틸 사용이 되게 다른 캐릭터보다 더 쉽다고 느껴지거든요. 그래서 그런 게 장점인 것 같아요.
Well, I think out of all the agents that I've played so far, Gecko is the most fun agent, so I highly recommend that everyone gives it a try. And also, I think Gecko offers a lot because you can reclaim his ability, but his skills are really easy to use. So I think just his kit overall is very practical as well. Well, lastly though, Super Week is coming up, and you have Zeta and DRX, not the easiest opponents waiting for you. So your expectations for this matchups.
그러면 이제 슈퍼위크로 넘어가면 제타와 DRX를 만나게 되거든요. 굉장히 어렵다 하면 어려운 상대인데 어떤 경기 예상하시나요?
저희도 그렇게 절대 쉬울 거라고 예상 안 하고 저희가 한 주 한 주 열심히 준비하는 것처럼 똑같이 열심히 준비하면은 그래도 저희도 되게 가능성이 높다고 생각하기 때문에 다음 주도 이번 주 연습 잘 된 것처럼 열심히 할 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, I think it's not going to be an easy matchup for both teams. So I think we'll just prepare as we have been doing for the past 7 weeks. And I feel like if we do heavy prepping and we do execute well, I think we have a high chance at winning those two. So yeah, we'll give it a best shot. And that was T1's Carpe. Thank you very much, Carpe. Good luck in Super Week.
감사합니다.
And then to close the day out, I'm going to throw it over to the desk.
Thank you. Man, we thought it was going to be a long night tonight of 6 games, and that absolutely did not happen at all. It was a 2-0 completely. And, you know, I have to agree with Tasteless. This is probably the best performance I've seen from T1 this season.
I absolutely agree. I think this was not only promising, but also very confident. Looked a lot more structured as well. I think, I guess what I'm trying to say is it was very clear what they were trying to do. Whereas before, you know, sometimes they went off of heroics or just kind of individual trading and things like that. Whereas today, just the overall macro game plan, micro game plan, all of it seemed very, very apparent.
You could see so much of it in all of their prep and the positional plays, the utility as well. I think a lot of these were laid out perfectly, and Team Secret also played into their hands. And I mean, that's why we see some of these timeouts from before, but also the win streaks in a lot of these. Look at what happened between round 2 to round 5. And then at the same time, like, so much of this was just T1 having the right calls, T1 landing so many of their shots. And again, maybe one of the best Gecko performances we've had so far in Pacific.
And Saya player was also on fire. Again, great to see Saya like back in full action.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is while he looked so great, it was also not like entirely off his back, right? So I think this is a game where both Saya and his teammates can all feel good about it, where neither felt that it really had to come down to, okay, well, Saya, we need you to hit your op shots or anything like that. It was really just things are going as planned, and now Saya can comfortably play that explosive duelist that we are used to watching him play back in North America. And I think a lot of Saya fans would be very happy about his performance today.
For sure.
Absolutely. And, you know, Kwaki had pointed out there are a lot of the losses from Team Secret was getting flanked.
Yeah, there were a couple rounds, especially at the start of the second half. You know, sometimes a little bit of this is that no plan really survives contact with the enemy. Like, you could really think about the biggest plan. Your agent composition going through the map, you would think like, okay, we're going to do this execute, right? It's going to work out. No, turns out you don't really have that sentinel or someone to watch your back. In fact, everyone's all in front, and guess who's behind? It's your Sky player, and he didn't really have anyone to help him out while he was dogging, while he was sending out the Trailblazer. So a lot of rounds towards the start of the second half was won by T1 actually flanking around, and Saya player was one of those flankers too.
Yeah. And definitely a contributor to his crazy KD8. Now, Will, there was a point where you were just scratching your head like, Zeta, why is Zeta playing Viper? And then you were just like, he was mulling over it, and you figured it out.
Yeah, because here's the thing is that Intro's always played Viper. He loved playing Viper back in the day on Bind. Zeta's been playing Harbor, and so I just kept thinking to myself, why, you know, tell each other to learn this new agent? And this round really sums it up. We're not going to really care too much about the kills while there were some good plays, but the fact is that if you want your Viper to be that lurk, to really open up the potential for these rotates, you want it to be your IGL. And I think that must have been one of the reasons why they set this up this way, where Zeta was able to act a little bit more autonomously. I mean, we've seen, obviously, this toxic screen is very classic, but even in other areas of the map where Zeta is able to just get space, create space, and then make the call for potential rotates or fakes. And that's how they win a lot of their rounds on the attacking side. And it comes to fruition, and then, you know, Intro clearly had no problem picking up the Harbor as well.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. I mean, sorry, that was like not the only thing also, because with the Viper wall, I think there were a few rounds where we saw Zeta actually sending out the toxic screen as a bit of a fake. Multiple fakes on tops of fakes. The one that he had outside of showers or baths especially, just to push out of A short, and then Team Secret kind of getting baited into pushing into baths, and it just turned out to be a big old trap.
Yeah. Now, Team Secret did do better this map than the first one at the very least. But another observation, you know, one
just
thing
remembered.
was, the rounds that they kept winning for Team Secret was really when they took control back into their own hands.
Yeah, I mean, this is that, Southeast Asian style, and sometimes it works out for Team Secret. Just throw away whatever kind of defensive strategy that you have and just go in. And that's what Team Secret really did. A lot of these rounds that they won in the first half were due to their explosive plays, just pushing out, of course, maybe with Jeremy Blast packing in, and then, finishing off cleaning house and doing whatever you need to do. But still, those rounds weren't that many of them. So it was 5-7 at the end of the first half. It was good, but you need so much more to beat a team like T1 when they have that much depth in their strategy.
Yes, that's right. Now, there was one particular round. It was a little gripping. It was when Zeta's Viper's pit went up, and each of us were kind of shouting out things about, like, you should do this, you should do that. Will, do you want to take us through this?
Yeah, let's take a look at round 18. Listen, everyone has an idea of how you want the round to be played, but let's first think about T1's position, right? You're entering the 1 minute mark. You've got 2 players in B long, so Zeta puts up the Viper's pit to prevent any sort of pinch coming in from window. We obviously can see the minimap and know that Team Secret doesn't have any plans to do that. Now, the big question comes in, okay, you're 5v3, you heard the Viper pit go up. Why are they going through? But Carpe, with great support, he has this lineup with the Mosh. It actually lands right into Garden, and that's going to pick up a kill because now Team Secret's trapped between the Mosh pit and the Viper's pit. And initially, Team Secret, they wanted to come in, but now great Thrash movement jumping out of the pit to avoid the Thrash being taken down. He's actually able to really get the connection as well. While it doesn't lead to a kill, it just buys so much time. And I know a lot of people, when they were watching it, were like, Team Secret, what are you doing? Why are you going to Viper's pit? I think the idea is they had no info on the A side, and until that Mosh landed, they didn't expect Carpe to be providing backup so quickly. So you just say, okay, well, 5v1, we can skirt around the Viper's pit, get the plant, we have the Seekers, we can try to get the Viper. It should be fine, but then Carpe shows up, Mosh pit, Thrash, now you don't have enough time, you don't have enough people, and now there's 2 people sitting in the Viper's pit, and now you're up against, a hard place and you couldn't get out of it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and that was, maybe, I think, kind of the beginning of the end for Team Secret after that round, right?
Yeah, it's really tough to recover after that. I mean, so much of it also is a mental battle between the teams, and they just started going and trying to bulldoze their way through or force their way through T1, but clearly it doesn't work out, especially when you don't have that much experience against this T1 that really practiced this map.
Yeah. I mean, solid
Good
plays
job,
by T1. Again, best performance we've seen from T1 this season, and I think they're going to go into playoffs looking pretty solid. Well, likely going into playoffs looking really solid. They've secured their position as a 3rd in the standings. Meanwhile, Team Secret, it's a very steep uphill battle for them moving on from here. They're facing DRX. Next week. But let's talk about the key player. Key player for this map, I think we had to go with Zeta.
Yeah, now I know today we're kind of going on this trend of really giving praise to the intangibles, and I think we just want to take that chance, right? While Saya was putting up crazy numbers, and he deserves all the praise he gets. I mean, Zeta continued to pick up yet another agent here so that he can fulfill the style and role that they wanted on Bind to create space, to call for those rotations, and allow his teammates to move freely around, a unconventional map like Bind. I think Zeta absolutely deserves that praise.
I mean, we saw it, those toxic screens, having the calls mid-rounding, and just knowing how to allow your teammates to move around, and then especially to regroup at the end of all of it. I think Zeta, it wasn't also that. I mean, he also had a pretty good performance himself. I mean, look at these stats. I just realized 2.7 on the KDA. Like some rounds where he really knew how to work around Viper and her smokes and just playing with shotguns.
Yep, also knows how to use the judge. We now found out.
Oh my God, the judge plays.
I just remembered.
A man after my own heart. Viper
so
and judge. Match made in heaven.
It is effective, especially on Bind. I have to say that.
Yes, especially on Bind. But also, I mean, we've always heard about kind of that like primary, secondary calling that T1 has between Zeta and Munchkin. Clearly, that's working out very well as well. Whenever Munchkin can play this initiator too, I mean, that's so much information that you can trade between your 2 kind of IGLs in the game, and T1's making it work.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Saya player, we pointed out, obviously performed astoundingly. But for our MVP, we've decided to go with Carpe. Why did we go with Carpe?
Because he played Gecko.
Yes, honestly.
I mean, part
This was the best Gecko
listen,
in Pacific.
That's
Listen,
like
I'm just going to be
true.
very honest.
Partially true?
Yes,
Yes.
that was a factor. I'm going to be very honest. The fact that he was able to pick up the Gecko for his team and it didn't look bad.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
Yes.
listen, I know the standards are low here in Pacific for Gecko play,
Oh.
but
Hey.
it didn't look bad. So props to him. I mean, also we were kind of hoping that he would start to look more consistent. The fact that he's able to shore that up, I think, looks good. You know, just a shout out to our boy Achilleos. You know, he loves the high kills and all that. And Saya did so well. I mean, incredible.
Yes.
11-2 first kills to first death in this match is absolutely unheard of for a duelist. However, it's also off the back of support coming from
Yes.
Carpe.
That's right.
I think today's desk, we are, you know, highlighting the IGLs to support the people behind the scenes that make it happen. And I
You know what it really comes down to is that Achilleos plays duelists and I play things like controllers and initiators.
I do like my initiators.
Yeah, see, we all play
These
kind of
people
that second
need
line.
the spotlight. These people need the
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. And you know what? I mean, that's why, like, you know, some duelists are like, don't make it if you don't get your support. Then your team doesn't win. It's so important. And you know, Achilleos is not here today. You get to bed yourself somewhere else.
I mean, oh, look, it's so cool, all right? Style player, yes. But truly, I mean, you saw that Gecko. You had the lineup. You also have Thrash movement. That is good, and you need that.
Yes. And it was pretty crucial. Again, in that particular round that we highlighted, we can see why his Gecko play was so such a big contributing factor to, you know, their overall win. Now that was pretty exciting. Now let's look at the overall standings again today. A lot of things shifted around, and this is gonna get really crazy.
I mean, this is insane. Team Secret now down, you know, all the way, tied with RRQ, but RRQ had beaten them in the head-to-head. So RRQ, if anything, Team Secret not really getting pushed any lower, but RRQ getting to get ahead of them now thanks to that head-to-head tiebreaker. Meanwhile, T1 tied for second above Gen G.
Yep.
No one would have called this at the beginning of the season.
No way. But they did drop to PaperX before, so that's why PaperX will be in second place. They lost that head-to-head. But still, what a shakeup in all of these standings. I mean, we were talking about these matches before, but yeah, now it's going to be a Team Secret wedged between RRQ and Global, and then also T1 climbing up on top of Gen G. Wow.
T1 is facing off with Zeta next week during the Super Week, so that will be interesting too.
Very crucial. I mean, here's the thing is that we couldn't have scripted it any better. So many of these Super Week matches are actually going to make a difference in terms of which team gets into the top 6, but also which team will get that second spot to get the extra bye alongside DRX, because DRX is looking pretty comfy here in Seed 1.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, T1's playing DRX soon as well.
It could happen.
Maybe they take a series. Well, yeah, maybe they actually beat DRX.
It could happen. Yeah.
Well, you know who's playing DRX tomorrow? DFM. DFM is like, again, like the upside down thing. DRX is the very top with 6-0, and DFM is at the very bottom with 0-6.
Yeah, probably the most one-sided match we have on paper, especially just given how the season has gone so far. However, I think the big focus now is DFM, can they pressure DRX enough where DRX has to start to show more of their hand? Because not only would that be beneficial to everyone else who has to face DRX, but also it's a lot of potential then shown for DFM, who has been trying to grow as they really sort out their starting 5 roster.
Yeah, they've been changing things around. They've been trying to improve, and I think you're seeing that improvement as well in some of these recent series. But it's very important because, you know, if they can actually push DRX to their limits, it exploits, well, not exploits, it shows some of those weaknesses to everyone here at Pacific, and that's something that's very important.
Exactly, and at this point, everyone who's been trying to pick apart DRX, I mean, DFM could be definitely a contributing factor, and then, like you guys said, they've been growing every single week, and we do want to see them perform well tomorrow. Now, speaking of tomorrow, another exciting thing's happening. We got tickets going on sale for the lower finals and the finals, which is happening the very last weekend of May. So it's tomorrow, or technically tonight.
Yeah,
Soon.
I guess so, yeah. But tickets will be going live for just the lower finals. And then, of course, the next day, the grand finals tickets will be opened as well. So if you wanted to attend both days, you'll have to make sure you log on 2 days in a row. Just make sure, as we mentioned before, to go to the global part of Interpark. So that's globalinterpark.com. You should be able to search for VCT, and it should come up. And Jangchung Stadium, it is in Seoul, so if you have any further plans to just visit Korea overall, you can drop by, watch some amazing Valorant, and then take some extra time to tour Seoul and Korea as well.
Yeah, and the stadium's a lot bigger. It's going to be pretty crazy. I'm really excited for this. I think you guys, it's worth coming for this. The influencer event match is also going to be happening on the same day as the lower finals on the 27th. They're gonna be it's gonna be like a little carnival. A lot of things are gonna be on sale. Riot merch is gonna be there.
Sounds like fun.
We're gonna be there.
Team Bias Custards.
Team Bias Custards, yeah. It's also just been a while, especially for me personally, to have been to like a global LAN, right? Even though it's happening in Seoul, for these international teams, international fans to be able to come together with all the booths and everything. So it should be very exciting.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun. You know, I can definitely attest to how fun Korea has been, right? It's been super fun in Korea.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, look, just book your tickets to Korea and then,
do it now.
Just hang out. Come hang out. Anyway, with that, we do have one more day of Week 7 happening tomorrow. Like we said, it's DFM versus DRX, and then we're going to have our weekly recap. We'll see you then tomorrow. Have a really good night. My name's Victoria, and on the desk with me, we got Will Cho, and we got Quack Quack. And
Quack, quack, quack. And with that, right, that's the end.
But technically it's Quack Quack. Quack Quack.
I guess, sure.
It's his surname.
Okay.
Quack. Anyway, good night, everyone. Have an excellent Sunday evening. You guys actually had time to sleep now. We finished so early. Welcome to another day of Valorant. This is Valorant Champions Tour Pacific, and we're on day 2 of Week 7. We are inching closer and closer to the playoffs where only 6 teams can make it through. We are going to go to the stage now. We're seeing Global Esports versus RRQ.
Going to win this one. I think Rossi was spotted, though. LB Moore able to get one. Xpero gets the second. That's a third. Oh, and a missed. RQ gets 2 in a row. Just trying to buy some space. Hunty is also low. He's going to get the one. Oh, he saw the barrel. Oh! That was sick. Huge clutch. Showing you, man. Oh, my God. What an insane round. Even with the Hellfire, doesn't matter. That is an ace for EJ. Oh, my God. Flank is real, but they know this is happening. Chester's able to get one. Devin is still here. As in the sewers, down goes Xpero, and he's very passive. He's going to get caught out, but no, he hits 2 knives! LB Moore fights back. Just extra left. That is it. This is going to be a 13-11 score.
Hey, welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished the first matchup of today. We're going to go to the second matchup. Team Secret versus T1. Let's go to those walkouts. On with the show.
Oh, boy.
Meow.
But they haven't quite made the full infiltration. Man against still with good defense. Gonna rotate down here and get 2. It's so aggressive. This is crazy. What? He didn't even have to do that. Burst down, saving their way onto the A site. He gets 1, and they're doing everything they need to do. Perfect. We'll see if they really try to get this operator out of the hands. They're trying to just get on top of the site. They stop the spike from going down. Zeta and Munchkin are just destroying them. Quick advantage of that lurk here. I mean, it just doesn't matter. They're not able to get into B at all. Playing extremely well so far. Awesome. And Jeremy with a beautiful wallbang takes it. Just Zeta left. Oh, hold up, huh? Okay. Zeta is so scary. They're up against the operator. Oh, no. Funny angle. Just get that first shot. Oh, boy. Oh! Clean defuse. He's got the bubble down. That's going to do it. T1 take the 2-0 tonight. Today, T1 is the better team.